You can't stop us.
The moment that we have all been waiting for. Whoa! Whoa.
Chris, get your trumpet out. Boston, breathe. You saw the line was rapid from here to the next state line. Like, it was unbelievable.
That's pretty big, because Texas is massive.
Yeah, that's a good point, Josh. Good point.
That is heck of a distance.
I'm feeling good. I might need to get hooked up to something to get me through the weekend, but I'm feeling good about today. The crowd will give me the energy, though. I'm feeling, they'll get me on board today.
That's right. I think you get it from the... I'm getting the word.
I'm getting the word.
He's going to be letting it all hang out on the beach, and you can't blame him for all that. But hey, we can ditch that. That's okay. You never forget your first time.
No, you will not forget your first time. Mine was very different. Not so many people watching, but this is going to be a fun one indeed. Very, very different players.
What do OpTic and the Eiffel Tower have in common? They're both parasites.
Dude, this guy's fucking weird. Hate these guys. Anyways. There's only 2-0 so far, Vegas. How quickly you lot turn.
Oh my. You just preferred me. Get it.
Right?
It was, I mean, I preferred you, but that was
You literally preferred me.
No, look at my shots, though. It was kind of crazy. What am I supposed to do?
Listen, I can't give away the secret sauce. I mean,
He's pumped up too. Hey, don't do that. You can make me act up. Hey, Nameless, check it out. Let's talk about it.
The two beings forged by the gods. The cast Call of Duty. It's Merc and Maven. Wow. Well, Bryce, I don't even know how to respond to that. You're beautiful and delicious, man. And yes, we are ready to get going here.
Yo, he's going off.
oh my gosh.
Well, he's going, Josh.
So, to add context to this, he told me.
Sprinting to the beanbags.
Wait, really?
Man, that camera's good enough that we can actually read the scoreboard. That's crazy. Didn't look very bread and butter like to me.
Oh, you ate him up, dude. Well played, well played.
Well, it's been best of 5s up until this point. This grand finals is going to be a best of 7, so it's going to be a bit grueling.
It smells like popcorn, bro.
Yeah.
That's just your upper lip, bro.
To be honest, I didn't even notice it until you said it.
You didn't notice the popcorn smell?
Hey! 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 We're all going to be very sore in the throat.
Noble Study, Alley Cat, Nameless, and our entire talent crew, production, and you at home. Thank you for joining us for the OpTic Texas Major, and join us again on the Call of Duty channel for the road to Major 4.
Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
Ready for you.
Let's get on our feet.
We are wasting no time.
Cannot believe it. That'll be it. Beans again. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing.
The newcomer can't even be the hero. Hey, take Steve.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Ghosty going big.
Ghosty spits on him.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game.
It is over.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back. We have just 2 weeks to go before we get to our 4th major of the season. It's here in Columbus, and in Columbus today we have Alley Cat Nameless, Chris Puckett hosting the show. But Alley, you've been a busy beaver over here. Talk to me a little bit about what's been going down with the WXC. I heard the ladies have been gaming recently.
The ladies have been gaming. We had our first 4 teams qualify this past week, so that was super exciting. And we have the next 4 qualifying on Tuesday if you want to tune in.
So if you are a lady trying to get involved, all you got to do, check out WXC. Allie will tell you about it on her Twitter. Nameless, though, you celebrated a birthday. What did you get into?
You know, I was chilling. I went golfing. It was a good time, you know, and I've been just watching the Masters and Call of Duty, just having a good time.
I lost a match this morning, 249 to 250. So we're just going to not talk about that and tell you what happened last week. If you missed the show last week, you missed a home series from Minnesota Røkkr. And we got to say, the Røkkr crushed this one. The fans were there. A new FaZe was in the lineup. And they come out after losing 6 straight to pick up 2 wins in a single day, Allie.
And I mean, they needed it, right? We're talking about the team that was 0-5 in our last qualifiers, got smoked at the major, and this is a team we were talking about being in conversation of being one of the better squads around major 2 times. So to have a bounce back in front of their home crowd with a new member in the lineup, it is good looks for Minnesota Røkkr.
What do we grade Fame, Nameless? It was his first 2 matches, and he got to do it in front of people.
I'm giving him an A. I mean, the guy came in, went off and search and destroy. Now, mind you, they were on a 6-game losing streak, but they had broke the record for S&D losing streak as well. So they needed some life there. He came in, did that, and then in the respawns, I mean, the guy was throwing the trophies down, soaking the hill time, getting the kills when he needed to. So by all means, a phenomenal week from Røkkr, a team that was blow it up was never more applicable.
Toronto Ultra won our most recent major down in Texas over OpTic, but now they're starting 0-2 here to Major 4. Their next challenger, Atlanta. So are we nervous? Is Toronto starting in the losers bracket come Major 4, Allie?
I mean, I think we definitely are nervous. Not really so much for the fact that Toronto is a bad team, but they did get handed really tough losses from the Boston Breach and then to the Seattle Surge, which we know what Seattle can do on any given day. And this seems to be kind of an ongoing theme when teams win a major. The next following qualifier, they seem to have a couple of missteps. Is it overconfidence? Is it just not being in the groove? We don't know, but there is a lot of possibility for Toronto starting losers.
Yeah, I definitely do understand that sentiment. Sometimes people let off the gas pedal a little bit after the major. With Toronto Ultra, though, I don't want to jump to conclusions because when you look at these games, they still have been dominant in control, winning both of those. They've lost 2 search and destroys in back-to-back series, 4 S&Ds in a row. But more context, when you go and you look at these search and destroys, they were in good positions in a majority of them. Just a couple of adjustments that teams were making, maybe figuring them out a little bit, but that's what a Call of Duty season is. There's a very solid team. They'll figure out their S&D. I'm not too worried.
If you missed that Boston-Toronto match, probably the best we had from week 1. Go back and watch that VOD. Another game, or rather another team that gave us quite the game was New York Subliners. They went to a round 11 against Atlanta FaZe, and this time it's the Subliners coming out with the W.
I mean, New York was kind of in the same boat recently. They were our major winners, and then they seemed to have a pretty huge drop-off, but what better bounce back than against the Atlanta FaZe? It looked like the New York of old, specifically the Priestahh of old. There's just something about him and matching up against Atlanta FaZe where he just takes over. Hey, Nameless.
Yeah, you know, in a season, there's going to be highs and lows. You win Major 1, and if you're New York, you have excuses that you can go off of after Major 2, and then you look at your gameplay, you're like, we just got to fix our S&D. Well, it wasn't that. There was a lot that you needed to work on. People caught up to you, and they've done just that. They come into this series, and they win 2 hard points against Atlanta FaZe, right? Priestahh had a phenomenal series as well.
Best player on the team right now? Does that role still belong to HyDra. We're looking at Subliners undefeated here.
But best player versus FaZe, I'm going with Priestahh. He had a 1.52 versus Atlanta FaZe in their matchups prior to this one. Came in, did the exact same thing.
I like this squad a lot. We are going to get a chance to see the Subliners in action this week. In fact, we're going to see all the teams in action this week with some serious money on the line, but they're also playing for points. Let's remind everybody how this works. If you want to play at champs at the end of the year, you got to be in the top 8. Røkkr's 2-0 week last week gives him a 3-game lead over the Legion in 9th place. But looking on that left side of the screen, Allie, who do you think jumps up or maybe falls down the leaderboard?
I mean, to be honest, I would have said maybe New York was in a struggle bus, maybe the LA Thieves, but they've had some pretty big bounce backs as we head into our Major IV qualifiers. So all the top teams are continuing to look like big dogs.
Bounty Week is back this year, and it's happening right now. In fact, today is Bounty Day. Every single match is going to have money on the line. For anyone who missed it last year, Allie, what is Bounty Week? How does this work?
Basically, you win a match, you take home 10 grand, and every single match we have today, there is some money on the line.
Are you just putting that in the back pocket?
Yeah.
Just
they
take it
don't
home
need
with you.
They make enough money.
I need some big money. Instead of these teams, let's take a look at the matches. What's really cool here is we picked matches between teams with the closest seeds possible. Now, that's not necessarily true with the Breach and London Royal Ravens so much right now, but it was when we picked them. Mutineers are playing the Seattle Surge. Subliners will be facing off against the Røkkr to close out today, but the bounties continue Saturday into Sunday.
Yeah, you know, these teams are obviously playing for points. You have to get points again to the top 8 to make it into champs and for winners and losers back. But some of these teams, also that extra push with the money, it can do no harm, right? If you're London Royal Ravens, I'm looking at like, hey, we might not go to champs, but we can get some cash on the way.
There's just 2 majors before we get to champs. Today, we're going to see all bounty matches, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I just got to get your thoughts here, though. Is it time to make a roster move, or do you stay with what's been working so far this season? Because there are 2 big ones we got to talk about, starting with Florida. Their star player, Havoc, no longer in the starting lineup. Vikal, who got put on the bench, he's back in, Allie.
Yeah, this one we're not going to be too harsh on because this was a situation where I don't feel like it was really Florida Mutineers making the decision to kind of put Havoc on the bench. It was one of his own. So bringing Vikal back into the lineup, you know, I don't see Florida Mutineers really getting worse, but they are already in a weird situation where they haven't figured out their identity yet.
Nameless, can you break down the Havoc situation? Is he injured? What's going on with the guy?
Yeah, so Mutineers let out a tweet basically saying Colt Havoc is going to be on the bench and that he's taking a step back. And the reason being is just a mental health break, man. Everybody make sure you go show Colt Havoc some love. You know, as a competitor, especially when you're like struggling to get into that top 8 and the season hasn't been going your way, it's very, very stressful. And I know Colt Havoc very personally. He's been playing for a long time, and he will be back. That kid, he has some drive, and he is the star player of this team, so they definitely need him.
Another squad that made some changes was on a different end of the spectrum. If you're looking at wins and losses, Boston takes down Toronto. But then they take Vivid out of the lineup here. Yeah. They must see something in a new player. We talked to Shift about it, and he said they got a new name in Kremp, who'll be starting for the Breach this week. Who is this guy?
I'd be willing to wager that a number of huge competitive COD fans may not know the name Kremp, but it might not be your fault. He's also gone as Kaiwin and Volance over the course of the last year. Name changes aside, our story starts back in Black Ops 4, where you COD buffs will for sure know a small organization by the name of E-United, but you big buffs will remember that there was a cadet roster back in the Black Ops 4 year that included Simp, Illy, Cellium, and Turn Up Too Easy. After all those players turned 18, E-United considered Kremp to revamp the cadet roster. That didn't end up happening, but that prowess that he found in Search and Destroy and the BO4 community would follow him into his first competitive year in Cold War, where he played alongside players like Teddy Rex, Mochilla, Nagafin, Goonjar. But unfortunately, a different team every weekend only led to an average placement of around 30th. Going into Vanguard, the season would not start much better. Top 16 finishes largely until a top 8 dark horse run at the Minnesota Open, where afterwards a phone call came from one Dan Ghosty pitching a team that included them plus Censor and Shawnee, hence the birth of the Boston Breach Academy. Their debut would be at Toronto. They would finish top 6, and the spotlight stayed largely on Kremp and Ghosty for a long lower bracket run in the first place. Fast forward to Boston, they improved to 4th, where again the spotlight continued to stay on both Kremp and Ghosty. After the season though, Beans gets brought on as the sub, Ghosty gets released from the academy team, and Boston Breach Academy is off to the races. Great start, and then Beans gets picked up, and that's where Kremp really starts to shine. At Dallas, he was one of the main reasons why they were able to finish 3rd with great tempo and pace as an SMG. He would also have a Season 3 elite stats that included a 1.15 KD and a whopping 1.43 in the search and destroy. Talking to Kyle leading up to this weekend, he said that he thinks he brings in a level of consistency to speed and pace that Boston may have been missing in the past. So the expectations from Kyle are super high. Just comes down to, will he actually be able to fix those tempo issues and make this Boston Breach team more of a top 4 squad rather than just a top 6? Well, coming to find out as they have London in their first and then OpTic in New York to finish off. Lots in the way, but excited to see Kremp get to work.
Love having Shift on the show, and another great breakdown of a Challengers player who's now in the CDL. Kremp joining the Boston lineup as the 2nd Academy player brought up just this season, rejoining Beans.
I think this past year has been incredible for the amount of Challenger players that have been brought up, and I think a lot of these teams are learning that it's kind of been overhauling and changing these teams to championship caliber, aka Toronto Ultra. So I think Boston Breach, I don't think any question marks are raised on the fact that Kremp should be brought up onto a main starting roster, but I think there were some question marks raised on who it was for.
I need to know what's going down, though, with this Boston lineup, because when I was watching this team, Vivid was always my favorite screen to go to. You're putting Vivid on the bench, so what does that mean for this guy moving forward? What are you expecting from Kremp, and what do you do with the old player?
Yeah, you know, well, to touch on Kremp a little bit, I've heard this kid is absolutely disgusting.
Okay.
Right? So you're left in a pretty hard spot if you're Breach. It's like, we're top 4, there's 2 events left. Can we win? Well, who do we replace? Unfortunately, it had to be Vivid, and this is a guy who has been unbelievable in the last couple of years. Like, I went and I took a look at like his career, and this guy's gotten dropped so many times despite having ridiculous stats and also decent placings to back it up at each different team that he's joined. So if you guys want some more context to Vivid and to his impact on teams, I made a video on my YouTube, youtube.com/OGNameless, where I dive deep into his career. But I don't think Boston Breach is going to give him up. You got to come in with the right price. He's a great player, and a lot of organizations definitely could use him, though.
I got some friends who are GMs out there. Can you say that once again? What's that YouTube channel? youtube.com/OGNameless. And I can learn about a guy I should be hiring.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I mean,
understood.
he's been unbelievable. Like, you look at his stats last 3 years, there's only a couple SMGs who've been consistently better than him in damage, first blood percentage. It's like aBeZy and Kleenex, and that's it.
My big takeaway from the video, though, with Shift is they said the new face, Kremp, likes to IGL when it comes to search and destroy. Maybe that's what they're looking for from the new player. That is Boston Breach. They are going to be in action today, and we're going to have a jam-packed day with 3 matches, all with money on the line. Let's get excited here. Which one goes the distance, if any of them, Allie?
New York and Minnesota Røkkr, I think that's a pretty easy one to shout.
Nameless, what do you think goes down in this first matchup? Does London handle Kremp?
Oh, I think Kremp has a field day against London. I mean, I have no reason to think London's going to do anything in this series.
Asim's coming for you, Kremp. We're going to be talking about it all after the break. Don't go anywhere. This is week 2 of the Major IV Qualifiers. Boston versus London when we come back.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back.
One of the band, a few more points, and that will be it.
Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Ooh, it's getting good.
Closer than it appears, trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah. I ride the nation for my title. Do what I must for survival. By any means, yeah, I know. I can't stop, I won't fold. Might bend the rules just to break the mold. Hella high water, calm and compose. Life will get messy, but I reach the goal. Climb the totem pole, be the protocol. Guess I had it in me after all. Like the penny falls and a lot of false things I can't control. My intentions come from years of rejections. Learn many a lesson, I'm progressing. Turning burdens to blessings, turning burdens to blessings. I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears, fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror. Close it down, it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah, I like and it feels right. Never scared to take it to new heights. I always dare to dream and dare to see the chance to be a better me and everything. The possibilities are endless. Odds against this tremendous. Check this, I just check fear off my checklist. You must have forgot, boy, I'm relentless.
I dove in through the door.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28 only on Prime Video.
And we're back, baby. That's right. Major IV, sponsored by Citadel, coming to you on Prime Video at the end of this month. But this week, it's all about Call of Duty. We got 3 days of coverage kicking off right now, and our players, they're trying to get in the lobby for this first match. So while we're waiting on them, Ali, let's break down this series, starting with the Boston squad, a team that has made a number of moves. They've hosted their own major. They lost their captain. They bring in a Challengers player, and now they're doing it a second time despite a top 4 finish.
Yeah, but I will say to that, extent, Cramp again has been one of the more hyped up players in the Challenger scene, especially in the likes that he's already had that team chemistry with Beans as well. So now we are putting two of these players in a really comfortable position where I feel like Beans was kind of a lot of pressure on his shoulders, right? Getting put as now the main leader of this team when Method's retired, and now he gets to bring in Cramp, another player who says that he likes to make the shot calling in S&D. And where has Boston Breach been struggling? It's been in that search and destroy. So that's where we're going to have our main focus heading into this series.
Nameless, last time these two teams met up, it was one of Beans' first performances. It went to a Game 5, and both teams traded a hard point and a search and destroy. But what does Beans bring to the table specifically if it goes to another Game 5?
Oh, well, when we talk about search and destroys, I mean, think about their last Game 5 they had against Toronto.
Yeah.
Beans and the different looks that he's hitting them with. Like, he has so much to deal with in S&D because, one, he can play very aggressive early round. He's intuitive. He can play situations right, even if he's alone, but he can also play with the team. And then second, he can pull out the sniper, and he plays like weird positions. We saw him playing super aggressive on the AC one round. Then the next round on Embassy, he was playing aggressive on the street and then pushing up with his pistol and playing confidently on the cross. So Beans is just a great player who is comfortable and confident in his own gameplay, and he's willing to make plays on the map and not just be a statue AR sometimes that we'll see AR players in Search and Destroy play like. So it's a lot to deal with, and they make great adjustments.
Yeah, known for his TAC 56, but you saw in those highlights, 4 different weapons, a pistol, a sniper, the Vaz also deadly in his hands. Beans can do it all, and of course, he brings the vibe for Boston. If you're on the other side, there haven't been any vibes for London. You've won a total of 5 matches all season. The squad is struggling, but in their recent matchup against Boston, you did have one shining light. He went by the name of Nastie.
Yeah, and Nastie, ever since that role change, has felt like a different player, which again is an unfortunate situation for the London Royal Ravens because they were right there at the edge with some of these teams. They make that role change, things seem to be looking up, and then they place Yuli in the roster. It sucks to have to kind of blare the horn and be like, he has just not done what he needed to do. The shoes aren't filled what that needed to be filled for the London Royal Ravens because of their most recent showings. So there's now even more added pressure onto that player to have a turnaround today against the Boston Breach.
If you're looking at London, I think Asim, definitely the best player on this lineup, right?
I would say so, yeah.
Who needs to play well, though, if they're going to beat the Breach? How do you see this matchup working, in particular, amongst the 8 players?
I mean, I think Scrapz, man, like he's been, everybody has played very bad in these last 2 series, but if you guys go back and you watch London throughout stage 3 in the online qualifier, in those matches, Scrapz turned it on. Like, the guy was frying, like, sort of justifying why they brought him back into the league. So it seems like if he's having individually, like, a pretty good series, it enables the other guys to play well. But really, everybody, like, we have to see a much better slaying effort out of this squad because they just got rolled. I mean, they lost 8 straight maps now in a row.
The predictions, let's take a look at these before we dive into the maps. The chat, 1 million channel points to 66,000. That's how confident they were at the start for Boston. Now it's going to be about 6 million to 1.1 million. Let's talk maps and modes, though, Allie. Is the chat going to be collecting big at the end of this 5-game series, or is there an upset of brewing here for London?
I mean, weirdly enough, statistically wise, when it comes to that hardpoint, these teams are actually pretty close. I mean, in that opening Fortress hardpoint, both these teams favorite, Boston being 6-4, London being 5-4. But again, like Nameless said, the slaying just has not been there versus a Boston team who just added another slayer on the lineup.
Yeah, so hardpoint, which is a map that they've been 0-3 on the season, so never really given it an effort after those losses. And then also in this series, they're playing Hotel Control. This is a map they haven't played since January 15th. They've never played it with Beans, right? So maybe this is a reason they're bringing in Crimp, right? Expand their map pool a little bit and improve and maybe get that shit.
Match is still a few moments out, so let's dive deeper here on Crimp real quick. I know every time we see a new player in a starting lineup, we want to get an initial impression. We want to tell the community our early thoughts. What are we looking for in particular out of his gameplay? Give me 3 bullet points that the community should be looking to grade him on.
He needs to continue to be a bit of a playmaker. That's kind of the player that Vivid was. So obviously we can kind of just say that he has some shoes to fill. But what I also want to see from Crimp, and the biggest struggle that Boston Breach has kind of had with their SMG duo, is their non-traded kill percentages. Both of them were about under 50%, meaning they'd get these in opening kills, but they wouldn't play their life. So that's kind of being what I'm grading on Crimp on right now, is his ability to get some of these kills, but still understand that sometimes the presence is more dangerous than trying to get that 2-piece.
Do you think the slays go up or down with Crimp in the lineup over Vivid?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, you look at Vivid, the guy's consistently been putting up a ton of damage. It really just depends on the goal of what this move was for. I'm not in the Boston camp, but if I was, I think if I were to make a move and if I was going to bench Vivid, which I wouldn't do, but if I did and I'm bringing in Crimp, I'm hoping that it's sort of like what Toronto did with Hixie. He comes in, plays a little bit more objective role, but still has a lot of talent and can make plays happen. And then in turn with that, Nero then is allowed to sort of be free on the map, right? Because what they had with the last sub duo is 2 very aggressive SMGs who are comfortable making plays and putting up kills, but at times those players can go rogue. You have Big Wake as well, who's a slayer, right? So it's a slay-heavy team of players who sometimes like to play individual. So I'd be looking at Crimp to make it more of a team effort.
It's Bounty Week here at the CDL. All 12 teams will be in action, all 12 with a chance to win $10,000. And our first opportunity is going to come up here for Boston and London in just a moment. While we're waiting on the players, we want to remind you, CDL isn't the only place to compete. If you're a fan of Warzone, you're going to want to check this video out.
And welcome back to Good Morning El Mazrah, your go-to for AM Ammo, the #1 show for sunrise shelling. On today's show, your favorite Octar home renovators teach you how to drywall those bullet holes, and a squirrel who learned to water ski while firing a grenade launcher. First up, Dean Beret with our World Series of Warzone weather report. Hey, Dean.
Thanks, Jim. The World Series of Warzone weather report for 2023 is sure to put the gore in gorgeous. But every cloud has its silver bullet. This year is bigger, better, madder, more flammable than a bag of frags, more combustible than a basket of bouncing betties. You'll see more competition, more regions, and a whole lot of cash. Cash tornadoes are on their way. These extremely lucrative weather events will culminate with the live, in-person global final. Let's look at the April forecast, where Stage 1 will kick it all off. Stage 1 will deliver thrills, chills, and spills. 3 rounds for both the NA and EU regions. First up, the in-game open. Anyone at home could join the fight. The top 50 trios in both regions will enter the second stage of qualifiers. The top half of our qualifiers will move on to the stage finals. Face off against 25 trios of mercenaries. That's 150 players in total, and that is math. For Stage 1, I'm predicting a cyclone of chaos. where our top performers will move on to stage 2. Got it?
Drew, stay alive, make money, and move on. Seems pretty simple to me.
Yeah, understood. It's very simple, but are you doing okay, man?
Good one, FIFA. Stage 2 starts in June. A month known for rising temperatures due to grenade launchers used to immolate Jeeps. In Stage 2, the top 25 trios from the Open will join the top teams from Stage 1 to battle it out through qualifiers and finals. Top teams from the Stage 2 finals will qualify for the World Series of Warzone Global Final. But what if during Stage 2, you couldn't crack it and got fried? Well, Dean's got good news. Trios that missed the cut in Stage 2 will compete in last chance qualifiers in July. For the first time ever, we're giving regions from all over the world a route to qualify through region-specific qualifiers. The global final is in the fall, and there's a swirling pressure system of prize money out in the distance. It's a full menu, ladies and gentlemen. Carnage asada, baked tank, collateral cabbage, and my favorite, fried green akimbo pistol.
That's a hell of a menu. Sign me up.
Okay, that sounds pretty good.
Well. This is what we've all been waiting for. The explosive conclusion in the world's first live and in-person World Series of Warzone event. 50 trios, 150 people, all converging in person on the main stage to crown the greatest Warzone players on planet Earth. For more, let's send it over to our favorite Carnage correspondent.
Thanks, Dean. I'm being told everybody's favorite mono massacre is back, with the solo YOLO taking place in person for some extra solo slaying talk. Phew, that's a mouthful. Back to you.
I'm shivering in anticipation, because this is going to be huge and enormous. Sign up for Stage 1 in-game open now on Game Battles or visit WorldSeriesOfWarzone.com. Hope to see you out there cracked, fried, and ready to ride for the biggest Warzone event ever. See you soon.
Yo, Activision, get me on this show. Warzone is back. The World Series of Warzone is coming back, and this time it's bigger, badder, and madder, all concluding with a live in-person final. That's right, in person for the first time ever. Check out WorldSeriesOfWarzone.com right now, or just scan that QR code for some more information. Nameless, you been grinding your Warzone?
Yes, I'm ready. I can't wait. This is going to be lit, bro.
Allie, I know you've been grinding ranked. How many games did you get in last night?
Too many to count. Too many.
You guys know
how many games are we about to get into for this matchup, though? That's what I'm told to talk about. Boston versus London. The channel points are 80% on Boston Breach, 20% on London Royal Ravens. We're now over 15 million channel points for this matchup. Boston, is that your pick for this series?
Oh, yeah.
Chat's gonna be happy?
I'm going Boston.
Chat's gonna be happy? Chat, you about to be real mad. London's pulling this one out in 5. I have it. It's happening. Sorry, Kremp. We got our casters ready. Let's send it on over to them. We got Lando and Study for this one.
I'll tell you what, Chris, I would love if that happens to be the script. However, lately, Jay, it is not exactly looked like that's a likely turnout. London Royal Ravens off to a very slow start, facing off against the new-look Boston Breach. Your thoughts on that new team, Kremp coming into the lineup for Vivid?
I'm very excited to see Kremp come into the lineup because we all have heard a lot of good things about this young man with that Boston Academy roster, playing alongside Doug Sensor. I don't know what it is. Everyone who teams with Doug somehow, some way enters the league, except for Doug. Truly sucks for him, but Kremp, he's been an outstanding player all throughout challenges, man. Finally, he gets to call up to take place of Vivid. I thought it completely caught me off guard because when you think about Vivid, all throughout this year so far for this Boston Breach team, he's usually been like their leader, the guy that will switch his gun at any given moment just to make sure he's able to hold that W at the end of the map. But taking care of him, swapping him out, bringing in Kremp, obviously the biggest thing that you want to focus on is just simply your slaying. So I think Kremp is going to have that slaying ability. And then you even heard Sif, my guy Allen, talk about his S&D performance. That's where he really does shine. And if he's going to be the in-game leader, that might be what Boston Breach were definitely looking for.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a controversial move. I know Vivid is a favorite by a lot of people out there. I know Nameless has obviously had his for sure opinion about him being an underrated player, but regardless, we'll see what Boston Breach can come forward with. We'll also see on the intern what London can do, because Jay, they're also sporting a rookie themselves. Yuli entering into his 3rd matchup here with the squad. Definitely trying to turn it around, considering that the Ravens, well, they're 0-6 in maps, 0-2 in series, and Jay, not one map yet has been close.
Yeah, we got to do something if you are London, especially if you are Yule. I know he hasn't had the best performance so far in the league. He played up against LA Thieves. He played up against OpTic. Both of those teams are well polished, so it's never going to be an easy matchup. But he's overall in that KD department a 0.7. That's not going to be easy when you're playing against some of the best competition, but if your teammates are able to slay it alongside you, that's when those stat lines can turn drastically, as you see London with basically a perfect P1 to start off this game. 40 uncontested seconds. Boston still getting those bad spawns.
Yeah, we're already looking at the London Royal Ravens. Some question marks, you know, how is Scrapz going to play? I mean, if they're going to play anything like this, we very well could be in for the series that Puckett was hinting at on the desk. A 50-0 start here for the Ravens, and we'll see if Breach can start to get on board. Crip, a 1-4 beginning for him, as really he and the roster have struggled just to even see that objective, but spawns will flip, and now here come Breach.
Yeah, Boston trying to break it from the back end. They do not want this out of the map going in towards that P3, but they cannot give all this time to London as trades go back and forth. You do have one player, Nero, who's going to get that nice one over towards the next hard point, so he's the only player for Boston. Everybody else from London know that we're not going to get that junk time. We're going to fight off the rotation. You take care of Nero. That's already job done. 6-0 for Scrapz. Already earns himself that cruise missile. It's a perfect start for London in his hard point.
Jay, I'm thrown off a little bit. I'll be honest. Like, you know, you kind of assume by the way a series is going to start. I assumed it was going to be, you know, Breach looking good off the rip. But London, talk about great positioning through the first two, up 41 points. Now they've got the best rotation right now on the map here toward the statue as Kremp gets cleared out there from Nastie. That lead is only going to expand. Ravens on the verge of already reaching 100 seconds before Breach have really fully eclipsed 25. We go back again. Crimp once more silence. This is a much different Ravens roster already from the get-go, Jay. I know we're only a handful of hard points in, but this team, they are slaying it out.
Oh, they're slaying indefinitely, my friend. They are just dominating the better side of the map, making sure they're maintaining the spawns, making the kills a lot easier. They're chopping them all down as they push through double doors. Give Scrapz the 3. I'm out of here. Time to flip those spawns as Boston gonna spawn 2 bottom art. But at least you do have one player in Yuli who's able to get that stage spawn. He's able to flip his way out. Now all his job is just simply stay alive on that side of the map, wait for his teammates to get into the play. But if London come out to play like this, where the hell has this been all weekend so far? This is great for them.
The last time that they played Fortress Hardpoint, Jay, they walked away with 70 seconds. That was
not good.
Now they've nearly doubled it. We're not even through the first side of rotation.
Oh!
Incredible work across the board. Multiple team streaks. I think we should have some scores, or rather kill streaks coming in not too far from now. But a 100-point advantage in which Ravens are in control once more. Breach, I mean, I think it's fair to say, man, they are completely caught off guard for the first time. A moment where they're able to get a few members down on the opposite side, and now they can begin to soak up some of those precious seconds. Still down by 90. We'll see if the young gunning Crimp can eventually get going as he visits the respawn screen. He sits at 4-12.
So far, Boston finding a good break, getting a good chunk of time off of this P4 hardpoint. Try to get themselves right back into this game. They're going to be down by 72 points going in towards this Blacksmith Hill. It's now London. They're going to be fully set up off the rotation. It's all about starting off these initial gunfights right. Nero taking down Asim. He now earns himself that 5 spree. 1 off for earning that cruise. A whole lot of pressure from the front end.
Yeah, that'd be huge, right, for Breach to be able to have that streak as well, just to counter what I'm sure is going to be a decent amount of artillery on the other side. There you go, cruise missile confirmed, and Nero not done at 6. Wants to at least make it a 7 spree, and maybe could even hit double digits. Breach beginning to wake up, but more specifically, it is King Nero trying to have his stamp toward the end of the first set of rotations, but streaks are in, and now here comes Manny Marshall flying and piloting that cruise missile. Information earned, but it is an open objective for now. 20 seconds left over at the horse statue. It's a 1v2 for the point. It's Crep who walks away with it, and Breach, well, they're making that scoreline look a lot better now, Jay.
Yeah, this is how Boston can get themselves right back into this game, trying to chain this hill towards that P1. The Scrapz is able to take down Crep off of that junk time, so no one's going to be able to get this final 10 seconds. It's all about the battle of the spawns. Nastie, he's able to take down Beans, but Crep and Awakening, they combine for 2. They're maintaining stage side. They're making sure that they're spawning all of London towards double doors. Not trying to fight for either one, getting some of this hill time, but it's all about maintaining that better side. And Boston find all the kills. Now they're able to soak some time.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say for Breach too, man. Like, you can kind of tell like they're just solely focused and trying to make sure they've got those spawns. They're very carefully trickling their way back into P1, maybe just respecting the unbelievable start that London had to this hard point. As Nero goes low, Breach just continued to maintain wonderful positioning on the map. Only player they're gonna have to worry about though is Asim. He sneaks through with dead silence, and from there, he very well could cause a bit of havoc toward the back lines. 3 players in his sight. Nero goes for the snap, not able to find that. Is it all 3? You bet it is. 3 there for Asim, and we'll see what he can do off of it. Boston having to try to be very careful of quite a few players that have made it behind enemy lines. A big spot for them, as we'll step aside and go to a listening with the Boston Breach.
Units up. I'm playing time. I'm playing. In the back. P4 last guy, Nastie. He went to the back. In before now. Back door.
More in the back. Back 18. Deep 18. He's playing deep back. Open and deep back.
I'm only by the mark.
Last one deep.
Last one, you shooting me.
Okay.
Front.
Nice. Look open. Is he back corner?
Open it.
Horse.
Close. Open last guy.
I got streak.
Double two single.
Yep, single, I'm pretty sure.
No, Thomas dead.
Something dumb.
Yeah, I think so.
Single done.
Nice. He's on me, guys. He's me, the horse.
Mass box. Dead.
Gate, nothing old.
I'm looking gate.
I'm starting the maps.
I can come in here, but I can.
I got gate.
I'm on you.
Hold it.
I got maps.
Nice. Stay lock.
I'm pitching doubles. Oh, the world open.
All good. They could hit from me. I'm sure.
Okay.
Yo, watch front, guys.
Okay. Help front.
Crossing one shot.
Maps dead.
Front, no one front.
Yeah, front on me. Enter.
Nice.
Yeah,
bottom P1.
I can streak this.
I'm
shaking. Ice one maps. One can spawn on you guys.
Nothing cross.
Top map sucking. He's going out.
Top maps and he's back found.
All game set. I
got him. Nice. Close front.
I'm trying here. Get this side. Is anyone out?
I spawn maps there.
I spawn bottom mark.
Well, how about that check-in with the Boston Breach? One word that comes to mind for me, Jay, is energy. Kremp, the newcomer, talking about trying to be the IGL and search destroy. He is definitely bringing the hype right now to the team. They know that they are not just on the verge of a comeback, but now they find themselves in the lead. A complete turnaround here from the Breach boys.
Yeah, Boston, they turned it up to a whole different level in the second half of these rotations. Good time off of that P2. You win the rotation over towards P3. You get a majority of the time there to now take the lead in this game for now until London are going to take it right back. It's all about this P4. Trey's going back and forth. Beans and Kremp, they combine for 2, but Nastie's able to take down another. Now it's on a 2v2, but you see both the London players, they're going to spawn all the way across the map, so you have to try to go big. Awakening cuts them down. Boston Breach, find another one.
20 seconds still to 5-4 over at Cannons. They also have to think about that rotation, but you are definitely focused on this time right now if you're either side. London wanted to make sure that this lead has not come to a complete collapse, at least maintain a bit of something. On the other side for Breach, they smell blood in the water. As we heard from those comms, everybody feeling that much better about themselves. Kremp, a much better performance. You see him now at 25 and 26. Goes for a moment even before he hits the deck. Beans now positive. Awakening, the same thing can be said. And Nero, he's had a wonderful time inside of that objective, trying to pick up maybe from where Vivid has left off. To P5 we go, when it is the definition of a neck-and-neck game, Jay.
Yeah, it's scrappy, but at least London come out on top in the engagements, and we're able to flip those spawns. Now Boston spawning towards the back of Anvil, towards back statue. Have to try to fight off their base. It's all about starting to maintain this map control as Kremp finds one, but the trade is going to instantly be there from Asim. Already 30 and 23. This is usually his field day map where he just loves to take over the game. The first 4 times that he played some Fortress Hardpoint Lando, he was a 1.27. The last 5 times he's played it, 0.8. So he's just trying to turn it right back around. He's trying to get back to that 1.3 mode, and so far he's not he's answering the call.
I was gonna say, it looks very good to possibly maybe even look that much better now, maybe in the next few hard points. It's been an interesting stretch for him, as you said, Jay, but right now positive 10, maybe in threat of having a cruise missile again, potentially.
Oh,
the Chow able to win that one. confident Asim. Back to P1 we go, and now it appears that the Ravens have woke up once more. Scrapz on a bit of a spree, now makes it 4 in a row. Matty Marshall also beginning to heat on up. The desk was challenging him. 0.5 and 0.6 is what his KDs have been so far throughout these opening matches. And right now, he's trying to put the Ravens on his back. London in full control right now of P1, and Boston, they've got to make a move, whether through the backside of the spawns or into P1. Number 3, Big Wake, the player to look out for. Ravens, they sniff him out.
They're all just getting cut down. London do a great job of just reading the spawns that potential players can get. You're taking down the guy that's going to try to flip those spawns on the opposing team. You do that, and you're able to maintain the better side of the map. Basically, another full 60 hold at this P1 is now going to put them 25 points away from taking map number 1. Can they do it? Can they hold on for this final push? Boston, they're getting into close spawns. That's 3 dead. Last play on the point is going to be Nastie. That's try to go big. At least takes down 1, but Boston, they find the break.
Yuli's still back here. Yuli could definitely cause a bit of chaos. However, player 4 right tries to go for the snap. Nero, sigh of relief or reload of the gun. As Breach realized now, these 30 seconds definitely look to be in their favor. London, a big spot. Maybe attempt to go for the attack, or maybe you just back up, park the bus, and allow for that rotation over at the fountain. It appears it will be the Ravens stalling things out, allowing for the final 15 to go the way of Breach, and relying on what has typically been and historically been, Jay, a great rotation for the team that starts it off. We'll see if Breach can once more make the brigade, make the rush into this objective, because they're going to have to do it quick.
It's all about going, man. It's all about going. You have one player in Yuli who's trying to watch the cross, but unfortunately gets some bad timing. So a couple Boston players already put themselves in a great position. Spam your attacks towards the front, blow up these trophies, and let's try to get this guy off point, because it's only 9 seconds until London take map 1.
Oh, and Asim, they recognized that he was out of the play, but he actually taking down 1, taking down 2, taking down everybody. The Breach fall by the wayside. And how about that from London? Scrapz and Asim getting up. It was an 8-map losing spree. It was all out dominance on the other side of the stage lately for Ravens, but they have come out hot here in Bounty Week, Jay. They're hungry for that 10K, and they start off this series the best way possible, 1-0, and a 250 to 216 scoreline is what we've got.
That's a nice little chunk of money to come out here in this bounty match, take that map number 1 versus Boston, and finally let go of that map losing streak and coming out and making a statement in this map number 1. Like, look at Scrapz, 35 and 25. He wasn't doing this all last week. Guy put up 4K damage alongside Asim, 39 and 30. Both those guys just took over for London every time a play needed to be made where the spawns were going to be flipped. Asim put himself in a great position. Scrapz is always there to win his one-on-one gunfights and get away with his life. That's exactly how you want to start out the series if you are London. Not having the best week 1, but taking down Boston Breach on this map number 1 is now going to do wonders for this team. Tons of momentum on their side. This is usually a hard point that they like to play, but the difference in this game was that P1 hard point where they just took over full 60 holds back-to-back rounds. Whenever they found themselves just getting the game a little scrappy, they did a great job of just maintaining the better side of the map, setting up for the future, and eventually closing out this game. What a map number 1 from London. Boston Breach, just a little bit of a slow start.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it really comes down to that, right? If you saw the scoreline at the start of this game, it was London who were up massive. Breach did a valiant effort to at one point tie the game. They took the lead for a short moment, and really from there, London, they just played their cards right, knowing the lead that they had already built up previously. They start to get going again, and then P1, right, it ends up going their way from there. They just make sure they've got the rotation over towards Statue, and that's where this game comes to a close. Impressive work from Ravens and Jay. I mean, what, last week we were talking about how London could not wake up in the hard points. Back-to-back, pretty much 100-point clubs. The last time they played Fortress was versus OpTic in their last series. They put up 68 points, and that was it. So you could definitely tell from all sides. Ravens, very, very excited to see that game 1 go their way. And for Boston, well, I think they start to feel a bit panicked. LSCLO Search and Destroy up next. Should be a fun one.
Yeah, LSCLO Search and Destroy is definitely going to be a fun one. Obviously, on the side of Boston, They recently played this map. They were able to clutch up all the way in round number 10, and Beans, for some reason on this map, he just simply takes over. He always puts himself in so many different scenarios, so many different positionings, to where he's watching so many different angles, and he just does it so well that he's a guy that you have to put a lot of focus on. I know they have an overall record of 4-4, but ever since Bean has entered the roster, they're sitting at a 2-1 record, with him having a 1.75 KD. So Beans is a guy that you have to make sure you're equalizing, or at least trying to shut down.
Yeah, without a doubt. Right now, I think sports the number 6 search and destroy KD this season in Mr. Beans. Wonderful work coming in from the rookie. And I guess it's interesting, right? Because we're talking about search and destroy. Obviously, Boston now down 0-1. One of the biggest talking points it felt like that Schiff was bringing up, I think the desk was touching on it, is that Crimp is coming into this team, as we know, also as a rookie. Yeah. But he might be looked upon to possibly be the IGL of the roster. How do you feel about a rookie maybe leading the comms for what is still a relatively younger squad? But how do you feel about him possibly holding that title now?
I'm excited to see what he's able to do with it, because obviously Boston Priestahh, they've been great in Search and Destroy even before making that roster change, but to put him in the lineup. So now with him being that IGL, him also being an aggressive SMG player, him also having a 1.24 in KD in challenges in Search and Destroy, he's going to bring a lot of different things to the table. Probably a different couple of strategies, things that he took from his old team that he's able to bring to his new squad that worked really well, just so he can get more comfortable. So that's the biggest thing, because like this guy's only been on the roster for less than a week. So like with him being the in-game leader, he will be able to call calls that makes him a lot comfortable, makes him more comfortable to allow his teammates to do exactly what they do best. And I think the biggest thing that you want to change if you are Boston is that first blood percentage. They are dead last in this map, but at least they make up for it in the 3v4 situations. 37% win rate in that scenario.
Yeah, it's just interesting, right? Because it's like, we always talk about, I don't know, maybe just role-wise, historically, it just feels like veterans, are normally in-game leaders. I know that it's changed, over the past few seasons, whether it's been like KiSMET for the New York Subliners back in Vanguard. I know, a big conversation was 2Real's impact on Vegas Legion. It's just an interesting convo. I hope that Crep has maybe got that playbook out for the Boston Breach, try to know their tendencies, know the things that they like to do, and still help be involved in that first engagement. He and Nero, they're to tag up the first. Scrapz, at least able to answer back. In the meantime, it is Breach who have found numbers, but only for a moment. Cremp puts his first kill up on the board, and it's a huge one. Now leads us into the 1v3.
1v3 all left up to Nastie. He knows that Beans likes to play his way over towards top radio. He's able to spot him, hits down a couple shots, but not able to close out the kill. That stun connecting, his teammates going to stop the pounce on him, but a beautiful frag comes in, makes it more manageable. 1v2 now.
It's still a lot of time on the clock. 40 seconds still to go. And now for Nastie, the pursuit of an early round clutch. What that would do to the confidence of the Ravens is maybe even incomprehensible. Awakening just toward the outside. Dead Silence is rocked. 63 HP and a dream. Nastie tries to escape. A bit of frustration there toward the end, but nearly played his cards right. Boston stay alive. They hold off the 1v3 attempt, and it's Cremp putting in the final kill. Round 1 goes to Boston.
And right there, you could just see London. They were expecting no players from Boston Breach to be inside that A-bomb. They were correct, but they weren't correct about the aggression that Boston were still going to be able to put on without having trophy systems. As Nero pushes his way into courtyard, he gets the first blood, and then all-out pressure through Keg Alley to find the final 2. He put Nastie in the 1v3, doesn't have Dead Silence to work with yet, and eventually he does get cut down, but Boston Breach, they had to clutch up on their first defense, and with also getting first blood.
Under round 2 we go. You already hear the ring of that Dead Silence coming through from Cremp. He tags in a Nastie, tosses an 8, says a prayer. He punches the door open, and funny enough, it is Yuli who exists on the other side of it. So it is Ravens here with the first blood this time. And with that, we'll see as Nero begins to move forward with that bomb in hand, what he can attempt to do. Spots the shadow, I believe there, of Yuli. Needs to close that door if he attempts to get that bomb down. Yes, indeedy. Plan about to be in, and now it's up to the Ravens retake. They do have numbers. We'll see if they can utilize those properly.
So now to 3v4. They know the pressure's coming in from courtyard. Great communication on the side of Boston Breach to at least take down both of those players, and already now put themselves in a 3v2 situation. All of them up to Nastie and Asim. They're trying to hit that flank through top mid.
Asim. See if he can find the timing. Spots Awakening hanging out over at the bar, realizing the time is absolutely of the essence on the verge of the kill, able to drop it. 2 more to go. 15 seconds on the clock. Some movement has to be made. Nero on the bomb site, able to clear away Nastie, and he'll do the work for both. Breach able to clear it once more. London with the first blood, but Boston remains stable, getting that objective down and allow for Ravens to come to them. 2-0 now for Breach.
Yeah, that was a 3v4 right there from Boston. Great job from Nero to instantly get that bomb down, and then I'm pretty sure Beans is the player from Top Money, gets that info. If the pressure is coming in through courtyard, Nero, once he gets that bomb planted, instantly pushes out through bottom checkers, finds that kill, and eventually take care of the second, put them in the man advantage. And then Nero shuts it all down by getting the sound cues in towards that A-bomb to find the final 2 kills on the round. 3v4 round right there. London, you can't give that one up. You got to at least put a lot more pressure on the map when you get that first blood.
Oh, we're right into round 3, by the way. Sniper is out and in the hands of Beans. Taking a look through the crosshairs. One jumps through, goes for the chow. Nearly had 2 lined up. Some great work coming in from Beans. However, the snipes not landing. And in the meantime, for Ravens, that bomb is getting planted. So it is down. And we'll see what Breach can do. Still looking for a pick as Beans. Get ready to have a player challenge him from the right. Climbs up the ladder and manages to escape. Meanwhile, on the outside, Crep ends up falling. Beans, pistol in hand. He drops 2. And you just wonder if that sniper could have at least rained through with 1 bullet with 1 kill. How different this one could be. But a 1v3 for Big Wake. Not looking good to clutch it out, Jay.
Oh, it's only 15 seconds left. Let's just play our lives. Let's not give up the stats. We're not going to be able to clutch this round. Awakening, he does have that dead silence, but this round is going to be all London. Great pressure from London. Bottom pull. You know that they weren't going to be stacked in towards the site once again. You get the play call that the aggression is coming in from courtyard. You're able to get that bomb down instantly. Hold down the first push. Find that first blood. Eventually win the trade battle to leave Awakening alive in the final moments. London finally get 1 on the board. Beautiful attacking round there.
I'm curious, Jay, like for Ravens, right? The outlook on the season right now is, you know, they're not obviously in the greatest position when it comes down to the standings. We talked about top 8 is what you got to get for champs. Like, what do you really feel like needs to be the focus of the Ravens right now at this point in the season? Is it search destroy or is it something else?
It's everything. It's literally everything. You only have 50 points. You have the ability to get 210 points if you win every single match, including both majors. So it's all about just perfecting your gameplay in every single mode. They did it in that map number 1. So far in the search and destroy, they find another first blood. Great item play right there from Nastie. Take down Awakening. Yuli snaps for the second. Now at least they put them in the man advantage. They get cut down. London, 2 rounds in a row now. Boston, what's going on? Because London, they're coming out to play today.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I talk about it too, man, because I don't know. I just feel like I look down the London lineup and it just feels like players who should be good at search destroy, and you know, they've had at times throughout this season their strengths when it comes to hardpoint. I know control obviously has not really been there all year for them, but I don't know, like so often we talk about teams that are, you know, in the bottom 4 or maybe just in the need of trying to make a climb up the standings. As you said, it could not be more dire right now than it is for the Ravens, but search destroy, it could be their success. It could be their point to maybe make a bit of noise here in Major 4. Better late than never, but as we said, it really is going to be a journey up the mountain for them. The expedition, I guess you could say, begins right here, right now. Up 1-0 and trying to make it 3-2 here in this game. Asim spotting really the barrel of the gun there on Crep. He takes him down for the start. So it is wonderful work coming in from Asim once more, trying to lead the charge. As Ravens will actually halt the push. Nero's got to be careful with his life. He drops here, and that very well could decide the round.
Yeah, but he's got dead silence now, so you got to be ready for this push that could potentially come in as he's able to hit that flank in towards bottom pull. He saps on the first, able to take down the second, and at least makes it a 2v2 now with Nastie picking up Beans. But Nero, he's not stopping. Dead silence is still here. He finds his third on the round. He gets the sound cues. The last player's behind him. Awakening here for the pinch.
Give it to Nero. Give it to Nero. No, God, he nearly threw it away, but it's the ace covered in from Nero. Never a doubt. I may have hesitated for a moment, but he rocks that dead silence, and you can see the smile on his face. Goes for the melee, just the fastest of reactions, but thankfully does not throw it away, Jay. There's the highlight for him. A lovely little 4 there.
That's good work from Nero because he was the only player on that side of the map. Even with his teammates getting first blood, another 3v4 situation where Boston Breach were able to clutch up all on the back of Nero. With his dead silence play towards bottom pool, cuts down 2, wins the 3rd gunfight, and then gets a sound cue for the last to earn himself that ace. So now he's sitting at 9-3 on a 4 streak. Can potentially earn himself that cruise missile. But this is a big round right here. London, they're going to be sending multiple players on the flank, and Nero might have just read this perfectly.
Possibly. Player 8, player 5. It could be Nero either hearing them or just running into the bomb site to try to get away. Regardless of it, his life is also going to be taken. And with that, the early flank coming in from London, the crafty plays now has elevated them to a 4 versus 2. The dead silence eventually does run out for Asim, but it's no problem because they can pretty much remain stationary and allow for Breach to come to them. In the process of that going down, it is really Scrapz who gets cut out in the middle of nowhere. So numbers a bit more manageable for Breach, but they still got to get that bomb up in their hands and planted. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, London, they're just holding the opposite side of the base. They're allowing this bomb plant to go down. Gonna try to retake it with the man advantage. Now time is starting to tick. You get a couple stun hit markers. Now you get the information of where Boston are gonna put pressure from. Only 15 seconds left. Someone has to commit towards that bomb plant.
They might rely on Awakening to try to make a play. He's able to do that. However, in the meantime, he does lose his squad mate. And from there, London, while they do lose 1-2 members in the process, they eventually utilize those numbers to clutch out the round. A nice answer there. And it is Yuli coming away with the final kill. Big one. They're on to a flying Awakening. I would never want to see that in game, Jay. That's for sure.
Yeah, he definitely gunning you out of your socks from that positioning. But in that case, London, they just had a great play call right there. You get 2 players to invest that dead silence. Pretty sure it was Yuli and Asim on that flank. They saw Nero do it in the previous round. He got 4. This time we're going to send 2 players on that side of the map. And they open up with the first 2 kills on the round. London are able to tie it up at 3. Back on the attack we go. It's been all out pressure in towards this A-bomb. Boston this time around, though, they're going to switch it on up. You have Nero's playing courtyard doors, and Kremp, who's being super aggressive up through Keg Alley.
Definitely landing out a few shots. Does get stunned out, and that dead silence will come to a halt. So he will look to try to make his way on his belly, knowing the Nastie could be over at top white. As we said, some shots exchanged early, so definitely a bit of info toward either side, and there is all the info that you need. Scrapz found Kremp. Oh, nearly makes his second one. Thankfully, his teammate Nero is able to do all the work that he has to. The SMG duo coming in strong. Beans able to wipe away his second kill of the game. And from there, it is Asim now left in the 1 versus 3. And he's got quite a bit of real estate, Jay. He can really hang out on the bottom side of the map for as long as he'd want.
Not as long as you want, because with only 30 seconds left, you got to get this bomb down eventually, right? Deciding to push his way all the way through the spawn. Gonna wrap his way all the way towards back B, get some info onto Awakening, but Awakening, he's able to get out with his life. Now all of his teammates turn around. They are ready for the gunfight. Even if it's across the map, Beans is able to win it with the AR. Boston Breach, great response. Great crossfire setup from Kremp and Asim. Once Kremp finds that first one, even though he does get traded, Nero's in a perfect position to find that second kill. And then while Nero's putting all that pressure in towards bottom pool, Beans with that flank through radio tower finds that 3rd kill, makes it a 1v3, and then ends the round with the final. Boston Breach now up 4-3.
The reason why I said Asim could just kind of hang on that side of the map is because I don't know if I really want to visit the other side. I don't know if I want to see 3 members of Breach staring down the barrel at you. Regardless of it, Asim has to make the play, eventually drop.
Oh, let me in.
Yeah, I was going to say, not allowed inside of the pool hall. I don't know what that's about. It's 10-4. I would definitely let him try to make some plays, and very much so. Right on cue. Door once more slammed in his face. A grenade at his feet. 50 HP. Stunned up. Tagged up. And just manages to get out of the line of sight from his team. But no! Ends up dropping 2. Nastie, meanwhile, walks right past Awakening. The nice snap coming in from Big Wake now leads us into a 2v3. The ARs still remain for Breach.
And right now, Yuli and Asim do have dead silence invested, so they can run around a little bit, but Asim, his is actually going to run out. And now it's time for Awakening to invest in his. Bomb is still going to be down towards bottom pool hall. You open up this back door, you get some information onto 1, you go for the snap, and you're able to win it. 2v2 now.
Nobody from London goes for the chow. Remain stationary. In the meantime, Awakening. More hunting to do. Are you serious? Now it's found 2. Does he have the 3rd? He knows exactly where Scrapz is hiding. Come here. incredible work there from Breach in a round that had no right to go their way.
Yeah, these guys are just not good in the 4v4 situations. But if you give them a 3v4, even a 2v4, they stand a better chance. As Owakening just reads the play beautifully, reads the setup on how London we're going to play around that bomb, checks every single corner, and find all the kills in towards the bottom of the pool hall. What a round right there by Big Wake to now put his team at game point.
That is very, very impressive, Jay. Looked like he just knew where everybody was.
Yeah, yeah.
Looked like he was like, okay, I'm going to check this corner. All right, now he's going to be over here, etc., so on and so forth. Into this round we go, and it is Nero quickly getting Scrapz out of the fight, and Kremp, well, he's happy to go on the flank. He's got that dead silence, feeling confident to go through Keg Alley, and from there, Nastie dropped as well. An instant, before Kremp goes low. Yuli at least able to drop him, but 3 more members to take down a bomb that still has to get planted just to keep this game alive. Rookie not bringing out the white flag just yet, but that decision very well might be made for him very soon. 40 seconds on the clock. Guns Nero, 2 more to go. And thankfully he does have dead silence, that field upgrade at his side.
Now it's all on Yuli. 1v2 scenario. He knows at least the positioning of one player, but he's just going to get this bomb down. Dead silence is now going to run out. Beans and Owakening, the ARs for Boston. Ready to try to set up this pitch. Awakening reads it beautifully, but Yuli with the snap. Unbelievable. Only 6 HP left, and Beans hops the bomb. Beans hops it.
You've got to be kidding. You've got to be joking. You've got to be kidding me. Beans just hops right onto the fuse and denies what would have been a sensational 1v4 from Yuli. He gets the smile and the fist bump from the team. Mind games covered in from Beans. And honestly, Jay, like, that is just wonderful work. They're coming in from Beans in that moment, right? Just knowing that he's going to be on a heater, a little bit low, and health. The last thing that he's going to be expecting in a situation like that is for someone to already be punching in the digits onto the fuse. Incredible work there from Yuli late, but it's Breach who walks away with the game. And now we've got ourselves a series.
Yeah, it was such a back and forth S&E to start this one off. It got to about 3-3, but then Boston Breach able to chain 3 rounds together. 3v4 clutch, 2v4 clutch, and then preventing a 1v4 clutch in this final round to close it out 6-3. I love the teamwork already that we saw from Nero and Kremp. Like, one player is putting on pressure from Keg's side, and then Nero's putting on pressure from Courtyard. So it's either one of these guys are fighting for that first blood. You see, Kremp only has 1, Nero had 2, but they always put themselves in a situation to find a trade whenever it was necessary. That was just good work from Boston Breach, making sure that they played their advantages to the best of their ability and clutching up tremendously in this search and destroy to now tie it up at 1.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like you said, I don't know what it is about Boston. They just don't really like getting the first blood. It's it's an odd strat, but it does work out for them successfully here on LOCLO Search and Destroy. I gotta say, highlight round for me, Jay, was not just the near 1v4 they're coming in from Yuli, but also that insane retake of pool there from Big Wake. Wonderful stuff. Reads. Wonderful stuff indeed. I've already been able to see quite a few highlights so far throughout this series, but it is a 1-1 game, and we come back after the break. We are headed to a hotel control, so make sure and stay with us, friends. This one has only just begun. Everybody, I am Lando, and today I am joined by Boston's finest Beans from the Boston Breach. Buddy, how you doing today?
I'm good, you know, just working every day, getting better, all that.
Well, you just finished up your first major with the squad. You get a top 4 placement. It's also your first time on the main stage. For you and for the team, what were some of your biggest takeaways, you'd say, from the Texas major?
Probably just getting comfortable on the main stage together. Obviously, for me, it was my first time on the actual main stage. So it's a way different atmosphere to anything I'm used to. And so sometimes you tend to play situations differently. You're like, it's not really nerves, but it's just different. So when you get put in a different situation, you play differently.
It feels like you've kind of been in a situation where you've had to adapt quick really throughout your entire life. Like I watched a few interviews that you've done. You've traveled around the world growing up. Many don't even know that you actually lived in Dubai for a while. How has like that lifestyle impacted both who you are in game and out of game in the situation that, like we said, you've been in for the last month?
I think it's like I can like adapt to new people very quickly, so I can like make friendships and relationships really quick. So obviously moving countries, moving continents at such a young age really helped with that when I was like 12 or 13, and throughout that time I was obviously still playing COD, so I was meeting loads of new friends and stuff, and through that went to a couple of LAN events out in Dubai, and then going to the main team, it's yeah, just new faces completely never spoke to before, and just getting to know them quick and creating that bond as quick as you can. The more comfortable you can get, the quicker it's easy, because then you can pick apart plays and stuff, because when it's early doors sometimes you're like hesitant to say stuff, or you can't really get comfortable with the team. So the faster you can do that, obviously the better.
Well, I will say, aBeZy, I feel like you've had a great impact so far on this team already. You helped get this team their first Game 5 victory of the season. You helped give Breach their first franchise win over the LA Thieves. You helped deliver Breach their second ever finish above a top 4 or at a top 4. But I'm sure for you, right, the goal is something that is much greater than this. If you could pinpoint one thing that the squad needs to do in order to deliver the Boston Breach their first championship in franchise history, what do you feel like that is?
The main thing is good habits. So like practice what you play. Don't, it is fun sometimes to have some fun times in scrims and do some random stuff, but getting in good habits all the time is probably the main thing. We made some mistakes at Major 3 that we never would make in practice, but that's just the way it is. That's just sometimes the moment can get to you. There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of external factors, you just won't make the right play all the time, and that's just the way it is sometimes.
One of my favorite parts about your addition to the other 3 beans is the passion that you provide. It feels like you were always one to get up, get loud, yell across the stage. Where does that fire as a competitor stem from?
I create these like mental battles in my head with every team I play against, as if they're the ultimate enemy. I don't know, this comes within. It's nothing like you plan on doing really. It just happens. It's a little bit different from the main stage, because in the pit in challenges there was actually a bit of mental game to it. Like roaring, shouting at people. To some people would actually get in their heads, whereas on the main stage they can't hear you. You can't hear a thing, obviously, with the soundproof headphones. So it's not really the same. But it's for the team. It's just passion. It's even when you're losing, you don't stop that passion. You keep going.
Anything you want to say to the CDL, maybe to the Boston Breach fans out there?
Thank you for all the support. Obviously at the major, even at Major 2 when I wasn't in the main team yet, it was really good seeing all the fans. Major 3 it was really good. Taking pictures of this one, it was awesome. I really appreciate it, and keep supporting. We'll be here all year.
I'll tell you what, Beans, you've earned a fan here. I got my Breach mask. I'm excited for you guys. Good. Excited for you, man, for the rest of the year. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us today.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
How's it going, friends, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I gotta say, that guy who just did the interview in the player profile, wonderful job, by the way. Regardless though, Jay, in all seriousness, Beans, was a blast talking with him, trying to get a little bit more of an insight on Boston Breach moving here into the Major IV Qualifiers. And I gotta say, man, he's got a great head on his shoulders. It feels like for this Breach team, they've done such a wonderful job at just trying to grab and trying to utilize that Boston Breach Academy team to the best of their ability. Obviously, like we said, they've got Beans, now they've got Kremp. So far, after 2 maps, what would you give Kremp a grade? Where would that be at as we fly in for hotel control now?
I think I'll give him a B+. He was doing great work in the search and destroy. The first hard point lacked a couple in those rotation gunfights, but overall, he's having himself a nice little series. You heard that interview with Beans. I think the biggest thing I took away was like public enemy #1. That's who London is right now in his head. And going up against them on their best control map, even though they have a record of 3-9, this is where they usually find themselves some success.
And it's interesting because speaking of this map in general, right, this is a relatively new one. I think you said for the Boston Breach, right? Like a hotel control. Feels like this is one that we see all the time, but I guess for Breach, it's not really been that so far throughout this season.
Yeah, they haven't played it in 3 months. Last time they played it was January 15th, and that's even before Beans entered the roster. So obviously, when you make that roster change, you add the addition of Cremp to your lineup. You're thinking that the slang is definitely going to be there. He probably has a little bit better of a game plan, how you want to play this map. That's why they decided to put this one in the series, trying to expand that map pool going into the later half of this year, as they're putting a lot of pressure on towards mid. First segment already done at A, but London, they have mid map control. They can still fight for to get them off at this point.
You can tell, like, right, having just one player on it, it does allow for that time to pause, but you're not really gaining a whole lot from it. Little by little, that segment begins to fly on forward. From there, Asim able to tag up a few members and really Breach. They don't get the information that they wanted, but they do at least now have quite a bit of time now at their side. Full capture through. Big gunfight one from Cremp, and now that will leave Breach to make their way through the backside of the spawn. Quite a bit of time still to work with, and a big gunfight here for Owakening. He's able to take that, so Breach beginning to formulate a push.
Yeah, they're beginning to formulate a push. Both of those teammates die, wrapping back towards bedroom. So now Beans and Owakening trying to find a couple spawners. Leave some of that pressure on, at least try to set up this pinch. They're able to catch Julie off spawn. They know that Scrapz is still back here. Beans finds too, even with the SMG, but at least you get all the information. Those players are cleared out. Last two players in towards bed, as they do not find a single kill. London holds strong.
Yeah, London take down all four, and also if you're the Ravens, you know exactly where they are spawning. Over toward the kitchen and now into the diner. Scrapz ironed up and ready to go for one, nearly for two. Good work there for Nero to snap onto one, but at the same time for Ravens, like I said, I mean, they clear out a few players. They are really making Breach have to work for every bit of map positioning. And really, a few players make their way in from middle, trying to cut across into that B zone, not going to be there. And so the only man that's made it past enemy lines once more is Owakening. We'll see if he can make good on this opportunity now. 30 seconds on the clock. Somebody's got to make a move on. This kill is huge. Owakening drops it again. It's now all of Breach coming in from the front, and now Nero, who's trying to make a play on the flank.
And now this is going to be their last push. Every single time they've tried to overextend through Shandy, tried to set up this pinch. But the players from London are changing their positionings around, staying alive in the crucial moments, and just playing the trades efficient. Because now with only 7 seconds left, Boston do have some map control. They can stop the clock. All someone has to do is get on the point, but with London maintaining mid side, they're able to cut them all down with beautiful crossfires and hold strong on that defensive setup around B. London take round one.
I just feel like Royal Ravens were, like I said, man, all out confident. Well, Ely's got to be careful not to shoot his teammate in the butt. That would be testament in lesson number one, but still finds a few kills toward the end. But yeah, I just feel like for Ravens, like they just pretty much stacked themselves up inside of the bedroom, allowed for those flanks to come through. Owakening, two big opportunities to try to make something happen behind enemy lines. He gets thwarted in both of those situations, and really the rest of Breach not able to do much, as we said, from that bedroom parking lot position. But now the sides will flip. Boston on the defense, London on the attack. We'll see if Ravens can maybe etch in a few more segments to have that lead. But in the meantime, it is an all-out push over toward that A objective.
Owakening with a big two-piece. Starting it off towards middle connector before he does get chopped down. Close spawns are going to be here for London. Over towards kitchen, but you have one in player in Cremp that's going on that late flank. He does get sniffed out. Great play from Yuli. Take care of that player as the first segment is about to be complete. It's looking like Boston just waiting for their opportunity, probably trying to find one kill before they decide to pounce. Bean starts it off, Owakening with the second. Now the other two players fly through connector.
It just feels so frustrating if you're a London member.
Tough.
Considering that Owakening, every single chance that he gets, he's able to poke away at a few over at that A zone. Now Nero begins to fly. And so pretty much be the one man that sits in front of them before they can even get into kitchen, get into that A zone. And we'll see if that causes enough of a stir for Ravens to maybe even reposition, decide to go for that B zone. bit scattered inside the middle. They begin to line
Oh,
up.
man.
So one direction and 3 go the other. A 5 spree granted here for Nero. 1 away from the cruise.
Yeah, I don't know how he just got that 4-piece. A little bit of assistance from Yuli to at least take down one teammate, but what a play from Nero. Shuts down that aggressive push. He earns himself a cruise missile, and with only 20 seconds left, London have to put pressure on in towards Diner. They're getting those spawns towards Kitchen. You just have to get past Beans, who's just lighting them up with that TAC 56. Couple snakes towards the backside of the Diner, just trying to stay alive, but time has started to tick. London look like they're not going to be able to touch this point, and this has been a dominant defensive round for Boston on the response, only allowing one segment. Now puts them in the lead on this map, tied at 1 now.
Yeah, I mean, that was just all out clinical. Like, it was Awakening tagging up a few really around multiple positions here over at the restaurant, and then he called it perfectly. Like Nero's unbelievable spree where he goes, takes down a few in a row. I think, like you said, he does earn that cruise missile in the end. It just felt like for Ravens, never really a chance to get coordinated, never really a chance to get comfortable, and Breach make them pay. We felt like London did a solid job on the defense, but how about that from Breach? We're going to have that advantage regardless coming into this round number 3 on the attack, and we'll see if they can stack it up that much more. And it looks like off the start here for Boston, another early hit toward B. Last time around, they struggled to really get into bedroom and make something happen. Now this time around, we'll see if they can improve on a bit of their mistakes. Cramp at 5 and 10, trying to be the difference maker. Up the ladder he goes, and receiving the fate of another death. Yuli there to drop him. Boston back to A.
Back to A they go. London great on the defensive setup. Just reading all the players that are putting pressure over towards bed, but now that you read what Boston are going to do over towards A is the first segment. It's only being captured by one person. Everyone else is just playing for a couple kills. Nastie's at least able to relieve some of that pressure by taking down Beans. Trying to set up his teammate on the flank, which is going to be Scrapz, but he gets cut down. First segment done. Nastie, it's time to make that decision. Let's just back on up.
Sylph will do that, again, on the 3 spree, so he definitely does have a valuable life. He's decided to try to tag somebody up at the end, catches a snaking Awakening. And no, not going to extend that spree. So Nastie, one line of defense ends up dropping, and now it is going to send Scrapz now over on in. He also will fall. So here is the opening that you've been looking for. If you're Breach and you get it with a minute 40 on the clock, you will take it. Another kill found in the mid from Beans. Okay. It's going to be 2 now for him. 2 members left up for London. The others are out of the fight. Right into that B zone we go. All pressure on for the Ravens to try to hold this off.
Yeah, they're trying to retake from middle, but Boston know exactly where they are coming from. They start off with the initial 2 kills. The stack isn't still here, but at least the first segment is already done. They just don't want to get bad timing on Yuli. The player that's still staying alive in towards bedroom. You know what, the rest of the players from London are attacking from mid, but the second segment is already in. They get the gunfights in towards bedroom. Now the stack is here, and this is looking like a Boston Breach round.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Beans, fiery, happy about a round victory like that. I'll be honest, that just looked way too easy. That looked way too simple for Boston to walk away with. Like, you know, they had a bit of adversity over in the restaurant, but nothing really. There's a minute 40 on the clock. The one push that they make through the backside, through the flank, is successful. They've got 1 guy, 2 guys in the objective, and the rest of them know exactly where the positioning of the Ravens are going to come from. It felt like London were the ones who were on the non-favorable side, when in reality, it is not at all the case. Excellent work there for Breach. Another streak that could be on the cards here for Nero. And really for Boston, they can close out this control right here now.
Yeah, Boston set themselves up beautifully. The closeout on this defense is all about these initial gunfights, and Crimp and Nero, they started off. If I'm Nero, already on another 5 spree, just invest the cruise. Why don't you? You're going to be able to earn yourself another one with the way that you have been playing so far in this series. They're just playing like rats in towards the bedroom. Just having multiple players from London trying to sniff them out. Krem is winning 1 after 1. Huge gunfights in towards the bedroom, and he's able to shut down that person. Finally, London get an opening towards kitchen, make it all 4 dead. Able to stop that clock. Try to close out A, I think.
Maybe.
Okay.
Nasty. Okay, well, somebody hops to the objective. In the meantime, it just looks like I said, man, for Ravens, a bit of a scattered push. They've got somebody in the objective. 2 players who are pretty much just allowing for the spawns of Boston to not have a few players coming off of them. So a position lockdown, and yeah, from there, Ravens, they just send 3 players back in the objective, trying to stack that one up. Meanwhile, Asim holding an interesting cut. So objective captured. It feels like for London, like we said, a bit of an odd situation, but they all regroup, and from there, that's the name of the game. Stack the point, and maybe win the round. Off of it, 3 players, the back lines here for Ravens. We'll see what they can do with it. Boston are absolutely aware that this push is coming. Up to Asim, and right now up to Yuli to try to make something happen. Great bait and switch, still alive.
Great work from London. Asim and Yuli just trying to be the dynamic SMG duo on the back end. Controlling the spawns, controlling the pressure. As Asim is able to at least find one. Awakening's putting down some shots, but Nastie was a huge one-on-one gunfight in towards bedroom. So now London, they can decide to wrap back, fight this from the front end while Nastie still causing problems on the back end. It's all about starting off with these gunfights. Asim, he's in a crucial position. He's just going to hop on the point.
Yeah, I was going to say, Asim is in a huge spot right there. I mean, he can give the comms over the squad mates, at least let them know not where they are, but as he drops, he has to hop in the point. Scrapz as well. He also does get dealt with, so London, some close spawns over at the bedroom. 35 seconds left to go. And this round, if it goes the opposite direction, this game is over. Yuli, at least able to drop one. Here come the Ravens. One player that could be making a play on the backside. Very well could be Nero. Dead silence, and he's pretty much out of the play right now. So all out focus is at the bedroom. Awakening begins to beam him. Here comes the cruise. And Nero, not able to find anything, but at least has some information calling out that pretty much half of the team is out of the play. Time continues to tick. Can anybody make it here for the Ravens?
It's all over, man. Final push is coming in. Crep has bedroom control. You're watching the aggressive push up through couches as Bees cuts them both down. And that's going to be Boston Breach taking the control map. They haven't touched this since January 15th, but they look great ever since the addition of Crep. 3-1 is the final score. Boston Breach now up 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure if you're Boston, you walk away with this one feeling pretty good, but yeah, I don't know, man. It just looked very sloppy at times for the Ravens. Like, you know, it just looked like at certain moments when it came down to the early defense, when Breach just kind of waltzed their way to the back lines, it looked a little too easy for them to make that flank, for them to make that play, and just different moments in that last round, right? Where London are on attack, they send a few players forward, maybe just not aware of where Breach are at on the map. Regardless of it, London, another control loss. And that has really been the name of the game for them so far throughout this season. Now make it 5-16 in control on the year. Not making that one look much prettier. And just like that, Jay, back-to-back dubs here for Boston. Got to feel like the momentum is without question right now at their side.
Oh yeah, definitely. After having a slow map number 1, do great work in the search and destroy, and even in the control. You haven't played this one as a team, but the game plan was on point. The one mishap was in that first attacking round where London, they were just shutting down that pressure through the back end and maintaining bedroom control. But once Boston, the second time around on the attacking side, you called it perfectly, my friend. They find those first 2 kills off the rip. They spawned them all the way out towards Shandy. They only had 1 player on the point because they knew that the pressure was still going to be from bedside. Once you eliminate both of those players, the stack eventually came in, and they were able to close out that round. London just slowed down in the slaying. Like, that was the biggest difference for me. We saw it in round number 1. They were able to keep up. Every single time someone needed to get a 2 or 3 piece, it was happening. But as we got deeper into the game, their guns started to get a little bit more cold. Boston was starting to get a little bit more hot in their aspect, to say, just had the perfect game plan, man. You know, on defense, if you are the team that's pushed out towards bedroom, your teammates are dying off spawn towards back spa. If you don't find any kills bed, you're not going to have a good time. And Boston Breach has done a great job of finding the kills at the right time, stacking the point at the right time to eventually close out the control 3-1. Now up 2-1 in the series, going into Mercado Hardpoint, where they have yet to play this one and get a W. They're sitting at 0-3 overall. London, they're sitting at like 3-6. So neither one of these squads have a lot of success, but you can already see Boston Breach with the new addition of Crep. They're trying to expand that map pool. They're playing maps that they're not quite familiar with.
Yeah, that was the thing that I thought was very interesting, right? When we got the map vetoes, it was like, okay, what's the set going to be? Game 3, Game 4, as you said, the hotel. For Boston, not really touched it in a very long time. At the same time, for Mercado, 0-3 on the year. And so another map that they're trying to, like you said, throw into the map pool now with this new addition and Kremp, really trying to improve on things. And I know, Jay, like you said, it feels like Kremp has had a solid debut up to this point, but to me, this is the map where we really figure out, I guess, maybe where Crimp's going to sit with this team, maybe the future potential of this lineup. Because if you do look at the Boston numbers, there's a reason why they've only played it 3 times. The reasoning for that is because they have the 3 worst KDs on Mercado Hardpoint, that being Beans, Awakening, and Nero. They sit at 60, 61st, and 62nd. So not good. Need Crimp to try to make a decent impact. If he's able to do that, I tell you what, that would do wonders, I feel like, for at least the stats. That's for sure.
Well, I think if I'm Crimp, the biggest thing that I got to do for this team going into Mercado is simply rotate early, because Boston Breach, they are dead last in rotation win percentage on a map like Mercado. You know how difficult some of these hills are to break. So you have to make sure you're setting up properly for that next hill, cutting your losses, chalking up that final 20 to 25 seconds, and setting up properly for the next hill. Because even before Crep entered this roster, they struggled in rotations, and they also struggled in breaks. 11th out of the entire CDL. So you're not winning your rotations, you're not finding breaks. Let me tell you right now, you're definitely gonna have a donut in Mercado Hardpoint. Just gotta win a couple rotations, set up properly, make the game a lot easier for you going up against a London team who struggle basically in the same exact stuff. So it's a battle for rotations, in my opinion.
Well, last time we saw a hard point between both these teams, Jay, it was London who got off to a very, very hot start. Breach eventually woke up, and it was still a dub in the end for the Ravens. If there are anything, or if there is anything that can translate from Fortress to Mercado, what do you want to see the Ravens try to replicate here in Game 4?
It's the rotations, man. They were early to a bunch of these money hills, setting up properly, putting crossfires down, and just playing the game correctly, making the game a lot easier. So with London starting off on the bad side, you want to try to flip those spawns instantly, try to take control of green, get that time off of that B2. And this is already a great start. You're finding initial 2 kills. Boston, they're not playing for any time yet. They're playing for that maintain over towards green side. They're able to cut them down, and that's a good 2-piece from Nero to start them off. London do a great job off the rip, but Nero cuts down that spawn flip, and now Boston Breach able to get on that time.
Yeah, one of the weirdest things for me as Zero does eventually get taken down is really the odd stats for Breach, because it just felt like, you know, having players like Vivid and Nero, this should be a map where they absolutely thrive on. But with the new roster change, maybe this is the time for them to actually put it to good use. London with a few huge kills. Now it's going to spawn out Boston a bit. So into this P2 that we go, 10 seconds left over at the last hill, but the all-out focus is over at the Cantina. Ravens play it patient, they play it perfect, and from there, now they've got this building firmly in their grasp. Great job here from Ravens early.
That's beautiful teamwork right there from London. To solo out Awakening, the only player who's sitting in towards top green, but now it's all on Nastie. He's the only player still alive in this position. He does take down 1, but Boston, they combine for 3. Now the last player here is going to be Asim. He has to try to stay alive. At least you're influencing those spawns for your teammates. The spawn closer towards heads, but here comes Nero on the flank.
Now what the heck just happened? London looked like they had full control, and then all of them, except for one, die in a matter of seconds. 30 seconds to go, and for Priest, they're already thinking about that rotation. Much love to be. It's a big gunfight for him to win on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, we still have quite a few seconds to fight for over at the Cantina. So big gun engagements either which way. It's Beans who wins the rotation fight, and it looks like those final 10 seconds also could go the way of Boston. A scrap fight for it. London will grab it, but as we said for Breach, their focus is going to be on over at 10. Crimp winning a few huge kills off of rotation. Another one would be massive. Not able to grab it, and now here come Ravens with numbers.
Here comes Ravens as they're able to find a bunch of the kills on the map. That's a flawless break for them off the rotation in towards this P3. I don't know if I'm lagging, Lando, but the gameplay is lagging for me. London so far, they are holding strong, but Boston Breach, they're able to find 2. They're trying to set up that pinch. Nero finds a 3rd. The break is about to be it.
Sorry that you're lagging, buddy. Let me know if I can help you in any way possible. Right now in game, it has been a very, very interesting first few hard points right now for Breach, trying to lock things down. It's been all about breaks, especially as of late. London once more able to win a wonderful, wonderful gunfight. So Nastie takes that, and from there, back we go. It is Breach with a slim advantage. London looked good to walk away with the scrap. So from there, now to the barber shop. Jano, you've got a fresh cut. It looks like Boston, they're lined up out the door. Interested to walk away with that early time and hopefully start to build back up this advantage.
Yeah, Boston, they're going to be the team here early. London, they're getting those close spawns over towards garage side and putting pressure on through the middle of the map. Scrapz is at least able to start it off with the first kill. And I just can't keep up. I don't know what my screen is doing right now, but Awakening, he's able to find 2. Trades back and forth. Boston Breach, they're still holding, I think.
Yes, they are, Jay. They are indeed. Nero locking it down right now for the squad. Beans does eventually get found out. Asim, hungry and aggressive, has to halt his progress and wait for the rest of the teammates to come off the spawn. They're trying to be cautious of the other Breach members who are also trying to make their way across the map. 20 seconds still to fight for. It is all out chaos. And Jay, I'm not sure if you can see it, but Boston, they're locking down Barbershop.
I can see a little bit. It's back and forth, but I see Boston. They're currently up by 40 points. They're not going to win that rotation gunfight, though, over towards 10. You do have one player in Beans, though, that does get that close back alley spawn. So Beans, he's influencing a couple close spawns for his teammates. They're going to be here nice and early. London had to try to clutch up on these gunfights. Nastie in a powerful position.
Nastie trying to lock things down to the top side. It feels like for London, he was really their guy in Major 3, trying to elevate his game. Now in their 3rd series in Major 4, but Big Wake, like a force of nature, making his way through the point, making his way into 10 alley. Nastie, the sole man alive, waiting for some reinforcements to come off the spawn, and the reinforcements, the cavalry, has arrived indeed. Wonderful work here for London, but it is still a headbutt right now in the point. 60 points and growing. 20 seconds to fight for. Here left for the Ravens, but now it's going to be about the rotation. They get awarded with the final 15, and from there, we will see how this next hard point elects to go. A few early gunfights off of the rotation, and right now it is Boston sitting favorably again.
Yeah, Boston off the rotation, fully set up to get those close spawns, and now you're forcing London to find a break. It's gonna be a lot of pressure in through mid-tunnel. You have one player, Nastie, playing it super slow through back banana alley. He's trying to find an entry, but all of his teammates put the pressure on through tunnel. I don't know if Boston gonna be ready for this push. Krep at least takes down one, but there's still 2 players here from London trying to contest.
Big situation right now for the Ravens. Yuli over the top. He's got one player in his sights. Nearly makes it a second. Tries to go for the snap. Not going to be there. Boston cleared the first wave. And now maybe a bit of hesitation coming in from the Ravens. Do we decide to hit this? Do we decide to go for the roto? No, it is going to be an attack once more. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding in a big spot right now for the London Royal Ravens.
That's two.
Time. We bottom? I take your time.
I'm on P4 ball. Looking for Nero and Kremp. Both sides. Put it in P4. I'm out of P4 truck. He's in P4. I'm stunning it. I sent him P4. I'm shotting it. No, he's close laying down. I didn't hit him. He's lying up close. On my head. No, back alley. Nero charged it. Hard charge back alley. P4 dead. Nero back alley. Big kills. I'm looking at mid. They're going to spawn 2. They're going to spawn blue. They're going to spawn blue, guys.
Alright, I'm going to come with you. Let's go P4. Go P4.
I don't see parking lot.
I have Daddy Pop.
One's gate on me.
Yo, one's deep gate.
Deep gate.
Yo, on blue car. Pitch your mid. Blue car on top RV. Top RV is one, I think.
Top RV, I don't see him. Back alley dead. One more top RV. Back alley. You can go alley. You can go P4. You can go.
He's in blue. Will they hit blue?
You can go alley.
I'm stunning with
blue car, Matty. Two times. Blue car, Matty.
I'm doing the hop with you.
One's in blue and blue car. Blue car. RV.
Crap on the hop.
No, let's try to do RV.
One's gate, I think.
I spawn blue. I'm going to pinch him blue, bro. Try and get him off this time. Yeah, we need to P4, behind me. Wait, Beans in, forcing blue. Beans in blue. Wait, let's bring this back, guys.
One's gate.
Come on. One shot, cramp on RV.
Yo, gate mid.
Get mid, that's mid. Nice, good job.
I have the right cross, right? I
have all of left.
Yo, one's P1. And then one P4 as well.
One shot new. He's running out tunnel. Nero. He's pushing house.
I'm gonna go right here.
Nades on time.
One's above my head,
guys.
Yep, throwing nades on time.
Above my head. I knew it, bro. Beans is Tetris. Lay down Tetris. I knew it, bro.
Tetris dead.
Nice, that's 2. We're looking for Awakening and Kremp, guys. I spawn banana. I'm pushing out right. One shot. Table ramp. Kremp, table ramp.
Table ramp dead. He spawned 10 behind me, bro. Watch out.
He's spawning house. One's house on me.
One got a back alley spit and one's 10.
Yo, I'm gonna pinch gate.
One is house on me. I don't know who it is.
I need him on time. I didn't hit him, no.
Yeah, I'm hitting around.
All time dead. One is house. One shot, Wake.
A very fiery London Royal Ravens squad. The boys still have some hope. They still have a chance when it comes down to this game and when it comes down to this series. The issue being is that Boston right now sits at 219 points. The goal of the game is to get to 250. Ravens are going to need something special to try to bring this back. But Jay, it all starts at the Cantina.
Yeah, it all starts at this P2. You have to try to flip these spawns, at least win these initial gunfights, so the game will be over right now. As Boston Breach have all the bodies on this side of the map. They know where the pressure's coming in from. Only 30 seconds away from them calling series. It's a good start, though, for London. They find the initial 2 kills. All out pressure through heads. The break might be in.
It very well could be. Here comes Scrapz. Big gunfight victory for him. Yuli on the outside. He's also able to win that gunfight. 2 players left for Boston, and they're on both opposite ends of the cantina. Last one alive now. It's going to be Beans waiting for some reinforcements. Breach absolutely can still win this hard point here. And so with that, they try to go for the late attack. Yuli with the snap. Great work coming in from the Ravens, keeping this hard point still alive. And now it's about the race for the rotation. Yuli wins that, and now it is 2 members from London inside of the next point. It is Scrapz trying to be the cutoff man, eventually eviscerated. It is now Kremp trying to make his moment happen, trying to make his biggest kill of the game. That's one. Eventually drops. Now into the point we go. It is chaos. It's a 2v2. Boston still locking down the time. Awakening called upon. He drops, and Ravens stay alive again.
Asim goes big, man. He's able to find 2, stay alive. Now he's working towards potentially picking up that cruise missile. Boston Breach spawning all the way across the map. This is where Kremp is going to invest that cruise, give the information to his teammates where to attack from. It's all about getting past Nastie. You take down Asim, big purge kill, but you have to put the pressure on here. London can't win here, but Boston can. So London know that they have to fight for every single inch now.
They do indeed. That's the biggest part right now for London. It's just trying to spin the plates, right? It's just trying to keep in mind everything, every aspect of the game. Awakening from the top side. That's gonna it's gonna be 3. All of them there for Big Wake. Do they get the tick? It is absolutely possible, and that is what this game balances on. Did Breach get the tick? If they did, this one is over. If not, this rotation is massive. Did they get it? No, they do not, but Boston rotate regardless, and they close things out there on the barbershop. A massive win there for Boston as they walk away with this bounty match. Richer in the standings and richer in more ways than one. London, a frustrating loss there, as it felt like they had something brewing. It felt like they had something going. But Boston comes away with the dub, and it's 3 games back to back to back.
And I think the turning point in this hardpoint was in the first rotation of hardpoints. With London, they were fully set up at that P2, and then they got instantly broken. That is the difference in this game. 250 to 194 is the final score line. Boston Breaches did a great job of putting themselves on a better side of the map every single time for all these money hills. For the P4s, they were there early towards barbershop. Towards cantinas, they were there first. Boston Breach, they fixed their mistakes after the map 1, not winning a majority of the rotations. They do it here in the map 4, and they're able to close out the series. What a debut from Kremp.
Yeah, that's got to feel good, right? If you are Kremp. On the other side for Yuli, another rookie, now makes it 0-3 in his first 3 matches with the London Royal Ravens. I got to say, Jay, though, I mean, after 3 series, the last 2 were not great for London.
Yeah.
I felt like the Ravens definitely showed some more fight. It just is a shame for them that it equals out in another loss.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough because obviously you get another week of practice underneath your belt. You're able to at least steal 1 map in this series, but Boston Breach still a very, very tough opponent to try to take down. Fell short in the final 3, and now London find themselves in another 0-3 stage, man. That's tough.
Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate right now for the Royal Ravens, but it is a wonderful situation if you're a Boston Breach fan. Kremp, a wonderful debut and an opening series W there for him. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. Pocket Desk, take it away, guys.
Thank you, Lando, and congratulations to 80% of the chat, as well as Ali and Nameless. You all saw this one coming. Breach gets the W here, but we kind of failed to mention in this bounty matchup, it wasn't just $10,000 on the line. This was a big matchup for Yuli as well as Kremp. 2 challenger players who are now getting their starts in the CDL. Let's start here with the winner. How do you grade Kremp in his first performance here with the Breach?
I think it was a little bit of a slow start, but I think in that map 4 hardpoint, he definitely got a lot more comfortable in this series. And I will say, it's weird for me to be like, Boston Breach is now a really good search and destroy team. Like, that's not something I look at this roster and think of. I usually think of the respawn. So it's a nice turnover, I think, for the Boston Breach camp. And once they kind of get back in their flow with that hardpoint, I mean, those look like the top 4 team that they already were.
Yeah, I mean, I think the initial from Kremp was fantastic. When we talk about, you know, the potential worries for what could have happened with this roster move, it would have been the dynamic between Nero and his SMG duo no longer being as good as it was. Well, they had a lot of chemistry, and I believe that's how they got through this series, was what they were able to do in the search and destroy, pushing up, taking control of their side, getting bottom pull, making plays together. Also in the respawns, like, he had a lot of engagements. On that map 1, like, Kremp started off really bad, ended with the most engagements on the team, and put up a ton of damage. So he did his job, and he played pretty good for the squad.
On the other side, we had Yuli playing for the Royal Ravens, his second loss that we've seen in the last 2 weeks. What have we seen from Yuli? What is his role for the Royal Ravens, and is he doing the job they brought him in to do?
Personally, I don't think so. I think Yuli has been seriously struggling, and I think, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for London Royal Ravens in this series. You know, we talk about London playing these teams so close. After they got that first hard point win in that Fortress, it was like, okay, let's go London Royal Ravens. And then we moved into that 4th hard point, and it just felt really slow. It felt like Yuli, there's a lot of opportunity for him to make these game-changing kills, popping that 2-piece maybe, and breaking the final kills in the hill, and he just wasn't capable of coming through for the team. So I think it's an unfortunate situation for London Royal Ravens.
Royal Ravens still at the bottom of the pile, looking for their 6th win, but Boston getting another dub today. They earned $10,000 and our Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at this bad boy.
Is it an
After
ace?
London wins game 1, Nero says, nah, this is our momentum, son.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful ace. He just flanks around, gets control of their side, and he just wreaks havoc down here. I mean, I think there was 2 aces. There was one by Nero, just running around with SMG, and then also Awakening with attack 56. So they were having their way, playing super aggressive. Like, Nero's hitting money, hitting low courtyard. You also had Kremp hitting through concrete, so you had to deal with a lot if you're London.
That is our Scuff play of the game and our Scuff play of the game winner. Nero joins us live right now. Welcome to the stream, Nero. We got to talk about this first matchup. First off, how does it feel knowing you got another 10K coming to the bank accounts?
It feels good. Obviously, any money, any profit's amazing. So I'm just blessed to have this opportunity to play for it.
And of course, we got to ask you about the change in sub duo. So you used to play with Vivid on the bench for this one. They bring Kremp in. What was it like playing with Kremp? What's different with him in the lineup?
I really wouldn't say anything's really different because they both have like similar play styles. Like Kyle's really aggressive. He gets stuff done. He does the dirty work. He also gets the hill too. So he's just an all-in-one package. I really wouldn't say there's really much difference other than obviously Kyle is. This was like his to prove match, so he's just hungry for it.
Yeah, for sure, Nero. And obviously that begs the question of kind of what the conversation was like as a team to bring Kremp in. And do you have any history of playing with him, or was this kind of your first time?
It's funny. I do have experience with him. I was actually supposed to be on an EU cadet team with him during MW, but it folded. So, yeah, we were supposed to team, but it just never happened.
Nero, I wanted to ask you, looking at the series, you guys both played hyper aggressive as you usually do. It seemed pretty similar with Vivid. You guys are just super hyper aggressive. What are you hoping for with this change? Like, what are you guys trying to get to?
I think me personally, maybe slowing down a little bit because I think the problem with me and Reese is that we're both putting up like crazy number engagements. So I'll just let him take the role of going rogue like Kyle, and then I'll just sit back and just play corners, pretty much.
Change up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, change up the pace. Yeah.
I like that. Can we talk a little bit about where you see yourselves in the league right now? You finished top 4 at the latest major, but you still felt there was a requirement and a team change. Where do you want to go, and what's in the way of getting to the top?
Obviously we want to win. I just think like our problem before was clutch situations. Like we didn't just pull through in clutch. Like against Toronto, we should have beat them. We were 1 second off of beating them, but enough of the past. We're just looking forward to the future. It's pretty much just, I don't even know, to be honest.
Lock it in.
Lock it up. There we go.
Lock in and close series out.
There we go. Nero, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Appreciate it.
That is Nero and the Boston Breach with the first 10K headed to their bank account. We still have 2 more matches to go. 20 grand still to go before we finish the day 1 here, week 2 of our qualifier.
I just gotta say, man, he's capping. That boy ain't slowing down on that.
No,
Nero plays way too fast.
He said that was the goal in the future, right? In the future, not yet. All right, before we head out to break, quick reminder, pick up your gear right now. The CDL shop is open 24/7, and they are taking orders on some of the new hot hoodies and full line of 2023 jerseys. Go to shop.callofdutyleague.com. And of course, rock your gear in-game. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL team packs. We've got it all. Home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for all of your favorite squads. It's only $9.99. Go pick up yours today. When we come back, we got our second battle. Allie, why shouldn't people at home be excited?
Because there's money on the line. Woo!
10 grand and your channel point.
Give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate. I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate. I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate. Give me the smoke. Better keep it light when you talking to the goat. It's no joke. Give me the smoke.
Welcome back, baby. It's Bounty Week. $10,000 on the line for another matchup, and this should be a good one. The Florida Mutineers taking on Seattle Surge, and you ask, what's on the line other than the 10 grand? Well, the players are focused on the money, but there's points up for grabs here as well. And if you're Seattle Surge, you're trying to keep pace with Boston Breach. You were 10 points back. Yeah. Boston just picks up another win, so you got to get a W here today. But more importantly, the Mutineers could pass the Guerrillas for 10th seed with a win tonight.
Yeah, and it's go time, right? I mean, you have 70 points. We're already over halfway through this season, heading into major number 4, so there's not a whole lot of room for error.
6 games back of 8th place. Mutineers need this one, but it is going to be tough because you're without your star player. Havoc choosing to take a seat on the back end. He's going to be on the bench. Meanwhile, you're going to see Vehicle coming back in, and the York, they went to Twitter with it. Due to personal reasons, Cole Havoc will be taking a step back from the starting roster. We'll be moving him to our substitute position for the time being, sending love his way. We checked in with Havoc, and he said, I just need some time. I just needed some time to clear my head, get a fresh start. Vehicle's back in the lineup, but he hasn't played alongside Caps and Fellow. What are we thinking tonight, Alec?
I'm thinking, I mean, maybe they take a dip in their search and destroy. I'm a little bit worried about this situation just because, again, the previous iteration of the Florida Mutineers roster was really good at search and destroy, even with Vickle in the standings. But according to the stats, it wasn't because of him. So I think a little bit of a proving ground for Vickle here.
Nameless, last time we thought it was Atlanta that was just going to storm past Florida, but you called out Capsule as a player to watch. He took them to a Game 5 against Atlanta, and he is our guy to watch once again. What has he brought to the team since joining the Mutineers, and what do you want to see from him in the matchup against Pred in the Surge?
Yeah, so we've watched a couple Florida games where they've had upset potential.
Yeah.
They've had some close wins. They had that big win over New York, and the hard point control has been a little bit better at times, and typically it's because Capsule's had himself a big performance, but also he's been wildly inconsistent. He's dropped some really big stinkers. The match that they had over there in Madison, Wisconsin, we don't talk about that match anymore because Capsule had a very bad time. What I'm really worried about today is when we talk about Cole Havoc sitting out, is like, this is a very important time for Florida to potentially get some points. And you're losing a guy who pops off, especially control. He's making a lot of plays, and in the search and destroys as well. Like, he is the superstar of this team. So that puts a lot of pressure on Capsule.
Florida, the underdogs here. On the other side of the matchup, you have Seattle Surge, who, well, has been surging recently. Pred and the crew able to pick up a big W over their opponent Toronto last week, but it took them a Game 5, a map, and I guess a mode. You're not expecting them to clutch up against one of our best teams.
Yeah, and it was on Fortress, which was insane. And I have to give huge ups because Accuracy had a standout series against the Toronto Ultra. And that first S&D was him and Mack with the first bloods, and in that Game 5, it was Accuracy with 4 out of the 6s they needed to win. So it was a huge matchup for him. I hope he continues that into this series. And again, especially because it was that Game 5 Fortress. That Hotel, though, they still lost it 3-0 to Toronto Ultra in that control game mode. And that's where Seattle Surge has been struggling as of late.
Taking a look at our maps and modes today, Surge are the favorites, but tell me the underdog story. How does Vickle pull out a dub for Florida tonight?
All right, well, shout out to our guy Tim, looking up some Vickle stats. He has a 1.37 on a CeeLo search and destroy, so that's good for Florida. He has a 2.0 on offense, where he also carries the bomb. This is a map that Florida used to be 4-1 on, by the way, when Vickle was on the team. Since then, it's like 0-6 round count. They've lost it back-to-back times. It's been tough.
Vickle, I'm watching you, bro. Florida pulls off the upset. They're both taking Surge, and our casters are ready to go. Let's send it to the boys from Britain. It's Bryson Tunn. Gentlemen, kick us off.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, let's get into this next game. Some interesting connotations. Obviously, a little bit of a new look, or old look, I should say. Mutineers moving into it. We're going to be one of my dark horses maybe moving into this stage. Hopefully, they could have made that Cinderella run that we have seen before in the CDL. Whether or not that still happens, who knows? On the other side of it, Seattle Surge, huge win last week, but still want these 10 points. Get it in, make sure they don't even have that issue of worrying about whether or not they are making champs. They are currently in 7th position, but they are 40 points clear of Vegas. Ton, how do you feel about this matchup?
Well, I mean, a lot of things are pointing towards the side of Seattle Surge. The fact that Vickle's back in the lineup instead of Havoc, and of course, hopefully we get Havoc back in as soon as he can. Definitely a lot of thoughts going out towards him. But Vickle, I think, you know, a lot of people talked about him when he was on this roster. A few people were saying he was a player in the CDL. I absolutely disagreed with that. I think some strong S&D performances, some strong S&D stats that Ant took away from me. We will be heading into map number 2 and see how things go there. But map number 1 is going to be difficult. Seattle Surge, definitely the stronger, but ever since Florida brought in Cap and Fellow, 3-1 on this map, so definitely something to compete with.
Yeah, it's definitely one of these ones where at the moment everything kind of leans towards Seattle Surge in this matchup. But the Mutineers want to make a run themselves. We know that Champs is looming over the horizon, and unfortunately, Florida Mutineers have not had the kind of the great run that they would like so far in any of the splits we've had. Could this potentially be a turnaround? Taking down Seattle Surge would breathe new hope into the fan base.
A couple of big kills coming through. Brock actually finding one over towards the bar side. Gonna need to hold this down. Manages to find another one onto Mack, surviving on his lonesome though. Accuracy will eventually find that kill, so transitional kills coming in from Seattle Surge nice and quickly. Just about retaking this one if they can. Florida Mutineers here in numbers though, with a kill towards the back as well. Fellow may cause some issue here.
Just waiting, just looking for the positioning. Sib's just trying to hold as well, make sure nobody comes through reception. He's got 2 against him, and he's going to fall straight away here. Huge break by Florida Mutineers. Managing to get him very, very quickly, but here comes a superstar. Pred is close, but he's got to wait for reinforcements, Ton.
And that's all on Fellow over towards the back side. Gets some spawns over towards the car park side, and he's still actually alive and kicking towards the back. The rest of the Florida team now spawning here. You need to make sure you do something with this, because you're not going to be in a good spot as we head over towards Kitchen, but there goes the break. Only Mack here left. Seattle Surge keeping Florida out of it. Florida in a good spot to maybe pick something up here. There's 20 seconds of scrap time guaranteed, or is it?
Well, Pred is going to check the corners. Can he pick the right one as well? It will be Pred for the scrap time, but rotation for Florida. They are behind, but getting in the kitchen, it is always difficult to get out of it. As Capsule just guns one on the outside. He gives his team a huge advantage, but Mack gets 2. And now Florida thought they were all locked in, and they might be. The first point in this hard point will go towards them. And it's a big spread from Seattle Surge.
And when Mack finding those kills, you might have thought it may have staggered a couple of moments for the side of Mutineers, but good play by them. Seattle not spawning anywhere near. And you can see accuracy pushing down to the backside. Pred with one at the front, potential break.
Looking for it as wow, and Pred just takes down 2. The trades are flying in from both teams, and it will eventually be Seattle Surge that get away with it. Capsule looking to reinforce before anybody can get situated. He finds the first, he looks for the second, they break straight back in. Florida Mutineers on the back of Capsule, who just runs straight back in a kitchen and says, hey, we were here first, we deserve these points.
Capsule eating right now inside the kitchen, finding the 2, continuing to go as well. There's 4 in the scrap for Florida. Big plays from Capsule. Let's see if we can keep it up. Rotation starting to come through, and Seattle Surge spawn on his left-hand side. Can he cut them off? Not going to happen. It will be a rotation, a much-needed one for Surge. Just felt quite scrappy throughout. Both 2 teams kind of meeting 50-50 in church. Couple of big plays coming out from players on either side. Is what gets eventually that scrap time from Mutineers. Accuracy locking down the bar, though. Big kill coming in from Sib over towards the reception side. Seattle nice and spread out here. Florida Mutineers have got the gauntlet to run through before they even get to bar.
It was going to be a little bit difficult, actually, for Seattle. They didn't have the numbers that Florida had ready for this, but accuracy, the Iceman just sitting pretty. He has the cover, he has the gunny, and he's locked in. As long as his teammates can cover his flank, he will just keep holding these angles and shooting anybody who comes for him. But vehicle breakthrough. Fortunately, the trades are still there for Seattle, as Mack looks to just get anybody who goes for this in the end. There's a good rotation from Seattle. They will hold this for the entire time as we head to restaurant.
It's been a really good hold from Seattle, but honestly, Florida a little bit one by one. Haven't been able to find those 2 kills to break the back of Seattle to then just try and find those trades. And now we're on about the rotation coming through. Huge fight. The Jewel fellow will win it. Important that he did so. Spawns coming in towards the reception side for Florida Mutineers, so they know they're going to be pushing from that side. Seattle pushing kitchen. They know exactly where Florida are. Break could come through if they can set up nicely based off where accuracy is now pushing as well. Florida may well be in the point, but Seattle is positioned very, very well here, Bryce.
They are, and they've already got a player in. Mack is now making it difficult as Pred goes for the pin. Simp gets the third, and Seattle set up for a perfect break, and Simp gets them off the respawn as well. Florida Mutineers, they were in restaurant first, but now they are staring down the barrel of their own hard break. Every single place they go, Seattle are ready.
Irons up from accuracy in the middle of the map, just clearing them up. Nicely done from Seattle after what was a shaky start. It's a wonderful break over towards the restaurant side. Surge and Simp specifically are starting to heat up just a little bit. The #1 KD on this map at a 1.3. He's looking to add to that tally here today as well. Brack next on the chopping block. Give me another one in fellow. Not going to happen. Rotation over towards glass is going to be important here, especially for Mutineers. He had a good start. Seattle Surge, though, have been lights out since we headed over towards the bar side. They're here first over towards P6 as well.
Yeah, actually not really in a tradable position. He knows there's going to be a ton of pressure falling on his shoulders. Finds the first one as well. The rest of the team reinforcing. But before that, let's find out how Seattle are dealing with this. With a Seattle Surge, listen in.
I hear him bed. I hear him bed on me. Bed? I don't see him in the back. I don't see him. I think I hear him top cat. I don't see him. I hear him bed on me. I hear him in the balcony strip. I hear him top cat. I bottom bed. I bottom bed. I think he's in kitchen, Mack. I don't see anything now. Okay. I'm here in kitchen. I don't see him running top. In kitchen. Side kitchen. Yeah. Back door now. Back door. Nice. Up your stairs. Up your stairs. Stairs got me. Nice. Last guy. A-Dom fellow. Last guy. That's last guy. I'll go bottom bed. Strut 7 times. Yeah, that's last guy. I'm coming up. I'm one shot. Alright, I'm finding P1. Let's P1. One down. 3. Last guy's P1 shooting. Yeah, P1. I have time. Go, Dante, go. Alright, try to get in the kitchen and hold the kitchen. I'm watching your side door. Yeah. I'm gonna go top cat. Okay. Me back door. P4 dead. I'm going top cat. Back door. I can't see him. He's on a head glitch. Back door. One shot. Still back kitchen. Back door dead. P1, Art dead. Art, shit on. 3. Couches, TVs. Where'd he go? He's going couches right now. He's couches, right side couches. Okay. I'm on before. Yeah, should we challenge? I'm on Alright, I ran away off time. Someone has to get it. I'll get time. On the right. On me, back kitchen, Bickle weak, square. Back kitchen, double. Side door, right side. I'm getting on time. I know. Right side, big door. I heard you. Right side, big door. Dead. I'm looking deep. Almost square. I'm running through left. I'm looking deep. Wall, bro. Scrapz is deep. Yeah, I'm first on time. Hold on. Big door got me. Right side, big door. Big guy needed me. Where is he? He's square in time somewhere. Con block. Alright, I'm new. You guys gotta fight old.
Seattle Surge are on the cusp of 200 points. Florida Mutineers trying to get their first 100. It has to be perfect from here. Fortunately, we've seen comebacks on this map before. Can Florida do it this time against a Seattle Surge who are barely missing a beat?
Fella was the catalyst for them over towards P2, where they got the majority of those 92 points. On the first rotation of Hills, he's been the catalyst here, but he's left all alone. Mack, Pred combining well. That's going to be a rotation locked in, although a little bit of a split here for Florida Mutineers. While Seattle are ready for the push that's inevitably going to start coming on through. Big kills coming in from Vehicle from one side because you got the cover on the other. Lovely break from Florida. 49 seconds to play with here, Brycey. They can bring this back if they can find every single point. They're within touch and distance. Good rotation over towards kitchen. You're looking pretty. Still a lot of time to go over towards P2, though. Can they lock it down?
Yeah, Seattle trying to get pressure from all angles, keeping an eye on that mini-map, but they have managed to stop them first. Seattle wanted to be in position before they hit it. They're not going to be able to. Cancel still alive. Goes for the second chow. That is a disgusting snap from him, and he tries to get out for this rotation. It will now be on Vehicle. He has to make something here. He has to give his team the opportunity to get in the kitchen and make the plays.
Florida will have a read on this now because Simp is actually going to find 2 to find that little bit of scrap time, but because those kills have come in, it's scrap time. Florida know they've got a free route over towards kitchen. Cleared out the backside, nobody in here. Let's get ourselves set up because we need another big hold. That was a decent rotation in P2 coming out from Florida. The break coming in towards the end is, what consequential of you having the rotation over towards P3? You let Seattle spawn behind you, you give up those 10 seconds because there's a full 60 on offer here.
And now they just have to hold. Seattle Surge again, circling it, trying to make sure Capital finds the first and the second and the third. Unbelievable snapping from him where they need him the most. And Seattle Surge trying to set up, but they find nothing but Big Cap. And they have to hold again. It is still flawless hardpoint they need.
Oh, that's a big nade coming through. You're right. 23 seconds here to go over towards Kitchen. It's looking like all Florida. And this time around, they need to rotate better over towards Bar. We've seen Seattle get themselves into a hefty lead by the time we finished over towards P4. This time around, though, Vehicle. He's in a position where he can do something, but he needs the rest of his teammates to combine with him at the front.
And now the pressure's on Florida. Let's find out how they are feeling with the Florida Mutineers. Listen in.
D1 corner, one shot. D1 corner, one shot in the right corner. In the right corner. One's gonna be my reception desk. Reception desk. Spot dead. I go two. Reception desk. Stay down. Reception desk. Last guy. I spawned dead. They're spawning mid. I none of the corners. One reception desk is one shot. Two spot guys. Spot one shot on time. He's got heady. And then the other one. Reception desk. Reception. Two reception. They team killed. One spot. Both times. Spot dead. Spot guys. D1 on you. D1.
And Florida Mutineers in the comms, they've caught a few things wrong, and unfortunately they haven't managed to get in, but Vehicle finds two and he needs it. And they have just broken this before they lose the game. The problem is going to be for Florida is that while they get this scrap time, it's over to Restaurant. Seattle Surge will be here first for the rotation ton.
Oh, accuracy in a beautiful spot over towards the dual side. Even the bullet damage, he doesn't kill Caps at all, but the rest of the team will be there to clean up shop. 7 seconds for Seattle Surge. Florida, what's the plan? Where's the break coming from? It's looking like we're gonna go through mid, we gotta go through dual, but you gotta do it quick.
You just gotta go. You just gotta go at the moment. Florida haven't even got close. They're taking too long, and they're dead, and they're done. And that was maybe just a misstep at the end. They weren't able to break into Bar properly. They didn't get the points they wanted to. And as they fought for the scrap time, Seattle said, "All right, we'll take 7 at new."
Flashes of brilliance, if I'm honest, from Florida Mutineers. The odd occasion here and there where Capsule's put into a spot to make the plays. They look good. But if they're not there first, the holding from Seattle, the best team in the game on Hotel Hardpoint at it, we got prime examples 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, every single time they had a good rotation, they locked in the majority of that time. It was very rare that we seen a break coming through from the Florida Mutineers, who actually managed to beat Seattle last time around that they played this map. But this time around, it will be the Seattle side that take it away. No real massive standout to me, honestly. I think accuracy found himself in a couple of good positions, soaking up that hill time. Attack in hand, just holding down the lanes. But from the Florida Mutineers, not enough when we got inside the point. Vehicle, not the best start, coming back into it, dropping to 1800 damage. You expect maybe a little bit more. He found a couple of good moments, I want to say, especially towards P2 and heading over towards P5 when the potential flanks were coming in, when the breaks were coming in. That's where he would potentially be to find something for this Florida side. But really, if you think about Florida and the hills that they found, it was P2 and P3. But there is still another 4 hills on this map, bro. See, where they didn't really have too much success. Yeah, okay, P2 to P3, the rotations were looking pretty nice, but you need to be good the entire map against a team like Surge.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, about halfway through, I was a little bit worried that it was just a mismatch for these two teams. And yeah, you still have to give full credit to Florida, right? Like, the fight back there all the way. Maybe a quicker break over towards double benches, and they could have found something. This was a little bit too slow, in my opinion. Obviously, Capital tried to make a hero play, but too many of Seattle was set up. And I think Florida were more worried about holding on to last hill than getting the new.
Yeah, it's one of those when you're so close to the point of your Seattle, you can just kind of sneak in for that final little kill. We know the spawns can be a little bit funky with over towards the back spar side. Things can get a little bit interesting over there. Didn't want to give up those final few seconds on that hill that they had control of, so I can kind of understand the, I want to say, caution heading over towards the restaurant, but you kind of throw it to the wind at that stage, haven't you? Things are so close for Seattle to bring this one back and finish the game. You've got to be quicker, but it is going to be an LCLO Search and Destroy coming up, and I want to reiterate what Ant was saying. Vehicle, typically, when he was on this Florida side, a lot of people think of Havoc as the S&D star, and rightfully so, but Vehicle was a really big player for them on this map specifically. Very much about those bomb plants coming on through, so keep an eye on that. Some big stats coming in from him, which we will delve into once again when we get into it. So, This is the first time we've actually seen LSELO in quite some time, I want to say, for Florida Mutineers. We haven't seen it too much, but with Vico back into the lineup, it's obviously going to be a play for them to make this map a priority. They have to make sure they get it done. A 5-1 record for them against Seattle's 4-4. You've got to tie the series up here.
Yeah, you would certainly hope so. And just kind of reiterate what's on the line here. Obviously, bounty match. The money is on the line. But also, in the bigger scope of things here for Florida, they aren't a million miles away from potentially making a Cinderella run. I know, they are quite low on the totem pole. They're below Vegas. They've only got 70 points so far in this entire season. But there's still a good amount of points left on the board. Get some of their qualifier matches, have a good major, and we might be talking about going into major number 5, exactly what could be happening. But Florida have to show some signs of life. They have to show us why they could be the underdog, right? In this race, at the moment, nobody is talking about them. Where it's all about Vegas. Can Vegas make the run? Nobody cares about Florida. They have to make people care about whether or not they can make the moves to make them a contender.
I mean, look, we talk about London kind of probably out of it by now. I think it's safe to say that they will be very much struggling for 8th unless they go on to win maybe the next 2 majors. But Florida are in a position where they're still within touching distance, but it is going to be a very, very difficult road. They have to be pretty much flawless. We have to see some good performances. We have to see some online wins. And while it may well come off the back of your search and destroy records, we know Florida notoriously have been solid at search and destroy throughout the season. Seattle have grown in confidence in this month, though, after a pretty terrible start. So Seattle's record, 4-4, doesn't kind of tell the full story. Definitely been better as of recent. And as mentioned, we haven't seen this from Florida in a little while. But Vico has been important for them. I'll just read through the stats again. When he's the main bomb carrier, whilst in this roster, actually was the biggest in terms of actually putting that bomb down. Mack quite high alongside of him as well. Most plans when it comes down to the CDL with those 2 players early on. First blood, though, is going to come in for Vico. An important one at that as well. These offensive rounds is where he really does excel, but nice to find one on the defensive as well.
And now for Florida, it's all about just holding the angles.
Should be a kill.
You have the advantage. You have a little bit of map control. And you can always go for a retake if that bomb goes down, which it will.
Not going to get himself out here as Simp finds a kill to now make this as 3 versus 3. Rack answering back on the outside, but Mack just sitting pretty. Outside a bar, this fight will be crucial.
Here we go. That'll be a double chow. In with the first. The second, though, Bragg does get that trade in the end. Simp, left. I think he might get just awful timing here. The player's going to come behind him as well, and Fellow will take him down. And it felt like a slow glacial round from both teams as they look to work the outside of the map.
Florida actually concentrating a lot of resources out there. You've seen Vico find the first blood up top office. All of a sudden, you've got Bragg over towards the outside of the map as well. I mean, it's just easy stuff from Florida Mutineers, picking away around that air control field side. Nicely done, and ultimately it works in their favor. They get the numbers, play them as best they can. Seattle Surge, no answer for them. First blood coming through, first round coming through for Florida Mutineers.
And yeah, I think the first blood is probably the catalyst for it as well. It gave them the confidence to keep pushing out because they didn't really want to engage their Seattle Surge. Just went for the interior bomb plant. But now, Fellow with a sniper doesn't hit anything. Are they going to make a B push here? They do have a little bit of control on the outside, Tunt. It's all about the call for Florida.
It's always tempting. You don't see too much action down this side. You think to yourself, maybe we can get going. Good shots coming in from Simp. They were crucial. Fellow flinched, so can't get the shots coming in, but Predator's going to get caught. Nicely done by Fellow. Good repositioning, good awareness. And now will definitely think about a B hit, or are they? Looking at this, it may well still be A. A lot of options on the cards here for Florida Mutineers, but they got to make one shortly.
Here comes the pressure. Already Mack takes down Capsule before he can do anything, and that bomb is going to be down as well. Florida had the numbers. Fellow gets another sniper. At this point, maybe they should play around him. Mack trying to just make sure he stays alive. Players coming towards him again. Another kill for Mack. He is defeating him on the inside as well. And accuracy is left in a 1 versus 2, but he is down. And Mutineers get another round.
Nice round from Fellow. We don't get to see the second snipe, but the first one was crucial and breaking things open. The first bloods may well be crucial here as well. Both these two teams sitting at similar percentages, but it is Florida, the ones who convert the most. 72% of the time, those first bloods are counting in round wins for Florida Mutineers. There's 2 first bloods. There's 2 rounds for Florida. who don't get the bomb down actually very quickly at all. They don't get it down at all, actually, Bryce. They're typically very active, though. 73% of their offenses, they are going for those bomb plants, and there is going to be Vehicle the majority of the time, not getting it down, but they don't need to. 4 kills in a row from Fellow.
Yeah, he is changing this a little bit. Capsule will get the first blood as well. And what Fellow has done is put the fear in the Seattle Surge. They won't want to work any side of the map he is currently on with that sniper.
And that's bombed down outside of field as well. I'm not sure if Capsule got a read on that, but you can see the positioning from Florida Mutineers may well give you the indication that they have. Accuracy will fall down to Brack as well. Dangerous spot now for Surge. 3-0 is a difficult angle, but Sib can't find the shots. Fellow's still alive and kicking.
I think Sib's had enough of challenging here. Gets away with that one, but maybe not many more. Wants to get the bomb. See if he can grab it. Does. Now to try and get out and make something happen. That has been called out. Fellow sees it and knows they have to go inside. There's no way they're going to be at the moment.
And they know what that would have been for the bomb. Here comes Capsidal. Just the dagger in the side. Sib will fall. Pred left in a 1 versus 4. Yeah, he may well be an absolute phenom, but good luck with this one.
Well,
hold on a second.
Time's against him, eventually gonna fall. And it is the clock that takes down Pred. He has no more options. And Florida Mutineers looking pretty flawless so far, Ton.
Yeah, it's solid. It's just that back off the first bloods, when the initial push comes over towards the B side from Seattle, you lose the bomb straight away. Capsule then can just chill around that side of the map, wait for the sound cues. If somebody pushes it, we can flank right behind and kill him pretty easily. So that first kill is really crucial, has been for the fight the past few rounds, and was massive there for the Florida Mutineers this time around as well. Seattle Surge, you can't have your bomb carrier die in that kind of position. Always a tough one to recover the round, but 5 in a row from Fellow, 4 in a row from Brack. Dominant so far from the Florida side. That should be 6 for Fellow, but accuracy is made of stronger stuff.
Every nade and everything going against him, and eventually will fall. And it is just dangerous. Fellow is working this map with the sniper like a surgeon with a scalpel, but Sib finds him in the end and brings it back to a 3 versus 3. It's a counter snipe.
Good aggression from Vehicle, though. We'll trade that one out. Seattle Surge are constantly on the back foot here. Every first blood going Florida's way. Every round so far going Florida's way. And right now, Seattle don't really have too much of a read on it. Brack not in the best of positions, though, because a bomb plant here would be useful for Florida. 3v2 scenario. Eventually will find himself over towards that B side. Got to be the player. Did he get the sound cue onto Mack? He did. Mack around the corner. Doesn't matter. And now a 1 versus 3 for Pred once again. Brack finds another to his name. Florida Mutineers are cooking on gas right now.
They really are. And I think one of the criticisms you can have of Seattle Surge in that round, and maybe a few of the others, is nobody's really in a position to trade anybody. Like, obviously, they're going to have some issues with any of these players with the sniper that obviously Fellow's been using. He's getting the first bloods, but when you've got Fellow and Brack, I think it's 5-1 and 6-0. It shows that nobody is really just around to either put the pressure on or even try to trade something. Like, you're going to have to make an adjustment here because nothing is really working.
It almost feels like they're a little bit lost as well. The Florida Mutineers are putting themselves either in weird positions or just ones that Seattle on. Ready for Fellow with another. And they may well line up inside the bar. The challenge is going to come through. Vehicle will be stunned up by that one. Accuracy is able to answer back. But Seattle Surge have never found a first blood here as far as I'm aware. The Sib may have found one last time. Oh no, it was actually Accuracy who fell, but Vehicle will find Sib. And again, Florida Mutineers constantly on top here.
And after they put it back to 3-3, I thought they might have an Accuracy. Almost catches Fellow, though. Fellow will eventually get out there before he does go down. Another fight going in towards the middle. Pred trying to find Vehicle, but he has to back off as well.
Yep.
Seattle Surge still a ray of hope in this round, but it is fading fast as they are finding themselves outnumbered. But Pred finds one second from Pred. It's now a 1 versus 1. Seattle Surge, they need this. They need the dream. They need a Pred, and down he goes. Laughing at one of the superstars of the CDL. Too easy in the end.
Oh, he gets some good timing. Oh, Pred's 1v2 over towards the backside kind of deserved the round. The knife pull immediately to find the second. But again, every road leads to a Florida Mutineers round win. Whichever way you put it, whatever happens with the first bloods, which actually have all still went over towards the Florida side, they are finding the round wins. It's 5-0. This one could be over very quickly.
It'll be Fellow versus Simp again, and he jumped out of it. Sim's gone for it. Fellow's actually backed off. He was not ready for that chow. Actually, we'll get first blood, and Pred will get the second here. A little bit of life for Seattle. Fellow trying to play his life, but only has a pistol, and he will get done by Pred this time. And Caps will also fall. Seattle Surge finally on the board.
It's a clean round as well. First blood they find, first round they find. Eventually getting themselves onto the board, but it feels like too little too late. Those first 2 kills coming in the middle of the map, it's almost a guarantee around at that stage. The initial break that's coming from Florida, who, if anything, have been maybe a little bit passive on their attacks, been waiting to play around Fellow, and rightfully so with the stat line that he's putting up right now. A little bit more of a rushed approach from Florida this time. Shocking or maybe to finish the game. Doesn't pay out, so Seattle Surge, the tiniest of glimmer of hope at this stage, but Florida still in commanding position.
Is this an adjustment from Seattle? Is it more aggression? They're trying to get in as well, but he checks the corner, and Fecal plays the timing perfectly in the end. Another first blood. Sid brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Can Seattle this time defy the odds?
Oh, I was about to say it may well be open. He may well get a bit of good timing, but Brack turns around at the right time. Pred gets cut down. Fellow with a snipe accuracy. 1v3 to stay in the game.
Never needed ice more than this, but Fecal will cut him asunder before he does anything. If you're thinking that search was one-sided, you are right. There was very little life from Seattle Surge in that one. Big plays from Florida. They played around the sniper. They got in the right positions. And truthfully, it was just a weird S&D in terms of expecting some jeopardy, really.
Well, I think, honestly, Florida played that completely differently to how we maybe would have expected. We talked about the vehicle stats because we thought it was such an important thing in terms of bomb plants. Not a single one out of Florida Mutineers. 73% of their offenses, they usually find a plant. But that is such a higher win rate with that as well. That is something that maybe Seattle look towards, to consider that that's maybe the route that Florida will go down with this map. But they didn't play that whatsoever. They just went for the first bloods. Seattle, when they found one, they would find a round. But every single time that Florida found that first bloods, which they did, 6 of those 7 rounds, 3 of them from Fecal, they walked away pretty comfortably, Bryce.
Yeah, they did. And you're right, obviously felt like big plays. I would say Fecal getting that many first bloods, kind of something we didn't really expect. But if you're Seattle, you kind of want to just get that one out of the memory, get back to a respawn, and hope you don't go to map 5, because if it's anything like map number 2, it's a dark cloud ahead.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough. Florida always going to rely on the search and destroys. Well, obviously, the Florida of old, who were extremely polished in that mode. Things have got a little bit crazy since the rosters have changed up a couple of times, but Fecal coming back in, offering those 3 first bloods with his weight in gold at that stage. Good play from him. Florida Mutineers back in this series, but you still need to find a respawn, Brycey.
Well, let's see if they can find one. Coming up after the break, we dive into Control. Let's find out who comes out ahead. Don't go anywhere. More action right after this.
Upgrade your game with the The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28 only on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. If you are just joining us, we had a pretty good hard point, but a lackluster S&D, and it leaves us all tied up with Florida Mutineers versus Seattle Surge. Control is next. Can Florida find a respawn time?
Well, I mean, this is a solid chance. Typically, when you do have Havoc in your team, because he has been a huge performer on this map. Florida sitting at 4-4. They were 4-1 on this though, and they've lost the last 3, so it really doesn't bode well for the side of Florida. On the other side, Seattle sitting at 3-2, not necessarily the best stats either, but you do have Pred, of course. It was maybe a late addition to the map pool for Seattle. We haven't seen them play a great deal until recently, where they have been able to release Pred, but it's just something that kind of surprised me. You know, we haven't necessarily thought of, you know, when we see Seattle played a Fortress Control, you would let Pred go and kind of go around that kind of area. Now with Elisilo in here a little bit more often for Seattle, Pred is somebody they can release to try and cause havoc. Florida Mutineers have got to keep tabs on him.
And already a little bit of positioning for this one. Vika will be on the flank, finds the first one, but has he stopped this push enough? The rest of the players are starting to get through. As that aBeZy slowly but surely will reach his destination.
And staying alive here for Vika is crucial. We'll find a second over towards the bar side. Yes, Seattle may be putting time up, but he is the nail in the side of them. Potentially 3, can't find the 4th. But is that going to set up the rest of the team to maybe come and clean something up here? Brack will be able to find 1, but that aBeZy is still coming through here, Brycey. Fellows in a position to maybe do something about it. Here come the nades, but damage already done at B for Seattle.
Pred's wondering whether or not he should just finish that second tick. His teammates have fallen, they're still falling. Pred will find the first. Oh, he won't! Gun by Vika. And that second tick has not come in for Seattle. 50 seconds left on the clock. And they are pinned back into the spawn.
And that's a very typical play that you see on Control. You get the carrot dangled over towards the harder point. You have some options, you find some kills, you get some control. And then when you don't get it, you all of a sudden don't have a lot of time to go over towards the typically easier A point. Good shots coming in from Vika, starting off 5-1. Bigger slaying performance than we really have seen from him typically. Simp will find another kill over towards B. There's that carrot being dangled once more.
Well, carrot dangled and swallowed because they're actually onto both points. B's rocking up, A's rocking up. Florida not in a position really to challenge either at the moment. Vika is going to have to come back if they're going towards A.
Oh,
and he will
tough.
catch a nade to the face and down he goes. Florida get the rest over, somehow still alive. Sib looking to get B with 24 seconds on the clock. Seattle Surge are here in numbers. This should be done.
Yeah, because Florida push out over towards the A side so strongly. Seattle Surge have a free spawn and a free walk up field. There's B eventually secured. I want to say I really actually feel for Vikel there. That's just a nade to slow down Vikel's inevitable push that's going to come through. The nade then lands on his forehead. He still finds a kill, and they will find that A break. But a tough break from Vikel, who's having a good map so far. 6-2. Now Bracken Cove had time to set up over towards this A side. It is not an easy break. Seattle still with work to do.
And that's a full wipe. They're going to push them back once again. They may have given them B, but they will not allow them anywhere near A. Do they have the time and the positioning? Probably 2 more pushes here for Seattle Surge. They're looking to find a break, a gap into it as well. But down they fall as Capsule's pushed up. So is Vikel. They are farming them off the spawn.
Vikel's just been a complete menace in bar. And Preda's a player we talked about who may well be that one that causes those issues. Right now he's causing issues for Surge by the fact that he's 2-7, hasn't been able to get anything going. This has been a really good defensive round from Florida, and especially a good one from Vikel. He's going to end it 11-3 or so as Capsule will be able to lock this in. There's only 2 players left from Surge. No hope, no prayer in this one. Florida Mutineers going to be one to the good after just a really good SMG performance from Capsule and Vikel. 12-6 and 11-3 respectively. They've just pushed Seattle Surge back as far as they possibly can do. No hope at all. They'll get in control of it.
Yeah, a little bit flat from Seattle is probably the best way to put it. There was no big pushes from them. There was no big kill feed moments. They got into B because of the spawn and then nothing. And that is full credit to Florida, by the way. Capsule and Vikel went to work. They stayed alive. They got the streaks in. And they just kept making sure they couldn't hit them with numbers.
It's just that perfect defensive round from the SMGs, in all honesty. When Vikel's pushed up, Capsule's in a position to then hold down in different areas. But Vikel just played his life so wonderfully at every single stage. Beautiful plays out of the Spaniard. Can he keep this up, though? Attack is a very different beast. Seattle Surge need to try and lock this one in. And I think you're right. It was still a little bit flat for them, but still well played by Florida.
Well, you are right, though. Doing it on defense is one, doing it on offense is another. Capsule looking to make a move. The dead scientist popped the super level, but it's Sib who calls it perfectly as well. Will not let him get any more damage done. Vikel now going to do the same thing. I think he's been hurt as well, and Sib says, all right, you can keep running up these stairs, and I'll keep knocking you back down.
I mean, it's just very readable, isn't it? Good awareness from Sib still. And now this is a difficult position for Florida Mutineers because you're being pushed back. You haven't found those kills over towards that B side. We'll have to default back over towards A, but look at the positioning from Surge. They're going to hit you from a couple of different angles when you do find your way over.
There's Vikel into it as well. Looks for the gunfight with Pred. Puts 2 in him. And Pred will have to back off. Caps are even looking for the trade as well. Florida now on this point with 34 seconds left. They're trying to get reinforcements over here as well. Brack identifies the flank. Vikel staying alive with that second tick, and Seattle Surge may jump this at the last second.
Second tick is in. The third may well follow. Great reads coming in from Vikel again. Big brain plays. Honestly, he's been so impressive in this map so far. If you told me that Pred would be backing down from a fight against Vikel in this game, I'd have called you crazy. Eventually, he's going to get gun. That's not a favorable gunfight. 13-5. Pred eventually heating up in this game. Has found a fire spree. As that A capture did still come through for Florida Mutineers. You will want to continue it. A 6 will get him a hold of that cruise missile, and here it comes. There you go. Pred eventually on the board, eventually online in this game. Slow it to turn up, but turn up indeed. 6 in a row. Can he make it more?
So taking down Brack is huge as well. It gives them full map control. Mack has to be dug out at the same time. Pred looking for players in the spawn, and he's going to find an easy one on phone. No! Doesn't have a gun out. Will eventually just get wall banged. But they still have to find Mack. Eventually they will do. Brack will take him down. 48 seconds left on the clock here. The Florida Mutineers are looking to move forward as both teams are up.
That's your first job done if you're Florida. Clear out your spawn. Now you're going to push forward and find those Seattle players in and around the site. Accuracy will, of course, be playing slow and methodical, waiting on the push to come through. Simp with an important kill over towards the backside as well. Florida seem to be waiting on something, but you've got to move. 25 seconds.
Yeah, Florida playing this glacially slow. Vikel will find a kill now. This has to be the catalyst for him. They are burning time down every single second. There will not be a second push. And Accuracy still up here, still waiting. Finds Vehicle, goes to the door, has to back up at the same time as well. 8 seconds left to go. And Florida have left everything to the wind. They have not put pressure on Seattle at any point into this one. One lost opportunity, 1.8 seconds. Pred's going to come flying through as well. Now takes them down, and that is done. Seattle Surge, there was 2 pushes there potentially. It looked like they were waiting for the kills, and Seattle were like, all right, well, we'll wait too then.
I wonder if they're just waiting for Seattle to make a mistake, waiting for a pick to try and find your push through, but yeah, you're very right. I mean, they just waited far too long. It's one of those moments, Seattle are like, okay, well, cool. Yeah, okay, you found the kills that we've been pushing up players up towards bar, pushing up towards blue. That's where you know, we're going to try and cause havoc. But as soon as they get pushed back, they just sit tight. And Florida Mutineers do the same. It's a strange one.
The only thing I can think is that realistically, Florida Mutineers were waiting for Seattle to get aggressive. Maybe hoping to catch somebody going for that flank or being aggressive and going for that map control, but they really didn't find it. Vehicle finds 2 off the rip on the defense here, but it is a game of 2 halves.
Just a constant aggression from these SMGs. Vehicle is having a hell of a game at 18 and 7. Oh, fella's going to get caught out here, though, as Simp does start to heat things up here as well. Typically not a good map for the young Slayer, but 14 and 10, not too bad. We'll need to continue this form if Seattle want to find this game and get some terrible timing. Bracken can now push back over towards A. Contested at this moment in time. Mack, the last one alive, should be dealt with. Eventually is. Florida, hold on for now.
It looks like a similar time to last time. Seattle Surge spawning up towards B. They're going to be there in numbers as well. Simp overextending, looking for the players coming off for that respawn as well. Finds one, Pred will find another. And now there should be pretty plain sailing. Vehicle, the key player here for the Florida Mutineers, as he looks to try and find any player he can to allow his teammates to reinforce.
And Florida may well have one stab at this and then find themselves defending A once again, but this time around it's going to have to be for a lot longer. That kill from Capsule, though, is maybe going to tempt them to try and find a push here, but 2 kills in from Seattle. This should be it now. Capsule may well find one, and needs to be a hero here. Hero play here. Bryce, not going to happen, but he will be locked in. Good play from Seattle. Florida Mutineers never able to stagger Seattle in that stage, never able to find a breakthrough. Seattle Surge now complete control of this side of the map. If you're Florida Mutineers, you've got to get over to here. You've got to batten down the hatches. Big kill coming in from Fellow. Pred will find one. A small glimmer of hope. Yeah, this is massive.
So big. Capsule tries to take for his life. Mack looking for the players as well. Vehicle's going to blow the car up on him, but he still finds a kill and he's alive. An income with Pred with the missile. They're trying to just get them back at every single point. Brack falls off the radio tower. Pred now surging forward as Seattle Surge. They smell blood in the water.
Pred ran from behind. Finds that push through. Florida have never been able to finally get themselves in a good position to defend this. Now they've got to sprint and now they've got to move. Seattle Surge here defending the point. They're capturing the point. 1 tick left to go.
And Florida thought they might have had something here. They started fighting on the defense, but they do eventually get the clear ton. Actually, the only one left alive at radio tower. Everybody look at him. He still finds a kill in the vehicle. He knows more pressure is just piling onto him as well. But 1 tick stands between Seattle Surge and a victory on the attack.
Big kill. That's a big kill. Simp falling towards that side will now allow Florida to properly set themselves up over towards A. It takes 1 good push them from Seattle, but from this position, it's sometimes very difficult. Mack will find Capsule, so that player behind you that's typically always been there is not there to be worried about. Fika will be felled as well. 3 players from Florida on the map right now. The crucial one is Brack. He must stay alive for Florida.
You see Pred trying to put pressure on. Actually finds 2. Pred's going for it at the same time. Only 1 player left. Brack is going to go down, and that's Seattle Surge with the attack. Twice Florida Mutineers have given up B completely. And only 1 time it's worked for them. Can they now find an attack ton?
And what's difficult for Florida is when they're getting those SMGs into that bar side, when they are being able to have that pressure over towards the Seattle spawn, they're finding a lot of success. Of course, it is a crucial component of control. You need to be having those players to cause that chaos, to flank from behind when some pressure comes in on the defensive side of things. But when they haven't got that, they don't seem to have a lot else. Vehicle is falling off a precipice in terms of the KD. He was flying at one stage, still doing well, but had a bad round there. Seattle Surge is smelling blood in the water now. Can they hold their defense to find another lead? My goodness, if Pred is firing like this, he was 2 and 7 or something. Now 20 and 14.
He has flicked the switch, and it is a horrifying prospect for anybody in the league. Florida will try and make their way up this map again. The call must come in, A or B. At the moment, they're going to get some bodies underway as Mack will continue to deflect any pressure towards B as well. This may be a settle, get A and then work from there.
Accuracy over towards the tower side, waiting for the rest of the team to find a push over towards A. Mack is happy to... What?
Knife meets gun, knife wins.
Oh.
And Vehicle finds 2 on the point as well. Florida Mutineers, they have the advantage in the lives. They have the advantage now of having it onto A. You can already see Seattle Surge do not want this. They are going to go to B. They are going to defend it for 2 minutes.
And the thing is with that pressure that Mack was trying to put on before Capsule chefed him on, that spawns them over towards the A side, which is what Florida were finding a lot of success on. They do get a hold of that, but it keeps them away from B crucially. So if they then push over towards A and Seattle find a couple of kills, it's not going to spawn them over towards B. It's not going to be a free route up. But now they have complete field control. Vehicle at the spearhead of this Florida team. They need this attacking round. They've got some good presence over towards B. Just need to stay alive, take your time, keep finding these kills. When you find a decent wipe, jump on the point.
Well, last time Florida was slow. This time they have the time to put that strategy through its paces. Clock stopped. Vehicle waiting to see who makes a mistake. Nobody on the minimap. We can see it. Accuracy already finds fellow. Mack gets Brack. And Vehicle is just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. But he has to wait even longer now. Nobody is going to be here for a trade or anything.
I think what he's hoping is that he'll find this kill, and that will bait Seattle to like, okay, well, we need to find him. We need to do something about this, but they haven't come hunting at all. Mack will fall after starting to try to be aggressive himself, so maybe a misstep from Surge here. There's a slight creak in that door for Florida to potentially walk through now.
Vehicle also going to go down just off the cruise missile.
Oh, big
Mack
kills.
gets Capsule. And 1 minute still left in this game. It is all to play for. The lives are tied up. Brack's going to find accuracy. Wow. Off the gunfight. And Florida, every time you think they get a bit of map control, they do not find the kills they need.
It's so tough because they keep getting presented situations that may lead to something happening over towards B, and Seattle shut it down with clutch kills every single time. It was accuracy before, was Mack after. And now that minute and 30 you had is cut down to just 30 seconds. Vika will find Simp though. Mack will find one onto Brack, will slow that down, but again, Seattle Surge in the same position they were on their defensive round last time. Florida couldn't find an opening. They must find one now.
The time is ticking, and they have to find it. Vehicle is on the flank. He is looking for players. He needs to find every single one. Vehicle, there's the first. He finds Simp. Knows there's going to be another one up here. He finds Mack as well.
Where's everyone else?
Open. Can they walk through? Accuracy finds 2. Pred finds a 3rd. Nothing comes of it as well. And a dive, but a loss. And the control goes to Seattle Surge. Florida looked better, but Seattle Surge said, hey, respawns our game. We'll see you in the next one.
Oh, that's really tough. Florida Mutineers in that game, it just felt like they were waiting for the perfect moment at every single stage on these attacks. Sometimes you gotta take a risk. Vika was flanking behind, finding those kills, and quite often was alive in places that Seattle do not want him in. But he needs the backup. He finds 2 and finds a lot of actual Seattle players turning around to have to deal with him in that stage. But the rest of the Mutineers are not there. They're not ready for that push. It felt so strange because, to be honest, I felt like Florida played some really good stuff and then just didn't. It was weird. It was like the build-up was good. You'd clear out your spawn. Okay, we got field control. We got vehicle in a good position. Now let's execute. And they never did. It was a very, very strange attacking scenario from Florida on a multiple of occasions. Vehicle had a decent map, but ultimately Seattle Surge, they just play that slowly. They let Florida come towards them. They don't bat an eyelid.
I think there were a couple of issues there for Florida. I think Fellow and Brack weren't really winning the gunfights they needed to. Capsule and Vehicle couldn't put the pressure on because they were just never in a position or supported where they could get mixing. Yeah. And you kept seeing them wait. They're like, all right, we're ready. Somebody win a gunfight and we can go. And they couldn't. They just couldn't get anywhere. And I even think Seattle Surge actually started to put out another tack for that in the end, and they were just all posted up.
Yeah, Accuracy and Simp had a really good time over towards that B side, specifically Accuracy. If I'm honest, he found a couple of really clutch kills on that B side. It was just a really nice attacking round that kind of solidified the game for Seattle as well. This was nice from Mack, find himself in these positions. And then all of a sudden, you're in a perfect spot over towards A. And yeah, Florida just maybe didn't respect the B pushes enough that were coming through from Seattle, which was quite often. Eventually, it does get a hold of it over towards that attacking side, which allowed that A push to then happen. And again, look, we found some good moments from Florida. At this stage, I mean, you've got to be sprinting towards the point. You can see already they're kind of pushing the alley, but you're seeing Pred finding important kills. For all that Vehicle's finding in the spawn, so is Pred, so is Mack for the side of Seattle. Hard to get those reinforcements there. Pricey, if they're already dead in the end, clean from Seattle.
I think one of the most telling thing there is realistically, this will give you an idea of why we're probably calling it slow. There were a lot of kills left on the board there for Florida. Like a lot of kills left there. Even with 2 minutes to trying to get to B, they didn't use all the lives. They just weren't able to get the pressure onto the map. And after 4 rounds, maybe an adjustment was needed, because now they'll have to do it in an embassy hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt, of course. Vehicle coming in for the first time in a couple of months in terms of the CDL. Of course, he's been chipping away in challenges, but I think you can give them the benefit of the doubt there. Maybe a couple of calls aren't quite what they would be. I mean, the Cellium was there from Vehicle, and that's something that he always really has been judged on. However, you know, his playmaking abilities are definitely there. Not able to get things really going there, and I think he'll be really disappointed because he can put up a map like that. You ask Florida Mutineers, if Vehicle can put up those kind of numbers, majority of the time you're feeling good about it. You're feeling good about a map win. But that's a tough one to take, because honestly, he played the defensive round. It's great. But as soon as he wasn't finding himself in those positions, it was Florida that were collapsing on the defensive side. But he was finding himself in those attacking positions again. But the rest of Florida not able to help him out. So a tough one. But heading into Embassy, I think you're very right. Looking towards the stats on this one, we'll delve in just a second. But the baseline is Seattle said 8-5, Florida 2-7. Hardpoint has been a struggle for Florida Mutineers. Typically, it's very, very difficult to see a route out for the side of Florida Mutineers. And I think they've been disappointed because they know that was probably winnable.
Yeah. We'll say this, though, right? Let's go to silver linings. Let's go to the positives.
Oh, come on.
Seattle, full regain from them, right? Not a great first attacking round. They regained, they made some adjustments, and they figured out what Florida were doing. Florida, on both respawns, have looked okay, right? In that first hard point, they made the comeback. They started getting mixy. They could have done something. In the control as well. Some of those rounds could have gone the other way. And they looked good on the S&D. For Seattle Surge, it has not been a dominant victory in the respawns, and that's maybe the biggest question coming into this was, can Florida do anything against the Seattle team? Well, as we go into this next hardpoint, I'm not fully confident that either team is going to blow this one out of the water, which does mean it could be a close game and it could be glorious.
Well, that's what you want. Our 800th game in the CDL officially. It's a lot of games, Pricey. I still don't think you rank in the top 800th of haircuts in the community, to be honest with you.
Wow, that is just a cheap shot at the worst possible time. Anyway, let's go into this hard point and find out what goes on.
Throwing you off, have I?
Trying to be a new codcaster as well, apparently, but we're going to see as both teams obviously dance around position for P1.
Just had to get that one in there. I had to line up a little bit. You know, I don't know how much more time we've got in this series considering Florida's record on this map specifically. But I mean, the silver lining, if you want to talk about them, they beat Atlanta last time out on this one. It's 250-183. Atlanta, of course, are not necessarily the highest of standards of half-point teams, albeit with the tiny terrors involved, anything is possible, as well as that shot from Brack onto accuracy. 8 points over towards P1 is not something too bad, but Seattle Surge will still be feeling confident. P2 in their hands right now.
And they have it. Mack looking for the first kill. No, it's going to be here as well. Pred combining, actually getting the third. That's about as a clean of a P2 setup as you are likely to get. They've already got Pred watching ambulance, making sure that if they push that direction, it can cut them down. It's already going to find Vehicle. Florida Mutineers some distance away. Can they make this cohesive? Can they make it good enough? Predator's already going hunting as well. Look at him. He's flying out towards that mini-map, actually holding the back at the same time. And at the moment, Florida Mutineers, they can't even see P2. They don't even know where it is.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle can just sit pretty back here because you got Pretty Boy Pred running around Laundry, man. It's just such a difficult push. He could be anywhere if you're Florida Mutineers at this stage. Eventually, Vigo will deal with him. Now we can start thinking about a push over towards it for 30 seconds. But bled over towards Seattle now. 3 players up from Florida Mutineers over towards the parking side. Now Pred can start extending over towards that side once again to just try and cause issue. Wonderful hold from Seattle so far. They're going to soak up pretty much every single second here.
And now for Florida, the rotation and the hold. Daunting prospect when Pred is playing this well, but he's looking for that last player. That player does happen. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Regardless, Pred wins the gunfight. And Florida have the position. He cannot do this alone. The rest of the Seattle Surge moving into position.
Big kill from Brock actually onto Mack on that opposite side. It would have been a horrible pinch for Florida to try and deal with. They will start spawning over towards the PD side with parking lot there for Seattle. Now the push is going to have to kind of be linear. From Seattle Surge now over towards the top side. Accuracy will find one, but here comes Pred. Not so linear here. The pinch is set up. Wonderful break from Seattle again. A couple of different angles. You find the push where you need to. From the front foot, from the side. Wonderful work from Seattle. They're blowing Florida away right now.
A lot of it just the fact they cannot deal with Pred as he finds another kill. And finds another kill! 11-2, 5 streak. Maybe he'll get his streak this time around. Another one, Chow, but Capsule will take him down. That's the second time in a 5 streak he's gone. And Capsule will take this scrap time. Florida have this rotation. A better look for them.
I was kind of questioning that push from Capsule, to be honest with you, because it might actually start messing with the spawns just a little bit. Looking like the hold is going to come in here from Florida, but he got a read on accuracy. Yes, you do, but Pred is the first one there from Seattle. Needs some backup though, Bryce. Or does he?
Not at the moment. Florida still holding on by the fingertips. Just making sure they get these trades going through. Now they're in a good position. Capsule will get another one. And finally, a little bit of a breath where they can just make sure that nothing else comes through them as Capsule finds his second. Seattle Surge are filing through the corridors. It is not an easy push for them.
Florida set up. Can Seattle find a way through? Civ will be able to find the first. Can they stagger it? Can they find the flip? No, they cannot. My God. They can just get punished massively. And all of a sudden now Florida, for all that P2 and P3 was so well played from Seattle. It's early days. You can find these kills and find that decent hold. A very good hold actually over towards P3. P4 I should say. And now it's about the rotation over towards the kitchen side. I haven't been able to find much luck here, but fellow on a 4 spree has the rest of his team on their way. Florida Mutineers with a lead, Bryce.
This is what we wanted. Back and forth. These two teams putting everything on the line for us as well. Fellow can't chow right now because he knows he hasn't got a trade for him. So if he jumps in, he'll just be selling his life. He's waiting for the reinforcements to flood through laundry. And here they come, the rest of the Florida Mutineers trying to get into this point as well. But Seattle Surge win the first 2. They do not win the next 3. And Vehicle goes to work with 3 himself. It is a break for Florida Mutineers. And Fellow looks for the players off the respawn as well. Snakes but breaks. And we go to P1, and I don't know who's going to be in the lead or who's going to win it.
That's a big vamos in the player cams coming out from Vehicle. Finds the kills, and you know what? Fellow plays it slowly. He has to. Finds a couple of shots and just a little bit of a distraction, and ultimately that's what finds the break from Mutineers. Vehicle is there to find the 3, but it's cleanup crew that gets it done. Capsule now setting himself up. This is another 5 seconds or so that are going to go over towards Florida Mutineers, and after a rotation of hills, it is Mutineers in the lead. Big kill from Fellow as well. That's top PD control. You can soak some P1 time now.
Well, they've just lost it, so all the guns are going to be aiming at that window. Those going to be up there. Brack has his back. Mack will attack, and P1 goes back into neutral. It can be difficult sometimes to soak time on this one, as both teams just look for that positioning before they commit to it. As you know, it's an easy kind of kill for anybody overlooking.
Røkkr will get him off at accuracy on Overwatch as per usual, as you mentioned. I'm not sure what Capsule is even pushing that, to be honest with you. You got to start thinking about P2. Vehicle finding the kill up top PD. It's pretty much a free one in the back of accuracy every single time, but it's free time at P1 for Seattle for the majority of that one. 15 seconds to go, and speaking of free time, that will go to Florida as well. A lot of pressure, a lot more pressure actually with Brack in that position. They have actually forced Seattle to be back towards that PD side, so it's not as bad for Florida as it was in that first initial rotation of hills. A potential break is more on the cards than it was last time when Pred was able to run amok.
And they're trying to hold as well, Simp towards the back here. See, there is a spawn out for them. Accuracy is going to be all the way around. They've got to make sure that Florida get in first before the pitch comes through, but Florida cannot get the gunfights they need. Accuracy is going to find Brack. That's exactly what we thought would happen. And Seattle Surge are doing a great job on P2 again. Vehicle eventually breaks it, but again, the trades. It's better positioning from Seattle, but it doesn't matter as the trades keep flying through eventually.
Whoa.
Florida find their way in.
A couple of questionable gunfights there. Capsule with the second one, and accuracy absurd. And now Pred has to try and break this open on his own for this scrap time. May well be able to, not this time though. The spawn over towards the parking lot. Florida actually already over towards the P3 side. Big kill from Sib. It's going to be a Vehicle to maybe do something over towards P3. Staying alive as Pred finds his way over. That scrap time is going to go Florida's way. Crucial kill coming in from Pred. More pressure though.
And Capsule with a little bit of timing and a lot of luck. But he will have to stay alive here. No trophy for him, and many players are challenging Capsule. You took that gunfight. Eventually does win it, but the rest of the guns and the nades will fly through, and he does fall. Vehicle going for his own chow around the corner. There's need to. The nade at the same time looks for another one. He will eventually fall as nades, guns, bombs, and trophies rain upon this hill from both teams.
It's so mixy. Neither team able to get ultimate control, but that might well be it for Florida Mutineers now. It's a 40-point lead. It's 30 seconds at P3 that are on offer. Fight's going to go on over towards P4 that Pred will win. So potential pinch to be set up now as Pred will start firing on shots over from PD side. The rest of the Seattle Surge, it's kind of getting to that stage where you need to challenge for this, and they will do so. Fella will be able to just about slow this one down. It's going to be about this rotation. Big kills from Seattle, though. That's 13 or so seconds that will go their way. They have some presence over towards PD. You cannot let Florida do what they do last time. It was a perfect 60. It's not going to happen this time. Seattle are here.
Oh, well, you say that they're here, they're gone. And this is disastrous. Last time, Seattle Surge could not find a way through the door. They'll be preying on this man. Mack is the man on the pinch. Flies through. Simp will get one as well at the same time as they just continue. Bang! All way through it, and Fecal falls at the same time. Seattle with a perfect break, and they needed it.
How has Mack found those 2 kills? Both absolutely absurd. The perfect break, as you say. 35 seconds now left. 3 players inside the hill for Seattle Surge, locking this one down. There's quite a lot of doors to watch, and which way are Florida going to come through? Pred will find the first on the vehicle, but the sound cue is going to be there for Simp. Capsule will find one. Mack answers back, and it's the trades that are falling Seattle's way. Accuracy with 2. That's 20 seconds remaining. It won't quite have them within touching distance of Florida, but they're going to be mightily close by the time we head over towards Kitchen again. Accuracy with 2 on the rotation as well. This is disaster for Florida.
Absolute beamers. And Mack has really turned up in this last couple of hills. He's on a 6 streak himself. He's already in the door. They're on the rotation. Mack attack again as Fecal falls like weed before the scythe. And another one for Mack. And he continues to go on this streak. And what thought Florida had it has fallen to ruins.
Oh, Capsule. You've got to make that kill. Maybe there's something on the cards if you can do, but it's a Mack 9 spree. That is breaking the backs of Florida Mutineers right now. 35 seconds left to go. Florida are nowhere near this hill. Seattle, crucially, for Florida, actually cannot win here. Pred's on a 5 spree. Mack on a 9 spree. Just continues for Seattle. Fellow's the only one who can slow it down. Mack looking for the 10th. Seattle with a 30-point lead. There's number 10.
It has been a reversal of fortune. Seattle Surge within a stone's throw now of winning this. They can bleed P1. They do not have to worry about P2 if they don't want to, because at the moment Florida are finding nothing. And here we go, 11 seconds for Seattle Surge.
Just a perfect transition from P5 all the way over to P1 is needed here from Florida Mutineers. It was just so well played from PD to Kitchen from Seattle. And you're right, they can just bleed this P1 time. Mack's going to call in the streak. I don't know if you even need to at this stage, but it just keeps Florida off. Seattle may be thinking about positioning more than bleeding that time over towards P1 right now. 30 seconds left to go before things get a little bit crazy over towards P2. Florida, you need to be perfect.
And they're just going for a vehicle, though, in a good position. He knows he's going to have to fight this up the top as well. Mack will eventually take him down. And any second that gets ticked in for Seattle Surge is incredible. They are now 8 seconds away. They're going to be playing for P2 as well, but Capsule finds a big gunfight for it as well. Breaking against that last point. Vehicle will win another huge gunfight. Actually versus Capsule could be for all the beans. They need to make sure they do not get locked out of P2.
Big
and
kill.
the nade has fallen. The cruise missile will come in as both teams start to panic.
Oh, Pred was on the flank here, but he's going to be dealt with Vehicle. Simp falls inside the point. This is a lovely break coming in from Florida. It was a spawn over towards the parking side. Now it's Vehicle left alone. He finds the kill. Both teams can still win it here over towards P2, but right now it is Florida Mutineers in the driving spot in terms of locking this hill down. Can they continue to do so?
Well, here we go. Seattle Surge looking for a Pred. Will find the first. Well, actually, he'll find the second. Capsule on back onto back, though. Both teams make sure they cannot get onto the point. Mack looking to dive into it with 7 seconds. Brack will gun him before he can do anything more. And the biggest thing of this is it cannot be won by Florida Mutineers on P2. They will have to get this time, and they will have to rotate. But 7 seconds again for Seattle Surge.
Seattle Surge, though, are giving a lot of time over towards Florida Mutineers. They're giving them a lot of time to set up for this break. But the break needs to be perfect. It only takes 7 seconds from Seattle to do something about this and end this series. The kills have fallen through, but that's a big one from Fellow. Spawning from Pred over towards PD side. Seattle Surge do not have numbers yet.
They don't, and actually is fighting at the top as well. There's a fight. Bracker's got through. He found a tiny gap, but he's outnumbered. He's almost going to be outgunned as well. He finds one. He has to turn and burn, but Pred will get him, and that's going to be it. There's no way for the backing of this, surely, and the time ticks over. 7 seconds again. Seattle Surge walk away with a hard point, and Florida find nothing but regret, despair, and maybe the opportunity to fight another day, because they looked good today, but not good enough.
That's a tough one. A really tough one. Florida Mutineers pretty much in the driving seat in a couple of these maps that they just ultimately do not come away with the win. Seattle Surge, honestly, it's about that P4 to P5, the Mack 10 spree, the Pred 6 spree, which just puts them in such a commanding position. From then on out, Florida Mutineers played it well, but they had to be pretty much perfect. And it's just so difficult against a side like Seattle to do that. A couple of funky little moments towards that last hill that maybe we found a potential route in for Florida, but they couldn't close it out. Accuracy with a couple of clutch kills, and a lot of them in that map specifically. 31 and 26 from him, but it's the 38 bomb from Pred that will count. And it's the huge, the huge sprint from Mack.
Mack gets the time. 3 minutes 19 from Mack Ton. Did nothing but soak as Pred went for the kills. And if you are Florida, you had that game in the palm of your hand. But Seattle Surge showed us why they can hit another gear. I already don't know what to say. Mack popped off. The hill time was impressive. The streak was even bigger.
I think if you're going to say anything about it, it's to take some positives away from Florida. Map number 1, P2 to P3, you were great. If you could tighten up on some of the other hills, then all of a sudden you're looking at maybe a potentially different game. It's a 50-point hardpoint game. S&D, brilliant. Control, you had your moments where you could have won the game there. Map number 4, the same story. The potential was definitely there from Florida. If they can build on this, maybe there's something there, but ultimately couldn't close it out.
They certainly could not. And let's throw it over now to our wonderful desk to break down everything we've just seen.
$10,000 going Seattle's way and another victory. Great to see you for the Surge. I'll keep these.
That's for you.
Thank you.
I got some more here.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. You guys are very, very charitable. Can we talk about this Surge squad and what they pulled off in that final game? I was getting nervous for a moment. It looked like Vickle and this Florida team were going to have a comeback, but then they were able to slam the door shut. 3:19 on the clock for Mack, though. Is that a season record?
It has to be.
It has to be. It might be. And I mean, it's not the fact that soaking the hill time is even surprising for Mack at all, because he typically is always that OBJ player when it comes to Seattle Surge, but it's the fact that he not only surpasses 3 minutes, but goes 26 and 23 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple key moments in this embassy that were just beautiful on the side of Seattle Surge. On that, P4 hill, they get inside, they break it, and they get all that time. And then on rotation, it's Mack and Accuracy who go all the way around the street, and Accuracy finds 2 kills to get them the entry to get kitchen control, and they get right back in a commanding lead of that game. And I just gotta say, man, for the control, also in that hard point, Accuracy time and time again in the clutch situations when they need an AR to get a big 2-piece, he got it every single time. Lack of an AR presence on the side of Florida Mutineers leaves a gap opening for Accuracy, and he made plays all series long.
I like that you call Accuracy to get a 2-piece, because it was ending 3 rounds with double kills. Accuracy was that man. Today, he drops positive numbers, including a 30-pointer in that game number 4, as the Surge take down the Florida Mutineers 3-1. They bank $10,000 due to the bounty, and of course, another 10 points towards their season record heading into champs. As we take a look at the Surge squad, though, who impressed most on the day? And in fact, pause on that question, because I do want to mention Elisilo. Florida came in. Vic had another great game, 6-1. Are they still one of the most dangerous teams on this map and mode in particular?
With Vickle, absolutely. No, but Florida always has that, possibility of being super dangerous in search and destroy. Vickle, we came into it, we're talking about Vickle's stats on that map, does it once again.
All right, well, now it's time for our Scuff play of the game, and the man who deserves all of the honors. Mr. Mackenzie, Ali, your favorite on the lineup. Break it down. This was his 10 spree.
Yeah, it was literally just on this map for Hardpoint. He was sitting in kitchen. I think that third kill is kind of really what set it going when he pulls out the tack and snaps on the player, trying to make the push from gas. It was just an easy read. It's on your screen right now. And I mean, just having both these guns and being so versatile with it, I mean, that's the kill I was talking about on the cap. My bad. But he continues to go on to a 10 spree here to close out the game.
Mack popping off earns our Scuff play of the game, and he is on the stream live right now. Congratulations, Mack. You just banked 10K. Was that a little extra momentum in today's match, or were you guys just playing Call of Duty?
Nah, I don't really think it was much of like a motivating factor. I think we all four of us just cared more about the CDL points, to be honest.
Matt, congratulations on a huge win. I have to say, you know, you are very much the dirty work player when it comes to Seattle Surge, and it feels like when you're on one, that's when Surge is winning the most comfortably. I wanted to know what it kind of takes for you to kind of get into that flow state, because I mean, over 3 minutes in Hill, you were positive in KD as well. You were also the bomb planner for Seattle Surge. You were one of the highest engagements after planting that bomb to get that kill and stay alive afterwards in the league. What does it take for you to get comfortable on the map?
I think the main thing for me is just flowing out or bouncing off the comms with my teammates. Like, there's not really much I have to do on this team with players like Sib and Pred. They really carry the slang load for this roster. I just need to fill the gaps and just take care of the small things.
Mack, you know, the community is always talking about you guys after you guys, you know, you do really well and then you guys have a bad game and they're like, maybe they should change their roster. And it's like you and Accuracy's names who always come up. For you, what do you feel like your role is on this team? And do you have anything you want to say to some of the fans who may be calling for that?
I mean, to be honest, I'm not really worried about the noise. Our team, we're all confident in each other's abilities. We know we have what it takes to win, so I don't really pay attention to it. But shout out to the fans that, you know, don't fucking actually know what's going on.
Yo, Mack, I love that about this squad. You guys had a goal. You've had that same goal since the start of the season, and we've seen highs and lows. You started off with a second place finish, and then you kind of hit the bottom of the barrel. Where is Seattle at heading into Major IV right now? How good is this team right now?
I think we're a top team and we have what it takes to win a chip, so stay tuned.
All right, man. Best of luck come Columbus. Congratulations on the win tonight. We'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Thank you. Have a good one.
That is Mackenzie Meltz, a.k.a. Mack Daddy, who's going to lock another one up for the Surge as they bank 10K. 2 matches down. We have one more to go. And before we go, quick reminder, start your collection today. Right, Allie? You got to get on board of this one. This is Upper Deck. Start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on UpperDeckEPAC.com or just scan that QR code. Allie, what player do you want?
What? I want all of them. I want all the players. I don't have a favorite whatsoever. None. No bias.
And of course, keep your QR scanning available for this one as well, Nameless, because it's time to get your league packs.
Yeah, get your league packs. Go ahead and scan it. Wait, where's my phone at? Oh, I left it in the green room. I was going to scan it.
You are a good employee, sir. Well done. We got to go to a commercial break. When we come back, it's the final battle. Are you going to make your channel points up, or are you going to be a sad daddy? We'll find out after this. Subliners, Røkkr, final battle on Friday.
Are going to flip.
They are indeed, but still, you can obviously win it over at P1. Envoy trying to put on the pressure as that scoreline for him continues to look fantastic. 32 and 15. It only takes 5 more seconds and a 5 spree. Make it a 6 spree. Have yourself a moment, Envoy. Laughing it up. Enjoying themselves some HyDra. A dominant game 1.
Kill feed. It's Hixie finding 2 to shut down that pressure. 1 minute and 40 in the hill alongside his SMG duo, who's been having a phenomenal hard point so far. Toronto Ultra trying to force the game 5, and they're 10 points away from doing so.
Yeah, they're about to do it. It's my 8 in a row. Win sight indeed. Do we hear 9? You bet. And there's the game. Toronto Ultra.
Scrapz is inching his way over. Drazah is able to get away. I think he might have the information. Scrapz is.
Big back alley. Nice play by Drazah. He's got the sub and he's got the read. Goodbye, round 1.
Now have to run through the doors. This is all choke points. This is all the time. Boston have this one locked in, surely. And 249. They're in somewhere. They managed to get on the point. TJ finds 2. It's TJ. He's still alive. Beams flies in, and Stanley is going to find the kill. And the Legion are in. One last chance. 2 seconds for Boston. They fly into the point, and it's going to be away. Stanley with a 2-piece, and the Legion with a ridiculous start to their Major 4 run. What on earth was that? It could hold, and Boston will have to try again.
Yeah, well done from the side of Legion. Putting to bed the demons of P3. So to speak, 30 seconds remaining here as well. Standing in a good position to get this transition over. Now you're all of a sudden in trouble because the pinch is there, standing
up here as well. Can he make the difference with the dead silence? Getting through as ready, but his teammate will go down. He's almost streak. He's playing his life like it is a fiddle and it is a fall of Rome. There's the 7 as well.
Talk about the best SMGs in the world and what they do on this map, and it's just so crucial you get your SMGs in this sort of place. It's a 9 spree on the debut from Standy. Can he keep this one going? He's dominating Boston right now.
Still looking, still moving, gonna find his 10th there as well. 14 and 3 points. We asked what the difference would be made. Does Standy bring that much to this team? Right now he does. 12 and 6, a streak for him as well. Already making a statement for it.
I mean, I want to talk about that break again. Hopefully we'll get an opportunity to maybe see it, because what actually happened to Standy and Tempo over towards the parking lot side through the red side, and it's just so easy for Legion at this moment. It's the breach, don't start switching up.
And he's waiting. There he goes, finds the first one, knows his chow's coming as well. Standy reading beans like a book. Almost finds a third onto Nero, but not quite.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final battle here on our opening night of bounty matches. $10,000 more up for grabs, and one of these two teams is taking it home: Subliners or Minnesota Røkkr. Now, this series, a lot of people are looking at the standings, and they're probably like, oh, this is clearly a Subliners victory tonight. But not many people remember the last time these two met up, It went to a Game 5, Round 11, and Minnesota won both of the hard points. That was back before you had FaZe on the lineup.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at this squad. What are you looking forward to from Minnesota in particular?
Minnesota particularly, honestly, and FaZe particularly, I'm looking at that control because that's kind of where they had that misstep versus the New York Subliners. They lost 3-1 the Fortress, and FaZe right now has a 1.33 in control. Again, small pool to pull from, but he could be adding to the slaying department over there.
And Namus, I've got to get your thoughts here on FaZe in this lineup. Sure. How does he make this squad stronger? Because last time you went to round 11 against this New York team. You clearly match up pretty well against New York each time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, where Minnesota's going to find success is if they're very good at search and destroy. And they haven't been good at that game mode. It was like breaking the record 11 in a row. When you look at this Minnesota team, well, one, you just get a fresh start with a player who can come in and be a role player for these guys, and that's what FaZe did, so that's good. But two, also, Attach was heavily underperforming in the search and destroy in particular. Him and Bance were like last two in kills per round in the entire league. And then also in First Bloods, like Attach wasn't giving them much there. So for FaZe, if he can come in and have an impact there like he did in those two search and destroys that they had, then they will find some more success. I also echo the control sentiment that Ali had. This was a team that was top 4 in control throughout our season that have sort of lost their way going into this series. It will be Hotel, so it'll be a true test going up against a New York squad who's traditionally very good at that map.
I was hoping to see Expo from these two squads. Right? A little sad personally, but I understand it. So Hotel is going to be the safe pick. FaZe, though, in his first match ever, a 1.54. That was the second highest of any debut in CDL history. Looking at his numbers, he's been above a 1 point whatever, but it's against your 10th and 11th seeded teams, right? Yeah. Now you get your real challenger in the Subliners. And the Subliners, this is a squad that is starting off with a 1-0 record in our Major IV Qualifiers, and it didn't come easy. Another round 11 victory, but this happened just 1 week ago against Atlanta.
Yeah, and the win again is against the Atlanta FaZe. So New York looking to start off the qualifiers incredibly hot on their heels. And again, last time these two teams matched up, it was actually uncharacteristic for New York to nuzzle them in a 2-3-5 fashion. We're talking about New York's team that is very, very, very strong in respawn. 25-19 overall, 17-10 in control, and that first stat was hard points. So when it comes to these respawns, you're looking at players like Skyz, a very aggressive there. You're looking at players like HyDra, one of the best SMGs in the game. So Minnesota Røkkr, there's some big shoes to fill to get a repeat of the last matchup.
Yeah, when I look at the New York Subliners, they've had like an assortment of problems from stage 2 into stage 3. It's like changed up a couple of times. With this New York team, though, they had lost their way in hardpoint. When you went and looked at their results, they had lost so many hard points by like sub 40 points. So that's what I was looking at as the end in those clutch moments versus Atlanta, where they just played so well, capitalizing on E2, using their streaks correctly, and having effective communication. So hopefully that continues. Seems like they worked on it.
Somebody's got to slow down Priestahh. He was on fire against Atlanta, and we'll find out, can they do it in our first 3 maps. They're all on Hotel. The ARs could dominate. Mercado in Game 4, aBeZy for Game 5, and the match is ready. So let's get this one underway. Real quick, one-word predictions.
New York!
New York? Røkkr's about to make 10K fame. You ready to pocket some cash, buddy? It's time to send it to our casters. We got Lando and starting to close things out.
Bias caster.
Let's do it. What is Ant saying, Jay? You're not biased at all.
No, I'm just from New York. I am from New York, but I'm not a biased caster, all right? If you guys recently just watched our pyramid video, I had HyDra at the top of my list because I truly believe that HyDra is the best player in the game when he's on one. So we will see this series.
I mean, Jay, I'll tell you what, you got a decent resume, that's for sure. You put HyDra as one of the best players in the game. I know it's always a fun debate, but I love that content piece. If you guys haven't already checked it out, make sure to look at both Nameless and Studies player pyramids on the COD League YouTube channel. It's a fun one. But Jay, our last match of the day, NYSL versus Minnesota. Both teams off of a wonderful week number 1. New York gets the Game 5 round 11 dub versus FaZe. And how about Røkkr, buddy? The story so far of Major number 4, 2-0 in front of their fans at their own home series in Wisconsin. But now, as Ades touched on it, it's really their first true test.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me. You were able to take care of business versus LAG. Same thing versus Florida. But now you are playing against the New York Subliners. Let's see what this team is truly capable of. Playing again with one of the top dogs that we currently have in the CDL. Good time off of that P1 though, finding 11 seconds, but New York doing a great job of just slaying around this hill, maintaining the better side of the map. One player in Bance tries to sneak his way on through, but HyDra takes care of him. And so far, New York just trying to get as much time as they possibly can off P1, but they're thinking big picture. They want those spawns for the next hill.
And I think you mentioned something very interesting, Jay, throughout that is Røkkr find a few in a row. Big kill right here as HyDra ends up finding 2. Great moment there for New York. But it also feels like to me, buddy, like this is kind of another prove it series for NYSL. It feels like, you know, they've been able to have solid online performances, but it feels like lately with their LAN, you know, results that they've had, top 8 and now top 12, it just feels like every series that they come into versus solid rosters, everybody's looking at them to possibly fall flat and to actually see where they really do sit when it comes down to the standings.
So far, they're looking great. That's a clean 4 dead. Minnesota all the way out towards the middle of the map. Have to try to find a break on towards P2. But I think you're completely right, man. If you are New York, you haven't had the best performances at these majors as of recent. At least to start off this major qualifiers, you were able to win a Game 5 round 11 versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, and that can do wonders for this roster. Having that momentum to continuously go forward. As this battle versus Minnesota always goes down to the wire. Last time these guys messed up and went all the way to a Game 5 round 11 both times. One time going to Minnesota, one time going to New York. So this is always going to be a battle, and so far it has been nothing but that. Minnesota take the lead with the final 20 seconds over towards P2. Now it's New York's turn to find that rotation over towards Kitchen to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, all the makings of what should be maybe a tied game here in just a few moments. NYSL with the early seconds, and now it is time for Minnesota to make their pursuit. Cammy starts things off with a nice entry kill. They're on to Priestahh, and now the rest begin to siphon in through the back. NYSL trying to hang out in the corners, trying to lock down the crevices. However, it is KiSMET and HyDra, the SMGs of the Subliners, reigning tall as they win that entry fight. And from there, the last 30 seconds should belong to them. We'll see if Røkkr make a last-ditch effort at it or if they go for the rotation. Regardless of it, NYSL, they've got the lead, and KiSMET, he's got a nice streak going.
Oh, the Bulldog is filling himself already on a 5 streak, could potentially earn himself that cruise missile. And then HyDra so far.
Wow.
Just in all the engagements on this map. Both is sitting on a little bit of streaks, but this is where you set up KiSMET to get that 6th kill or not. What a snap right there from Cammy to shut down that cruise missile. But now it's time for HyDra. Can he earn his? Great shots onto Bance. Can't finish the kill. Just gonna go for the chow. Doesn't even matter. As this team are now gonna be all towards the bedroom side. Minnesota are gonna be able to win that rotation, but for how long can they hold?
That's the question. And the other one is, can HyDra earn this streak? Again, he's been waiting here for so long.
Oh my.
Versus HyDra, and Minnesota managed to keep New York off of those sprees. So no cruise missiles in the back pockets of NYSL. Sweat off the brow if you're a Minnesota fan, as now they look to be in a great spot to maybe even reclaim the lead here over at the bar. Biggest thing, Jay, is that lately it feels like for the New York Subliners, a lot of these hard points, and especially on Hotel, have been coming down to the wire. Our stats guy Tim has let us know that the last 6 New York Hotel hardpoints have been within 25 points, and in fact 6 of the last 8 hardpoint losses for New York have been within 30 or less. So it just feels like for Minnesota, it doesn't have to be a dominant dub, it just has to be a close one.
Yeah, you just got to keep it close. You got to keep trading hills back and forth, and so far they have done a great job at that. Now we find ourselves in towards the Diner Hill. New York currently down by 10 points. They know exactly where Minnesota are trying to attack from Jewel side, from Shandy side. So it's all about winning these gunfights. Skyz and Fame, they go for a trade-off, but New York, they come out on top in these engagements as Skyz with the snap, able to take down the final player. New York take the lead again.
And it feels like Skyz finally ends up arriving here to the hotel. It was early on KiSMET and HyDra, the SMGs, who are having a blast, or rather the SMG and the AR, but here comes Fame and Cammy, able to answer back with a few of their own. So Røkkr reclaim control over at the restaurant, and now all of the focus goes in toward the top right side of your screen. The bottom left side of your screen, which is exactly where Cammy happens to be rotating toward now. Already off to a wonderful game, Jay. 16 and 10. A lot of questions around this recent Røkkr replacement is about the comfortability. And right now, King Cammy seems to be in a great spot statistically.
Yeah, he's feeling great right now. Holding down his angles, winning his easy one-on-one gunfights, and clutching up when he needs to. There's a huge gunfight to start off this hill by winning that one towards Bad Kitchen. which now allows you to get this first 15 to 20 seconds uncontested. But New York, with a lot of pressure towards the back end, are going to be able to flip those spawns. You have to try to go big. Cammy's just cutting them all down. He's feeling himself. The Cam man already on a 4 spree. You got another trophy system. Let's just put it down. Better safe than sorry. Snaps onto HyDra. Already on a 5. This has been a flawless hold for Minnesota to grow the lead by almost 50 points.
Yeah, an excellent first set of rotations. As we said, Røkkr with the lead. They're going to have it regardless of the way that these final 15 seconds go. But Cammy, an excellent performance. Right now sits at 20 and 12. Having himself a game. Oh, ends up going low. Drops HyDra, and from there, Røkkr continue to dominate. 171 to 111, taking it to one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. And we'll see how the second set of rotations begin to go. And it hasn't even really been all on the new addition and Fame. It also hasn't really been on off the back of Afro either, Jay. This has been a collective effort from the previous Toronto twosome.
Yeah, the team is playing flawlessly right now for Minnesota. Crossfires are being set up. The trades are efficient. They're also soaking a lot of that time, but now they have to find a break on towards P1. They aren't getting the preferred side. You see where HyDra is. He's just staying alive towards Spa. He knows that his team needs those spawns going in towards the next hill. But you have to continuously fight for this P1. That's 3, make it all 4 dead. This is where Røkkr can put the pressure on the flip spawns.
Big player is going to be number 5 in Bance. NYSL trying to make their way into the top side of the map. Minnesota right now with spawns. This is where they can really start to elevate their game and maybe call map number 1 theirs. Let's step aside in a crucial spot and go to the comms of Minnesota Røkkr.
Coming help, checking the kill. They jumped in east, Brookside. Check in her.
Two broken.
Yeah, on the wall. Yeah, I'm
Pillar.
Snake camera spawn out, they spawn in.
I'm on him. Yeah, one broken door.
Broken door.
On time, dead.
Nice.
One more on time.
I'm one shot here.
Need it. Nobody go triple try.
I'm going in.
Spot time.
Yeah, one up pillar. And then back Eddie. Pillar.
I don't see it.
Kill me.
Nice, I'm waiting here.
I'm going in.
Let's push that left.
Left, right now broken. I spawn back spot.
Okay, I might play this. I'm gonna play this.
Play this with me.
Spawn in?
Yeah.
I'm gonna play safer, okay?
Yeah, I'm challenging Brookside. Checking. Nice. And spot side time, I think.
Nice, Ben.
Nice, I'm playing new.
I still spawn back spot.
I think it's broken away.
I'm pushing through bed.
Yeah, I'll get time, man. I'll tell you when you're good. Good night.
What's done with like dark or something?
Wait, one's on me, count.
Yeah, stun your trees. I think he's white.
Back door, absolute Sky. One's close dark, okay? Close dark.
Here's my spawn out behind it.
Dark dead.
Nice.
He's being so time.
I'm playing this one.
I got one.
Kitchen on me.
He's dark dead.
Be done, boys. Go on beans. Go on beans.
I have a connector.
I'm going cool.
Dark on me.
Dark dead.
Nice.
And the communication from Minnesota is on point. You heard it at the end of that P2 hardpoint. We have to rotate with about 30 seconds left. The only player that rotated was Afro, but with Afro being that player here, he was able to start off the trade battle. And eventually his team comes out on top. New York thought that they had the rotation, but you didn't get past the Afro. And now Minnesota, just keep Kitchen Hill scrappy. Exactly what you want to do. You only give up about 25 to 30 seconds to New York. You maintain this lead the way that you have it. And now you have that rotation to potentially close out the game here at Double Desk.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jim, just looking at that score, how impressive is this right now from Minnesota? Like we said, 227 to 164. Cammy is having himself a game at 27 and 18. And right now for Røkkr, 15 points away from calling game 1. Bance trying to cut away the forces, trying to remove a few of the reinforcements. That's another 3 down, as this should be where Røkkr end up locking it down. 2 more seconds, and there you have it. Minnesota answering early here on Hotel. As we said, versus one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. We said the true test would start here. And boy, what a beginning here for Minnesota as they go up 1-0.
Røkkr just played some great hardpoint, man. They kept the P1 scrappy. They did a great job of just maintaining that P2 side. And then even when they were rotating over towards Kitchen, they were still putting on pressure towards P2, knowing that New York did not have the numbers off the rotation. You kill these guys off hold, they're going to spawn all the way behind Spa, and then you're able to set up that pinch. Minnesota Røkkr, whenever the game got scrappy, They kept it scrappy for a long time, did not allow New York to get a full hold on any one of these money hills. And eventually, that's why you see the scoreline the way that it is. What a performance from Cammy, though, man. This was a guy who got a lot of slack in the beginning of the year. He was basically playing the same role as Attach. But obviously, with Attach now hitting that bench, with Fame coming in, a guy that literally is just here to do the dirty work for this team, almost has 2 minutes in the hill, 3K damage, 15 non-traded kills, ends the game 24-21. He's the reason why Cammy's able to go 30-18. Because Cammy's just holding down his power positions, winning his one-on-ones, making the game easier. You've heard him listening like, Bance, let's go Cam. Like, we haven't heard that in such a long time. You can just tell that the Minnesota energy is definitely in the building. With a map 1 like that, we were talking about a true test. They shut me up real quick. That was great work from Minnesota, now up 1-0.
Yeah, we'll see if they can build upon it as well. But Jay, I mean, that is just you summarized it perfectly. It feels like for Minnesota right now, they needed to reset, obviously. When you go like 0-11 in Search and Destroy, when you aren't winning in a single series, an entire stage, a change has to be made. And obviously, as we know, very controversial, removing Attach from the lineup, but it is undeniable. Right now, Minnesota are in such a great form. The hard points have been impressive, really. I mean, we can talk about it. The way that they looked at the Minnesota home series was undeniably fantastic. But coming into this hard point where we are very much looking at Røkkr more than any other team, it feels like on this day, they come through and answer in a massive, massive way. 250-164 is the ending scoreline. But as we touched upon it, right? It's going to be more question marks, it feels like, on the Search and Destroy. I think lately, Jay, I mean, I think it was Ant who touched on it on the desk. It feels like maybe the real key to success for this team could be in Search and Destroy if they expect to make a decent effort here in the closing stages of this season. How do you feel like they're going to fare on Hotel S&D? And I guess on the flip side, how do you feel New York fares on a map like this?
I think this is going to be a great S&D for both of these teams. A little bit more for New York because this is a complete roster. On the opposite side for Minnesota, this will be the first time that they do play some Hotel Search and Destroy. So it's all about Fame fixing the mistakes that they currently have. And that's basically on both ends. They struggle at getting first bloods. Their defenses are not the best, and neither is their offenses. So it has to be a whole new game plan for Minnesota. But the biggest thing that they can do versus a team like New York, where they usually only have success on one side of the map, and that's usually on their attacking rounds. They're second overall throughout all the teams in the CDL on winning those rounds. Every time, a majority of the time that they win those rounds, they get it by getting that bomb down. 74% of the time on their attacking rounds, they plant the bomb, they close out, and they are able to find a W. So I think that's the biggest thing for Minnesota. You shut down that bomb plant, that quick bomb plant, and you make sure you play your trades effectively, because we know Minnesota, at least the Minnesota of old, whenever they found themselves getting first blooded, they simply could not win the round. But with this new roster, we even saw Fame last week clutching 2v1 situations. They have a little bit more ice. It's probably the honeymoon stage that's been treating Minnesota well, but if you could come out here and take this Search and Destroy versus the New York Subliners, who like themselves some wholesale Search and Destroy, this is going to be a map that you can definitely look back on and be like, this was the turning point of our season.
Without a doubt. We got to talk about our players to watch, though, coming into this game number 2, Jay. And it's a fun battle. Years ago, these guys were faced off against each other in EU Challengers, and now they are really the stars of their franchises. You've got HyDra here for NYSL. So far in S&D this season, he's sporting a 1.09. Mr. Consistent, really across all modes. And on the other side, Jay, we have got Afro here for Minnesota. The craziest part for me, Jay, is that he is a KD like that. Despite the team somehow losing 11 Search and Destroys in a row, I can only imagine how much better that number was just weeks ago.
Oh yeah, Afro's just different, man. Like you said, they went on an 11-game S&D losing streak, and he still manages to keep one of the best KDs in Search and Destroy as an aggressive SMG player. Insane stats. That's going to be a battle all map long between both of those SMGs. You know the pressure that they like to put on towards bedroom for both HyDra and Afro. But I think the biggest turning point for me, the biggest people that I want to focus on, is a guy like Priestahh for New York, who really didn't have that best map number 1. We saw him last week versus Atlanta FaZe. He took over. So let's see if he can do that again. And then on the opposite side for me, it has to be Bance, the playmaker for the Røkkr.
Right too big. Ends up getting found out, as we said, by really the one player to look out for on New York. We talked about Priestahh. We also have to highlight HyDra, understandably so, as he is the one who's responsible for that first blood. And now for Røkkr, well, they've got everybody pretty much in the same position, which means that they know all the info that they need in a close quarter Meanwhile, where are the subliners now going to rotate? Where are the angles they're about to hit? Minnesota plants the bomb, and now they look to hunker down as the New York subliners begin their retake. We'll see if they can find an entry kill, and there it is.
Oh, they find two, so now it's all left up to Cammy. He gets cut down. That's usually something that New York tend to struggle with. The retakes over towards that A site, but when you find that first blood, when you take full map control, 2 players through Shandy, 2 players through middle single, you'd read the exact setup that Minnesota were trying to put themselves in. You pick both of those players apart, trying to wrap back, and then leave it all up to Cammy. Last player on the bomb. Every single player from New York flies at him, and the subliners are able to take the first.
Great first round here for New York. I know we've been talking a lot, Jay, about Minnesota, needing to maybe start to improve in their search and destroy game, as that's really been an issue for them lately. And I guess you could say the same thing about the subliners. Very interested to see how they play coming into the Major IV qualifiers. They split those S&Ds versus Atlanta, but that's the only dub that they've had in their last 5 S&Ds. So 1-4 in their last 5, trying to improve that stat line here online. Interesting gunfights here in round number 2. It was HyDra who found the first blood on Bance to start things off, and now it is the inverse in round 2. Røkkr answer first.
Yeah, great first blood on Bance, knowing that the aggression is what HyDra is thinking about in that early round. But instantly, the trade is there as FaZe gets cut down. Priestahh gets some information onto a player connector. He's trying to commit towards the child, but he's just going to get out with his life. New York still putting pressure towards the middle of the map. They're able to take down Afro. Now that puts them in a 3v2 situation. You see Cammy now. He's going to back down, thinking that the pressure is going to go over towards B. Should be a free A bomb plant for the subliners.
There's a great crossfire established there from New York to catch a very pesky and aggressive Afro. So now they've got numbers, and now they've got the bomb planted, making Minnesota come to them. As we said, the longtime duo, Bance and Cammy. At least they've got dead silence to work with. Bance for the first, eventually does get traded out, and Skyz, responsible for the final few engagements, does a great job to lock things down. Statue indeed, is NYSL. Answer again, 2-0.
Now it's a 3v4 situation, but it was just staying aggressive towards the middle of the map. You knew that's where Minnesota were trying to play that setup. So at least watch that cross over towards A site. Take down 2 of those players. You get the player that was playing over towards B and Cammy to wrap back. You get the bomb down. Then you set up one of the best ARs in the game in Skyz on the Godhead glitch. Never an easy task to take him off of that situation. He's able to find the final 3 on the round. Already 4-0 to start this search and destroy. New York, 2 flawless rounds to start this one.
Oh, and here we go. It is going to be an all-out brawl here in the middle side of the map. And oh my goodness, it's all going the way of NYSL. Stack them up and lock them down. Afro, last player alive. Dead silence, thinking that this is actually going to happen, when in reality, it is quickly beginning to fade. A very fast round number 3. And so far, all of these rounds belong to NYSL.
That's just a perfect blind counter right there out of the subliners. They take mid-map control. They read the play beautifully, what Minnesota were deciding to do. And that's try to take mid-map, try to take Diner. But they were ready for every single angle that they were going to try to push from, as they cut them all down without dropping. 4 up, 4 down. Very clean round right there from the subliners to put them up 3-0.
Yeah, very commanding and solid performance so far from NYSL. As we said, coming off of that loss in Hardpoint, you begin to question where's the momentum going to be, and right now it is quickly shifted. Skyz now extending that spree to 5-0. We'll see if he can have a cruise missile before maybe even this 4th round comes to a close. And you bet he will. Already. Now it's 6-0, trying to keep flawless. Cammy tagged up, but yet to drop. Meanwhile, to the top side of the map, Bance has managed to find a bit of a lane. The issue being is that his teammates continue to get picked apart here from Skyz. Do we hear 8? No, does he go for a heat check? Oh, what? Jay, what is happening?
Skyz is just putting down shots, but eventually you got to get pushed up forward, brother. Bance has already worked his way behind towards back spa. And Skyz is that player with bomb in hand. He cuts down Cammy. Now it's a 1v4. You know where Bance is coming from. It has to be on the flank. Couple snakes come in. He's not able to pick up the final. But New York Subliners, and more specifically Skyz, the only player over towards that B site, at A site, he's able to cut down 3 players in a row. First person without even being seen. Great wall bang on the Fame. Great read onto Afro bottom bed. And then the patience to find Cammy, the last player who was playing over towards bedroom, So eventually put yourself in a 4v1 situation. You don't even have to get the bomb down. And you also don't drop. 4-0 is the scoreline so far in this search and destroy, with Skyz doubling up on that one. 8-0 with the cruise missile.
Good God, Jay. Like, what the heck? Okay, we're just going to bring out the sniper. He's like, I'm
switch it up.
You know what? I'm hitting every single shot. Let's just bring out the sniper. Let's just have some fun. Let's add to the highlights. After what has basically been a mixtape here in game 2 from Caesar. And understandably so, Røkkr completely hauled everything. Knowing that if Skyz is still alive...
What?
Okay. I was gonna say, if Skyz is still alive, you have to be careful, but I don't know what's going on with Skyz from the top side of the bedroom. Regardless of it, it is a quick trade to kick off this round number 5. And Minnesota right now, they've got a free plant on A. Meanwhile, here comes in the cruise.
Here comes the cruise, and they were going to try to go for that bomb plant, but once that gets invested, now you're forced to at least wrap back and now go for that bomb plant. But with that time, them giving up that positioning, it's now going to allow KiSMET to pop that dead silence, go for the flank. Priestahh takes the bomb carrier off site. Now in the 3v2 situation, Afro, he's just going to try to get this bomb down. Afro Fame have to try to clutch up in the 2v3.
Ooh! How about the shot coming in from the Rook? Skyz brings out the pistol in the meantime, which now leaves everything on to Afro. The player we called out, the one to watch here in the search to destroy. Does he have a 1v2 on the cards? If not, this is surely going to be a game guaranteed for NYSL. Peeks out for a moment and instantly gets bruised on up. The defuse is in. Priestahh ends up taking him down, and on Overwatch, it is Skyz who remains flawless, and NYSL who are doing the same. Now mark it up. 5-0, 1 to go.
One round away from closing out this search to destroy in a clean 6-0. I thought Afro played that to the best of his ability. You peek towards top double windows, you get platform, you get the information. No players on bomb, but just a snap right there from Priestahh to get him one shot as he was dropping down towards bottom bed. You allow Skyz to just instantly hop on that defuse. You watch over him. You hit Afro with at least 1 to 2 more bullets through that bottom bedroom. You're able to close out the round. Minnesota just haven't had an answer yet. They're going to take mid-map control this time around, but it's a 2-2 split from New York. They're ready for the pinch already.
In the mid we go. Cammy falls again. Now at 0-6. It does not get much better than this if you're a New York fan. Into the 6th round we go. Already in now to a 4v2. Up to Bance and Fame. Thankfully, Fame is at least able to lighten the load a bit. Bance will also do the same. So a 4v2 now turns into a 2v2. In the meantime, for New York, they at least get that bomb down, and now it is up for Røkkr to come to them. But take a look at the spot right now from Priestahh. We'll see if Røkkr expected or not. Oh, he jumps away?
Pretty sure both of the players on Minnesota also have a TAC 56 in hand, so it's not going to be quick and dandy. Trying to break your way in towards the kitchen. You try to hit the wall bang that Caesar Skyz taught us all last week in his game, but Fame is at least able to take down Priestahh. Now it's all up to the Bulldog. 1v2.
Oh, and he ends up getting found out. Fame coming away with some crucial kills as Minnesota will hold off the goose egg here in round number 2. And what does it take? A crazy and wild 2v4 in the midst of a 2v2 retake, which, as you said, Jay, they didn't really have the right weapons necessarily for the job. Fame picks up that Vaz off the ground and really allows for it to go to work. Minnesota, better late than never.
Yeah, that was just good work from Bance and Fame to hold down mid-map control. At least find a trade onto HyDra, and then for Bance to play it super patient, knowing what Skyz likes to do, and that's usually be the solo guy over towards A. He was trying to hit that flank towards top plat, but Bance reads it beautifully, takes him down, and in the 2v2, they get all the information on the wrap back towards kitchen to eventually find their first round in this search and destroy. Can they try to chain a couple together, though? Is this time Bance? Hopefully he's not sticking out this time around to get first blooded, as that bomb is going to get planted. New York in the retake now.
Maybe learning from some prior mistakes. Fame again able to answer. He was so crucial in that last round. Now makes it 4 in a row. Røkkr with first blood, as we said, not a common theme for them so far throughout this game. Let's see if they can make it work now. Fame able to stay alive. Weakens one with the nade. That's where Bance can start to come into fruition, come into force. plants down the bomb, finds a kill on top of it. Skyz eventually falls, and now it is all up to Priestahh. He falls as well. And you can see what that last round does confidence-wise for Minnesota. Confident here in round number 8 as they put up their second overall on the board.
Yeah, that's just a perfect play call right there for Minnesota. You get the bomb down quickly. You force New York to retake where they do tend to struggle on this map. So they were able to just get that bomb down. You hold down all your cuts. You find the first blood. Then you hold strong from double deaths to cut down everyone else. Minnesota Røkkr. Now 2 rounds in a row. Slowly starting to fight their way back into the search and destroy. Afro, we got to get one, brother.
We do. It all starts with 1. I think I said that was round. We've seen 8 rounds. This is now our 8th round.
Yeah.
5-2. All good, Jake. All good. Numbers are difficult. And right now, all we want is just 1 from Afro. Shots established. And KiSMET has made his way onto the bomb site. Bance eager to tag him up. Kill? Yes, he does. A big one to start off here for Bance.
That's a big first blood. But Skyz is able to equalize that situation. Put him in a 3v3. But look at Afro. His silence runs out. Priestahh's in a position to potentially take care of him. Does he know that Afro's just waiting for his opportunity to strike? Slowly trying to peek. But the bomb's going to get planted.
Oh, no! It doesn't happen, but Fame and Cammy take away 2 nonetheless. Fame has got that cruise missile, but he's out of the fight. He is out of the fight, and now it comes in to the 1v1. Skyz versus Cammy. Time continues to tick, and now Caesar reveals his position, but at the same time, he ensures that Cammy is not on that bomb. Cam, in the meantime, remains stationary. He thought he was going to go toward the catwalk, when in reality, as Caesar just pulled off this round, here comes Cammy get here in time. You bet he will. Cammy wins the 1v1, and Røkkr keep their dreams alive. Down 5-0, now have won 3 straight.
Røkkr keeps their dreams alive, and they also keep Afro. Potentially to find his first kill on the map. Currently sitting at Agent Afro 007. But his teammates are doing it all. Finding the trades when they need to. Fame has turned up as well. Pretty sure he earns himself a cruise missile. Yeah. I'm not mistaken. So now you're on the back foot if you are New York. A couple rounds are starting to slip away, but Minnesota with the momentum on their side. Huge 1v1 clutch by Cammy. So now put them back on the attacking round. And with Fame having this cruise missile, this can do drastic things for that Minnesota Røkkr roster. This time, New York, they need to switch up their defensive setup. Not a 2-2 split. Everyone is making sure that they try to stop this bomb plant towards A.
And there it is. Afro finally gets on the board. It's all it took. Patience pays off. Cuts away Priestahh, and now from there, as you called it, buddy, you do have that streak. Obviously, they would love to hold on to it for as long as possible. Maybe use it in a dire situation. Currently, in terms of map positioning, right, you got Cammy over toward the top side, just making sure the flanks are clear. Meanwhile, for NYSL, very much so spread out throughout the bedroom. You've got KiSMET also watching that mid cut. He also could begin to wrap back around. And now for Minnesota, it appears that bomb site rotation is now inbound. 2 players rocking dead silence. KiSMET, he's going to be the first line of defense and potentially the last line of defense.
Oh yeah, KiSMET's the only guy here for New York. Skyz is on his rotation on the way back. So he knows that the pressure's all out. Could it be in towards the kitchen? At least finds one to get out with his life, but Fame is instantly there for the trade. So now the bomb is getting planted. What other wall banks can New York Subliners teach us in this moment? Is now in the 3v2. HyDra on the pitch already. Makes it a 2v2.
Oh, and KiSMET ends up spawning one onto Bance. Oh, we can't tag him up fully on a sliver of HP. Bance stays alive. 30 seconds to go. Fame, position foul, but he also stays alive. HyDra into the 1v1. Can he clutch it out for the team? Can he win it here? Where has Fame gone? He spotted him. Can he drop him? Yes! HyDra with an unbelievable 1v2 as the Subliners hold off what was an incredible comeback made for Røkkr. Insane stuff toward the stretch here on this hotel search and destroy. But my God, what a game it was. What a series this has been. Are you okay, Jay? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, Lando. I just can't believe that HyDra was able to do that. Keep in mind, FaZe just got into a gunfight, so he wasn't instantly available to challenge alongside Bance as soon as he jumped out towards Freezer. But once HyDra was able to win that one-on-one versus Bance, you knew the positioning of FaZe. It just all came down who was a better dancer in that situation, who had a little bit more salsa in towards the kitchen, snaking behind the desk. And eventually, it was HyDra with that fast step in hand, up close and personal. You're going to be able to put yourself in the advantage in that gunfight situation. HyDra's able to clutch up the 1v1 versus FaZe, doesn't even allow him to use the cruise missile, and eventually stops the bleeding because Minnesota, round by round, was starting to fight back into that search and destroy. But New York were able to close it out in a 6-3 fashion, tied the series at 1, and now they have some hotel control where they do have a good time on.
Oh, geez, Jay, that was fun. That was a good search destroy. I tell you what, man, we were definitely thinking all New York. The Minnesota makes the comeback, and it just feels like that 1v1 very well possibly decides the game. I mean, if you're Minnesota, you were down 5-0. You're like, guys, we have no right to be in this game. Let's just pull off some crazy stuff. Let's just do some wild strats and see if it manages to land. Well, HyDra wins that 1v1, and now New York, they've got themselves a foothold in this series. But before we go to a quick little commercial break, we got to talk about Spylights, presented by Citadel on Prime Video. Let's go ahead and read a few of the stat categories. Top 8 or better in all 9 years of competing. So it is a vet. 1.16 KD in only champs appearance. And then a member of the first team to beat Complexity in a grand final. Very, very interesting. You guys can feel free to put your predictions down in the chat and stick around, as after this break, we will find out who that player is. We'll see you all in just a moment.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
How's it going, friends, and welcome back to Who's That Pro Spotlights presented by Citadel on Prime Video. Let's read through this again. I was told that coming in from the commercial break, that only one person had actually got it right so far. So top 8 or better in all 9 years of competing, a 1.16 KD in only champs appearance, and member of the first team to beat Complexity in a grand final. Jay, do you have any idea who this is?
I have no clue. They did a great job just blurring out the image. All these stats on this player. To only have one champs appearance at a 1.16, I am lost for words. Who is this guy?
All right, let's reveal it. Let's see who it is. It's...
Oh!
What? It's your duo, Jay. How did you not know?
What? How did I not know? Because I know my guy to get top 8 or better for all 9 years competing. This is straight cap. He didn't only go to one champs as well. There was one champs where I knocked him out the first day there. Oh yeah, he was dominant there. But wow, Nameless, you got top 8 out of 8 or 9. No, that's cap, bro. That's cap. Nameless is awful.
Oh my gosh, we have to look through the stats to just ensure that all those things are indeed accurate. We got to give him some props, right? What was it? The Complexity Dynasty? PAX Prime back in 2015.
Remember that? I remember that.
Legendary stuff. And we got to give you a little bit of props, buddy. But my word, what a series, by the way, Jay, that this has turned out to be. Minnesota win game 1. New York come back in that hotel search and destroy. HyDra wins a wild 1v1 to have ourselves all even, all square. Now flying in for a hotel control. Is there more chaos coming into this one? What's your thoughts, expectations, etc., buddy?
I think this one is going to be a tough one for Minnesota. They've only played it once with their new roster. Went all the way to round number 5 versus a Florida roster where they were able to clutch up on the defensive end. But going up against New York, this is not easy because New York are the #1 attacking team on this map. And they're also great on defense as well. So it has to be with the sling. You have to be able to shut down the pressure that New York like to put on both of these points. But so far, it's already New York with early pressure in towards Diner. First segment about to be done at A. Minnesota probably in a situation where they decided to chalk it already.
Oh, here comes Cammy for the gunfight. Not able to win that one. So NYSL, without question, have numbers right now over inside of A. Restaurant absolutely belongs to them. But this is going to be a good test to see how the remainder of this round looks for Røkkr, Jay. Because while this is a new lineup, as you called it, NYSL, #1 hotel attacking team versus Minnesota, who so far on the season, as we said, a new lineup. But so far on the season, they are the #12 team, I believe, on defense. So, definitely cards stacked against them. We'll see how they look to play this, as they've got 2 minutes and 5 seconds to try and hold back. But I'm sure it's going to be a very aggressive NYSL side.
Yeah, New York with 2 minutes on the clock have a lot of time to work with to make up the play in their mind of how they want to break in towards the speed point. Skyz is just taking his time towards back steps. Pushed out towards Shandy, trying to find an opening for his teammates. KiSMET was actually able to slip on towards mid-checkout. That's so HyDra takes down Fame. There's only one player pushed out in towards bed. KiSMET eventually finds the second. One player is now playing for that push through back Shandy, but he's all the way out to play. KiSMET already puts himself in a great position. He finds one, can't find the second. But that's already a lot of map control that New York were able to maintain off of those kills. Now you just have to gun up, be ready, because Minnesota, you have to win these gunfights, so the round is going New York's.
And it's wonderful controlled chaos established already from the New York Subliners. You've got HyDra, who's trying to make sure that nobody's in their base. That's right, Bance ends up getting found out. Fame gets beamed as well. So New York, they are all good. I mean, you can pretty much send everybody onto this objective, allow for Skyz to watch the cut, and this round should belong to them. We'll see if Minnesota can make any bit of a dent. There's quite a few players coming in from that mid-cut once more. KiSMET doing great work. Fame actually takes down Bance with the trophy. But Fame at least is able to make good on it, ends up finding another, and now KiSMET left by himself over at this B zone. Another 3 down. One last player is alive, and that is Afro, desperately trying to make his way in bottom bed and keep this round afloat.
Man, he drops. So now New York can get right back onto the point. You also have HyDra, who's that player working on that flank, but bad timing right there from Bance. He knew that a player was coming from that positioning, but it does not even matter as the Bulldog from the front end is able to find 3, close out the round. New York 1-0, nice and easy.
Yeah, that looked very well controlled. Honestly, looked like they could have maybe even won the round a little bit earlier, Jay. Like, Not sure if they were just having a great time playing with their food, but it just felt like for a solid minute, they had at least 3 players stacked up in mid. Great work from KiSMET on multiple occasions to just throw himself at the opposition and walk away out on top pretty much every single time. 9-3 just in 1 round is what nets, as we said, the #1 attacking team here on Hotel. A lovely first round. Now it's time for Minnesota's test. What will they have on the cards for us? It's going to have to be a round victory, obviously, if they want to tie when it comes down to things, but we'll see what they have for us. As it's Bance and Afro looking to try to clear things out over at the restaurant. Job done for them. Close spawns instantly granted for Røkkr as well. It's about to be a stack.
Yeah, Røkkr just going to clear out A. Try to extend this time by a minute. Hold down your angles just in case anyone tries to go for a flank. As Cammy reads that player flanking through kitchen. Second segment already done. New York are now put in a situation where they had to decide to chalk it, and the decision might have been made for them as Afro finds 2, being super aggressive now up to Shandy's side, just trying to play his life before he does get cut down by KiSMET. Skyz also finds his second, so great exit kills so far from New York. Now it's all about maintaining this map control. Where is Bance? But HyDra just jumps the corner, able to take care of him, and now you have full map control.
You can just see Vance's POV just all out disgust right there of like, how do I lose that gunfight? HyDra on the other end could definitely make you quite frustrated throughout a series. Wonderful work there for him. Fan nearly shoots his teammates, but everybody's still afloat right now for Minnesota. Managing to make their way past that 50-yard line. A few have fallen in the meantime. Afro, he gets cut down as well. 3 fall and for another wave cleared here for Subliners. Flexing that aggression.
New York just holds strong, man. They hold strong on the defensive end. They know where the pressure's coming from. HyDra tries to go for the snap onto Afro, but Afro gets the better of him in that engagement. Now it's all on the rest of New York. Can they hold strong at the bedroom side? KiSMET, Skyz, and HyDra all combined for 3. Farthest player pushed up is Bance. But at least Bance, in his situation now, has to try to just play his life. Allow his teammates to get into the play before he decides to go for this flank. And so far, he's doing a great job of doing so. Big gunfight versus HyDra.
Yeah, last time around, as we said, he lost that fight to HyDra, and now let's see how things begin to formulate, how things begin to brew. Minnesota, a very, very talented team, especially when it comes down to the tactics. Right now, they've got a few bodies stacked around this objective. Bance, the player to look out for, ends up finding another kill. This time, it's going to be on to Priestahh. KiSMET eventually finds him, and now it's all on to Fame inside of the objective. He eventually drops, but the cavalry has arrived from Minnesota a tad late, but what can they do with it? They continue to stop the time, but Cammy pretty much left out by his lonesome. He will fall. That progress does move a little bit further, but the problem being for Minnesota is that they have allowed for Skyz to continue to take them down again. And in the meantime of that, he has also earned a cruise missile. 40 seconds on the clock. 1 to 2 good pushes left here for Røkkr.
Yeah, Røkkr had to try to find an opening. Skyz already earns himself that cruise missile. So just in case it gets a little bit out of hand, he can invest it to secure the round for his team. It's Minnesota able to find 2 kills. They spot out Skyz as well. Great kill from Fame to take him down in that positioning. So now you have full bedroom control. But it's all about these next wave of gunfights. If you can win these, you can hop the point and potentially spawn New York all the way across the map. But HyDra cuts down 2. HyDra maintains bedroom control. And with only 10 seconds left, only 2 players from Minnesota can stop this clock.
And Minnesota can still dolphin dive on it. That is, unless, yeah, they can make it through the angle there from Priestahh. He drops him instantly. And from there, it is a nice little laugh coming in from Skyz. You can try all you want, but you're not going to take me down. Excellent job. So far throughout this series, Jay, especially throughout games 2 and game 3 here for Skyz. He is having a wonderful time right now here on the Hotel, as that is now going to be 2-0 here to kick off this control. And the worrisome part for Minnesota, man, is that this felt like a mode where they should be looking pretty good on it, right? I mean, this has really been their stable mode so far throughout the season, but they are running into, as we said, one of the better control teams in the game, especially here on Hotel. We'll see if NYSL can make it, what, back-to-back attacks, I guess.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Can New York potentially close it out here in 3? And already a great pinch set up from Skyz and HyDra. They cut down the 2 players who were playing over towards that A point. They're not slowing down, though. They're only leaving 1 player on this segment. Everyone else deciding to push through Shandy's side. HyDra's just trying to play those cutoff kills. He finds one. He goes back for the Eagle Chow, knowing that Fame is about to turn that corner, but he sets up Priestahh to take care of that player. First segment already done. New York just all over the map right now. They're just leaving one player on A. They're trying to rotate over towards B.
And you can tell you got 3 players who I think right now are distracted by KiSMET. He tosses out his stun, goes for the fight, able to win that. Does he have another one? Yes, he does! Oh, tried to go for the heat check. A bit frustrated, but boy, has the Bulldog managed to bark up a storm in the Røkkr base. As thankfully Minnesota begin to stabilize, NYSL still have yet to go for the full capture on A, as they'll initiate 2 players to ensure that that one is done and dusted. So once again, another situation where Minnesota down in lives, 2 minutes on the clock, and they've got to hold off a very, very solid attacking side in NYSL. Thankfully, they put 3 away early, and maybe they can start to establish something special. Only player that is alive for the moment is HyDra, and we'll see what he can do in a spot like this, rocking Dead Silence, Jay.
Oh yeah, HyDra might have found the perfect timing, invest that Dead Silence. Gonna be able to get somewhat bedroom control, but he still knows that there's a couple Minnesota players who are still roaming around this side of the map. Take care of at least one. But now, where is Afro? Is Afro still staying alive towards bottom bed? You have 3 players from New York. Everyone is trying to locate where he is. KiSMET eventually does drop by him. Afro finds 2. HyDra's there for the trade. Also, that Dead Silence is going to reset. But now if you are New York, you have bedroom control. You're going to try to attack this from the front end. You have to hold strong in this position as Bance and Fame combine for 2. Now they can take back bedroom.
Good work so far here from Minnesota. As you said, they're trying to make their way into the bedroom. However, New York winning a few crucial gunfights on the other side, so the pendulum continues to swing. KiSMET looks to answer there with attack. He eventually falls, so Minnesota remain strong, remain true. But NYSL with some close spawns are going to quickly make their way here in toward middle. HyDra pretty much in the playstyle that he loves. Fast-paced, aggressive. Ends up dropping. New York continue to fall in these big spots where it feels like a 1v1 goes their way, and this round could quickly look different. Time continues to tick. And now for Minnesota, can they hold off another wave and finally put a round up on the board?
And this is the final push. KiSMET at least puts himself in a great position towards middle. Check out Des. He does get cut down by Cammy. And Afro finds the 2 players from New York who are trying to overextend through Shandy's side. Final 10 seconds. New York are getting some close spawns in towards the bedroom, but I don't even know if they have enough time to get towards the point. Minnesota are watching every single angle. Afro and Cammy combined for 2. They're eventually able to stop the clock, but Bance with the snap onto Skyz is able to close out the round for Minnesota Røkkr. Good work to hold strong on the defensive end this time around for 2 minutes over towards that B point and secure your first round of the map. Now down 2-1.
Wasn't easy. Maybe learning from a few of their mistakes, right? We talk so often about like in Search Destroy, right? Trying to mid-round adjustments. You can say the same thing about Control, right? They lose that opening attack to New York this time. Still allow for that A zone to go the opposite direction, but they hunker down. They hold on for 2 minutes. And now they've got themselves a foothold. Still a chance. Here in this Control, Jay, what do you see, or rather, what do you want to see Minnesota do differently than the first time we saw them on attack?
I would have liked to see them just, it's easy to get A. It's easy to get A, but at least leave one person on this point, play for your kills, try to transition over towards B, because New York on their defensive setup are just too strong on that side of the map. So let's leave one player here. Just be aggressive on the opposite sides, all the different angles. Just try to be the cutoff bands. So you can try to capture at least some segments over towards B, because just getting into this clutch and blender versus a team like New York, this is exactly how they want you to play.
Without a doubt, Bane snaking his heart out, trying to stay alive. Thankfully, Afro's going to be there to drop HyDra. So sweat off the brow here for the rookie. Does not have to see the French phenom, at least for a few more seconds. Afro, well, he'll fly on forward. He drops. So the scouts who are looking for information right now from Minnesota, really not saying a whole lot, right? They've just been able to look out the windows here of the restaurant, but that has pretty much been it. Not allowed to exit and pretty much forced to the respawn screen. Yeah, Thane, he eventually falls as well. A clean few down here for New York as KiSMET on a run has to clean up a few of those kills. Now on a 4 spree, potentially a cruise missile in the future. Here for the Bulldog, ends up making it 5. Eventually drops, but boy are New York putting a hurt on those lives of Minnesota.
And finally, Minnesota are able to get out of Diner. Speak KiSMET already 28 and 18. in this control, taking over with that SMG. Does get killed off spawn, though. Big nade from Fame. As all our pressure is going to be in towards the back end, but it sets up HyDra on the repinch. He's able to cut down 2. Now they get the information. There's only 1 player left in the back of spawn. You take care of him. All ready to push is going to get shut down as New York find all the kills in the feed. Hit that reset button for Minnesota as they now have to push through kitchen. But here comes Priestahh. He's cutting them down as well.
Oh, and KiSMET could also strike here through this mid cut. As we said for Minnesota, they've had 1 chance to really get outside of the diner. Here's their second opportunity, but already less than a minute on the clock. But they're able to find 2 in the meantime. KiSMET, recognizing how valuable his life is, wants to make sure that if someone challenges through middle, that he can win that fight, but he does not. So that is 3 down. Skyz, in the meantime, has to bring in that streak, but a few of his teammates have already fallen. That streak does not find a single soul. And with that being the case, Minnesota now have map positioning.
Minnesota have map positioning, but do they know the positioning of Skyz? As Skyz is just waiting for his teammates to get back into the play. Doesn't even have to shoot a bullet, as all of his teammates are able to find all the kills. Now force Minnesota to find another exit outside of the diner. 30 seconds left, 17-7 in lives remaining. Minnesota have 1 to 2 more good pushes left.
Can they make something magical happen? Can they pull off what looks right now as the impossible? Priestahh nearly goes for the turn on. Fame and Cammy combined for 2. KiSMET's life once again is that much more important. Gets Afro out of the fight, so they know the remaining 3 members of Minnesota have got to be on this objective. Can they find the final 2? Bance able to win 1, but he eventually drops. Now 13 seconds on the clock. 1 player left alive. It is all on to the rookie. It's all on to Fame. As he gets found out, New York reach the finish line, take hotel control, and now are up in the series.
That's just good work from New York. The 1 attacking round that they had to get, they got it in the very first round. It was almost flawless on the attacking side, but 2 times on defense where they had to hold a 2-minute setup over towards that B site. And they do it flawlessly. Did not let Minnesota get out of diner, did not let them get out of kitchen. And every single time that they did, they were being aggressive towards back Shandy and the players off spawn and they just finished killing, were able to take them down on the side of New York. There's a perfect game plan, man, from New York. Just making sure that you were aggressive on the right side of the maps, making sure that you maintain bedroom side, even with Skyz being the only player on that side of the map. With him being as pushed out as he was, he allowed his teammates to get that second opportunity to find that break onto B, even with Minnesota finding all the kills towards double deaths. That was just textbook control right there from one of the best control teams that we have in the game, especially on some hotel control. Now puts New York up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, very, very impressive stat line coming in from a multitude of players, but KiSMET, it feels like tops the charts, at least in my eyes, Jay. A multitude of great little situations here for NYSL, as it just felt like he was always involved in the play, always involved in helping cut away Minnesota during these big spots. I was kind of curious, man. Like, Røkkr looked great when it came down to that hotel control that they played versus Florida at their home series. I know one thing that a lot of people took away, Jay, was that they managed to actually outslay Florida in those 5 rounds by 28 kills. We talk so often about this being their really first major true test now here versus New York. As we said, outslay Florida by 28. Here they get outslayed by 20 kills. So a massive, massive difference when it comes down to previous opponents. New York will have the final laugh here on Hotel as they win Game 2 and Game 3. And now, Jay, we're finally seeing something other than Hotel. I love this map, but I'll tell you what, man, I feel like we've been here for a long time.
Oh, yeah, we've been here for a long time. What was it, like 5-6 days stay? Like, what do we have? The suite? We had premium access, the best internet that they had in the entire hotel. But finally, it's time for us to check out and make our way over to some Mercado Las Almas for the Game 4 hardpoint. Yeah, this one's going to be fun, man. For Minnesota, they haven't really played it a lot. They have an overall record of 2-1. They played it once with their new roster, and they were able to beat LAG pretty easily, almost by 120 points in that situation. But versus a team like New York, who are middle of the pack when you talk about this hard point as of recent, It's either they're getting flawless breaks and they are struggling in their holds, or they're winning their rotations and their setups are not the best. So on a map like Mercado, we saw Minnesota, at least in that map number 1, win a majority of those rotations, set up properly to get some good time. And going up against a team like New York, this is a map where you have to do that same exact thing to potentially force that game 5.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tall task, right, for the Røkkr to not just have to beat NYSL in 1 hard point, but to have to beat this team on 2 hard points. As you said, one of the best respawn teams in the game, and now you're going to have to take them down here on Mercado. Interesting stat, man. I was actually looking through some of the numbers, some of the highest KDs. In this lobby right now, 4 out of the 5 players that we have in this lobby actually represent some of the top 5 KDs that we have on Mercado hardpoint. So 4 out of the 5 are actually in this lobby right now. Afro number 2, Bance number 3, Priestahh 4, Skyz 5, and oh yeah, HyDra just happens to be number 7. So it is definitely going to be an interesting stat line at the end of this game to see who comes out on top, because so far throughout this year, both teams have been maybe winning the games the majority of the time, but a lot of their success, I guess, has come from the slaying side of things.
Yeah, for Minnesota, small sample size. The fact that he got a couple players in the top KD on this map with only a 2-1 record, that's expected to happen. But that for New York, who have played this map 7 times, the reason why their stats are a little bit more padded is because they had the ability to play the Guerrillas on this map, not once, but twice. First time, it was a 100-point game. The second time, it was almost a 200-point game. So everybody's stats are going to be up in the air for both of these squads. So they know what it's about. When you're putting yourself in the better position, you're able to find the easier kills. And this is a guy who is doing it all throughout map 1. Cammy, 30 and 18, 3-3-3-3 all across that damage with a minute and 25 seconds in hell. Man, AR from Minnesota came to play in that map number 1. And then on the opposite side for Priestahh, in that Atlanta FaZe series, he dominated. But so far in this series, not the best. 0.4 in that map number 1. Priestahh is a guy that can definitely turn it around in the blink of an eye, and he has the ability to do it for his team here in this map 4 to close out the series.
Yeah, 2 great players to point out coming into game number 4 here on Mercado. Potentially the final map of this series. All of that relies upon how Minnesota can play this. And it feels like Cammy is an appropriate player to discuss as we jump into this opening hardpoint. Jay put up 30 and 18. We saw a minute and a half inside of the hill. He was absolutely on one. And statistically, as we said, Bance and Afro, they've been the dynamic duo with the SMGs here on Mercado. If they have Cammy playing at any of a similar level as he did in the opening hardpoint, Minnesota could be in a great position.
Well, it's not going to be easy, though, because they're going against a Subliners team who are the #1 breaking team on this map. And they already showed it. Relative pressure over towards P1. They're maintaining green side as well. Those 2 kills can now hit the go button for Minnesota Røkkr to be aggressive, shoot really quick through tunnel, but they decide to take that long route through Barber. New York, they get those close spawns. They should be set up for pre-2.
Skyz, great nade there onto Bance. So currently a 3 versus 3. NY actually going to have someone in player 4. So HyDra's going to spawn out. And with that, he also is going to find pretty much some freebies through the middle tunnel. Gives that call out to Skyz, and well, he will fire upon them. Excellent work here so far from New York as Minnesota begin their prowl, begin to make their presence felt. Now toward the bottom side. Skyz, quick turn. Oh my God, get some assistance. 1 HP and a dream right now for Caesar, but thankfully his teammates are doing everything right now for him. Flies out and falls. As now it is a 1v1 basically for 20 seconds. KiSMET says, give me that one. And now off the roto, it is Priestahh left to try and defend himself versus pretty much everybody here on Røkkr. An excellent beginning here for NYSL as they look to bring in the cruise missile to help things out on this rotation.
No, they get the cruise missile, but with Priestahh dropping, he was probably trying to invest that for that situation. Try to assist Priestahh in staying alive off the rotation, but now it's going to be Minnesota. Fully set up in towards 10. All pressure from New York, coming from dark, coming from back alley. Does anyone decide to hit the hop up through top windows? Looks like it's not going to be the case as Cammy's just gunning them down with that TAC 56, holding the Heglet strong. HyDra tries to fly on in. He eventually gets cut down. And the first push, already great for Minnesota. 30 uncontested seconds for them to get back into this game.
Yeah, that's just really what you want to see Cammy do, right? When it comes down to this hard point. As we said, the guy to look out for, you just want to see him be stable, pretty much lock things down when he needs to. Another crucial gunfight victory there as he eventually does fall, but you can see what those trades do. A wonderful hold there for Røkkr as they are able to avoid the streak and just like that get right back in this game. As now we make the rotation over toward Barbershop. It is going to be NYSL with preferred spawns and right now with bodies. We'll see if Røkkr can put in the bullets though and make this a successful break. Bance looking to lead the charge. Dead silence out and he gets eviscerated.
He gets cut down. New York win the rotation over towards Barber. Minnesota have gotten themselves right back into this hard point. Only down by 11 points. Have full back alley control. You also have Fame working on that deep pinch through blue. So he's the guy that you just simply want to try to play your life so you can influence the spawn for your teammates, but none of your teammates are able to pick up any kills. At least you do get the close spawns over towards that blue side. So the pitch is already going to be abound as Afro's working his way up back alley. This has been 30 uncontested seconds on the side of New York. They're still holding strong. Now it all falls into the hands of KiSMET. He finds himself on another 6-3. That's 2 cruise misses he was able to earn so far.
We're only a few hard points in. This guy already has 2 cruise missiles to speak of. Almost at that 100-point mark. NYSL flirting right now with the century. But now they've got that rotation as we get ready to fly in toward 10. Things stall out for a moment. Hard to avoid that scoreline right now from KiSMET. Now at 18-5. The snap of a finger drops half of that Røkkr lineup and now leaves them with their heads spinning. Afro waiting for a few members to come off the spawn, and so now there is a chance for Minnesota to make something happen. Afro makes his presence felt. Bance and Fame, they end up finding their kills as well. And sweat off the brow for Røkkr. Thankfully, you have got KiSMET away from this objective for the moment, but Skyz still remains. Found out as well. Afro leads the charge as Røkkr break inside.
That's a great rake. They've put a lot of pressure over towards that garage side. No one from New York was watching that angle. It was KiSMET, but he turns around and picks up mid. In Minnesota, they were able to find the opening to basically put us at a tie score line. Great hold over towards the 10 2 times around now for the Røkkr. Now they have to find a break over towards Canteen, as this time is going to be in the second story. You have Skyz playing towards the top balk. We've seen Cammy and Fame use this angle a majority of their matches last week. But Priestahh, he's able to find 2. Skyz eventually finds the 3rd. HyDra with the last. They hold the first push. Now they know exactly where Minnesota are trying to break from.
Oh, and HyDra does actually fall, so that is one, I guess you could say, wave of defense eventually cleared. We'll see what Minnesota can do after that, and it does not look like a whole lot. Cammy at least finds 2. Regardless of it, New York are still racking up the seconds after what has been a very tightly contested, very fast-paced hardpoint. Right now it is New York just barely able to hold their head above water. A slim advantage, but it continues to grow. Minnesota going to give this one last good push as the rotations are going to be huge. Cammy ends up winning that. Mark that up as another massive gunfight there for Cammy. And right now his positioning is going to mean everything, considering the lead that New York now has.
Oh, and big 2Ps coming in from Bance. The only player holding down this angle from back Barber Alley. There's another one on him. He's just playing his life beautifully. He's forcing Skyz to overextend in this gunfight. KiSMET is going to invest that cruise, trying to play for some information.
As the cruise will strike, it's information at the very least. An all-out headbutt right now in the parking lot. A 30-point game as Minnesota trying to bring it back. NYSL, a break here would mean everything. Let's step aside in a crucial moment and go to Enlisted with NYSL.
Go fight. Pushing out. One shot dead. Nice, good shit, bro. We can fight ult. Default dead. Nice, I need ult.
I don't see him deep right.
Look, deep long. Long. Deep long, guys. Deep long, I'm pushing him out. Nice, they spawned 10. RV dead. No one long, right? Are you coming? I'm pushing you long. You're gonna be long. I hear you lockers in 2 seconds. Right side. Stay down, Prince, ahead of you.
One shot, he's after, bro.
Mid and behind the RV. Mid in front of RV.
Yeah, on your side, RV. On your kids.
So other guy's lockers dead. I'm whoring me.
Maybe
P4, close P4 me. Close P4 me, he's laying down.
Someone
take your time. Yeah. Spawn out, block. One shot. You don't have to get time first. Yeah, get up. Shot dead. Nice. One was made, guys. I'm on PT. I'm starting to go RV. They're gonna spawn 10. One spawn 10, okay, guys?
I'm on shot. Yeah, I'm
half on me. He told me. P4 dead. P4 Bance. He's P4 truck. P4 truck. Going to mid. P4 truck. I need your mid cut.
I'm
close P2. Mid cut. Okay, guys. He's gonna go dark. Watch dark right now. Dark right now.
Someone deep banana.
Banana dead. Every dark help. Dark is dead. Alright, one shot after Mid cut Bance. Left side. He's laying down. I'll play soft whenever I'm on hill, okay? Or when I spawn up.
I'm playing left. I'm playing left.
Diving left. Dark yellow van done. More yellow van. Priestahh.
Hey, banana.
One more.
Deep banana. He's in. He's absolute banana.
Get some this time. We're good.
He's in. He's staying alive. Oh no, he's taco.
I'm blinking up.
He's taco going out. He's going headshot. Headshot. I have headshot.
Yeah, hold on tunnel.
Watch tunnel. Yeah, we have a pinch. You're good. Go deep. Mid, watch out. Play tight, guys. Shot. I'm blinking left. Nothing hedge.
A great little check-in there with the Subliners. Some hype mixed in with some overall focused comms. As now we get ready for Cantina once more. A hard point that absolutely has the ability to turn the tide of what this series could look like. Right now it is New York who has got the control. One player toward the top left is Cammy. He gets found out, and from there, Minnesota began to scramble. New York have reached that double century mark, Jay, and it feels like for Minnesota, things have got to go their way now, and thankfully they do. They find 3, they find 4.
That's a big break right there from the Røkkr. You cannot give up a full 60 hold over towards Cantina. As they get the break with about 30 seconds left, so the final 30 is going to be theirs. Still a back and forth hard point, but it's all about this rotation over towards Thin. It was Minnesota Røkkr. We were able to hold it for a full 60 last time around with only one player from New York in this position, but this time it's all the players from the Subliners set up for the push, knowing where the pressure is coming from. 45 seconds away from calling series. Minnesota gonna put a lot of pressure out through the big door. They're also trying to take mid-court yard as well. They're just trying to find their angle.
Trying to organize the troops. HyDra tosses out a nade. Able to make it land. Can he hold true for 2?
HyDra.
True for 3. Yes, he does. Wonderful work coming in from the French phenom. Last man alive is gonna be Bance. Pretty much sniffed out. Can Bance stay alive? Can he find a lane? In the meantime, right now for New York, they're locking down the seconds yet to really meet any bit of adversity. A current 2v2, but now Skyz begins to answer. There's 3 now for Caesar, and 10 points away for New York. Calling game. Can anybody from Røkkr get here in time? It's gonna have to be a dolphin dive. It's gonna have to be a Hail Mary, and that is game. NYSL, take it here on Mercado and lock up the final 3 maps.
New York Subliners just came out with the better game plan in this map. Number 1, they started off great by chaining that P1 to the B2. I feel like the right side of the map all throughout that hard point was all New York. The P2s, the P6s, Subliners able to find a lot of success there. On the opposite side of the map towards the 10s, towards the mid-courtyard, that's usually where Minnesota were able to get themselves back into the game. But with New York having such a great hold at that P2 hard point, you get it for the first 30 seconds. You know Minnesota has to put the pressure on. They can't give up all that time when the game is basically over at that P2. They force that rotation on the side of the Subliners, and they do not let up. They hold fully. HyDra finds 3. Skyz trades off, and he's able to find 3. Subliners just clutched up in those final moments in those engagements to win this map and close out the series in 4. Subliners with a 2-0 start so far in Major IV Qualifiers.
Yeah, and that's a solid W that they have here versus a much better looking Minnesota Røkkr team, at least when it comes down to comparing them to their performance in Major number 3. They win that hotel search and destroy. They lock things up with hotel control, and it is a wonderful ending here for them on Mercado Hardpoint. Jay, it just feels like right now you could point out a lot of players right now for the Subliners, but I don't know about you, but it feels like from that FaZe series now here versus Minnesota, KiSMET has been on an absolute different level right now.
Oh yeah, KiSMET's playing lights out. HyDra, he's gonna do what he does, but Skyz, he's a guy who just, when he holds down his lane, he holds it down to perfection, man. What a performance from the Subliners from start to finish. Like I said, they end this, well, they're in this stage sitting at 2-0, and you gotta be feeling wonderful because usually in every stage they go 3-2. So good way to start up 2-0 already.
Yeah, and I believe they do have an interesting series lined up versus OpTic Texas, either tomorrow or Sunday. We'll have to see. It's going to be a fun fight to watch that one go down as well. But NYSL, $10,000 richer. That obviously has to feel great. And what also is wonderful is now, like you said, Jake, they sit at 2-0 here in our Major IV Qualifiers. That's going to do it. Last match of the day, myself and Jay. It was a wonderful game. I know from our biased casters here, NYSL, nice to see them get the dub. Fuck it, take it away.
Hey, as a fellow New Yorker, I'm never mad had a $10,000 landing in my city. Well done, Subliners, as we have 3-3-1 victories on the day. Alley Cat Nameless joining me here on the desk once again. And Alley, I want to start with you.
What's up?
If you have to pick one player, just one,
okay,
who had the best day from New York?
KiSMET, yeah, for sure.
KiSMET?
Yeah, I think
Agreed.
he had a huge turnaround. I think he kind of slowed down a little bit in between stage 2 and stage 3. So seeing him come out hot not only against Atlanta, but against Minnesota as well. Definitely KiSMET.
I had to give it to Skyz, because if I run into this guy in ranked on Hotel, I'm just forfeiting. The guy was 8-0 to start search and destroy. He pops off with a 10 streak in control. He has a beamer on his weaponry, but KiSMET, you mentioned it, the Bulldog wasn't afraid of any fight. Dropped a 30 bomb. He starts off 15-5 in this game 4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was frying. He took that momentum from the control. First of all, just the subs, way too much to deal with for Minnesota Røkkr on that Hotel control. We get into this Mercado hardpoint. You're thinking there's some opportunity because, like, back and forth, there was Money Hills back and forth in the green room. Alley was just going crazy about it. But then there's that small window of opportunity. You get to that last rotation, and what happens? We see New York. They just have a goal in mind. They rotate it over towards green. They get control of it. They actually get like 30 seconds off of P1 simultaneously while maintaining that spawn and racking up points there in green on P2 as well. So New York just striking when they had the opportunity. Honestly, that Mercado, very high-level gameplay on both sides. Like, we saw some big plays out of Bance as well on the other side.
If you're looking at Minnesota, who do you think had the best day? For me, it was Cammy. I'm like, Cammy is back.
Yeah, he was destroying today. Like, even on that Mercado, like, every time it looked like New York was about to just get a stranglehold on the map, Cammy was like, nah, fam, I'm here. That's really good for Minnesota if McGilligan's back, though. If he's playing like that, they will find some success.
Finally, their streak comes to an end. 2-1 now is Minnesota after dropping to the Subliners. And the Subliners, of course, will now improve to 2-0, remaining perfect on the season, joining the Thieves and OpTic Texas with unbeaten records. As we take a look at this series, though, what was the most impressive map from the Subliners?
Most impressive map from the Subliners? I mean, you have to say it was that Search and Destroy, but just because of that little 3 rounds in a row, they almost kind of slipped it up. I'd have to say that map number 3 Hotel was a really dominant control out of them. Minnesota Røkkr and that Search and Destroy, I thought maybe they were going to do it, but thankfully HyDra stopped that momentum.
If I'm Minnesota, I'm trying desperately to become dominant at Expo because you're 9-0 on a CeeLo. Nobody wants to take you there. So if that map gets removed, it's like, well, do we really want to play Hotel? A lot of teams' strong suit is Hotel control. So I would go back to drawing board, try to play some Expo and get that into the mix. Because it seems like a map they could be pretty good at, too.
Coach Looney might be taking notes here, Nameless. You might be onto something, my friend. All right, that does it for this series. There's only one more thing to do. That, of course, is to name our Scuff play of the game. And it belongs to the Redbeard. Or does it? No, the French Phenom. Let's take a look at the man. The 1v2 in the kitchen. We had a play from Cammy earlier that I thought was naughty, but this is the naughtiest, right? Fame versus HyDra, the wiggle battle, and you just don't beat HyDra in a 1v1 with an SMG.
Was it shooting bodies? Was it the snap? We may never know. Maybe we'll have to ask when we hit him with an interview.
Well, they were laughing, so maybe a little bit of both.
A little bit. That's your Scuff play of the game. HyDra and Subliners walking away with the final dub on the night. But right now, we're joined by his sub duo. It's KiSMET the Bulldog, who dropped the 30 in game 3. First of all, can we just start with the map selection? How comfortable were you when you saw that Hotel was your first 3 maps in the series?
Pretty comfortable. I mean, we predicted this series pretty good. The only one that we thought might have been different was the control. We were ready to play Expo. Because we know they're like strong suited to CeeLo, so we just vetoed that. And we were thinking they were going to veto Hotel, but they didn't. So I mean, overall, like confident in those maps. We love Hotel. We love. I don't know. I mean, right now we're pretty hard to veto against. We're feeling really confident on almost every map. So.
You looked very confident in most of these gunfights, charging in first. You were having a lot of success as well. Did you do any extra preparation? Because you had 2 matches to look over VOD from Minnesota.
I mean, same preparation. We're just. I don't know. I mean, we're just trying to figure out teams' tendencies and trying to exploit them the best because we know how good we are. And like, I don't know, we're playing to our strong suits and trying to figure out what teams are like, you know, where, you know, holes are in their setup or this or that. So nothing like crazy, but just the norm.
KiSMET, the last time we talked to you, I know that you really wanted to work on the fact that you guys wanted to elude dominance to the rest of the league. And, you know, unfortunately, there was a little bit of a dip in performance, and I wanted to know what that conversation was like with yourself moving forward. Again, you got that big win against Atlanta. Now, should we expect a continuance of greatness from you guys from here on forward?
I mean, 100%. We put in so many hours in the game, like during scrims and outside of the game, before scrims, after scrims. So our goal is just fine tuning the small things. You know what I mean? Like we have some of the craziest talent on our team. So if we just get consistent on like the small things and the fundamentals, like we will be dominant.
KiSMET, talk to me a little bit about the search and destroy improvements, because, you know, throughout this year, you guys have been a little bit up and down after Major 1. It was hard to hone in on exactly what your guys' problem was. At first it was search, then the hard points were a little bit up and down. So now it seems like the search is on point. What have you guys been working on there?
Yeah. To be completely honest, without giving like too many like small minuscule things away, it's just like we took the reins off of us. Like we were playing so scared to like get information or map control. And we got to the point where we're like, bro, like just play breakoffs almost like it's hard point. Like don't be afraid to like get map control, because teams are nervous, you know, especially against a team like us. Like we're good, so they're not gonna like, you know what I mean? Like they're gonna shoulder stuff. They might get a bad timing. So like if we just use me and Paco to our like, I don't know, like being annoying, being that thorn, it allows Caesar and Preston to just be gross. And I mean, I think it showed today for the most part. Caesar fried, so.
Me and Paco, we be annoying, and then we let the other two be gross. I like this new combo, KiSMET.
It works.
Congratulations on the win tonight. We'll let you go celebrate with the squad.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
That's the Bulldog, and that's the Subliners picking up another victory. That's 2-0 so far here in Major 4. And as we take a look at the numbers, let's see exactly where New York lands. I believe this win will help them jump LA Thieves. They were 5 points back. Now they're in 4th place. Look at me, my memory from the pre-show. I'm strong here.
I never try to do that. It's so hard to remember. That's big. I feel like the cutoff, and I could be totally wrong here, but it's going to be somewhere around like 190, 200 to make it into champs for that 8th place spot. So any win right now is massive, and it looks like New York's going to find himself a winner's bracket too.
And Surge, of course, with their win and Røkkr's loss today, is going to give them a nice 2-game lead in 7th place. But let's start at the beginning of the day, because Boston came in with a lot of hype. There's a young man named Kremp who plays for the Breach, and he was doing it on the academy team until today. Let's take a look at what he brought to the table against the London Royal Ravens. Allie, what did you see in this series?
I saw a lot of engagements. I mean, Kremp alone had like 68 engagements. On the flip side, Asim had 69, almost 70. This was a high-paced, aggressive game, and it kind of, for Boston Breach at least, it seems like their pace hasn't slowed down. They lose that map number 1, and then they head to that map number 2, and it's like a completely different roster. That S&D was just stunning out of the Boston Breach, and that's what they were aiming to do, bringing Kremp into this roster. They added Beans, their S&D got slightly better. Now they're going to be adding Kremp, who feels most comfortable in that map number 2, map number 5, and we saw that in that series today.
But they're playing against the 12th seed, though, right, Nameless? Yeah. What do you grade them on day 1?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give them like a B+, right? Like, I mean, you lost the map, they are the 12th seed, but these things happen in Call of Duty. There's some solid players on the other side of things. Wake had himself a fantastic day. I'm just glad we were able to interview Nero and sort of figure out where their heads are at with this change. So we'll see if it develops going forward.
All right, keep your eyes on Breach. Top 4 wasn't good enough for them. They're looking to climb into the top 3, as is Seattle Surge. And we had another hell of a performance from Accuracy. But Mack takes our MVP honors on the day. 3 minutes and 19 seconds in the hardpoint, sets a league record for the game mode. I don't think we've seen a sub do more damage on the objective.
Yeah, no, not at all. And that's just kind of what he's known for, right? Again, we talked to him in the interview afterwards, and he's talking about, you know, I'm that objective, that dirty work player. I fill in the gaps for that team, but I do want to give flowers to the Florida Mutineers. That search and destroy out of them was clinical.
I mean, these are Doug Sensor Martin numbers out of my boy Mack. That was a fantastic hard point out of him, and also like some crazy rotations and breaks we saw in that embassy. Accuracy for me though, guy was a monster today. Like his stat differential from the last couple of stages to this one is just monumental. Like he has been going crazy. We need to start showing him some love.
Yeah, Accuracy I think had the most clutch plays. If you're looking for an exclamation point at the end of each game, look for that man and his double kills. Impressive stuff from the Surge, and I want to know, at the start of the season, we talked about the teams that could be competing for a title at the end of the year. How close is Surge to catching the rest of the pack, or are they already up there?
I think they're already up there. They're
They're
a
in the
team that
mix,
just
yeah.
doesn't play to their potential all the time. Like sometimes they'll play down to their opponent. So the potential is certainly there.
It's there. We'll see if they can keep it rolling. We've got the schedule for tomorrow. 4 matches on our Super Saturday. The Surge get a break, but OpTic takes on the Subliner in our headline matchup. That kicks off at 6 p.m. And then, of course, an epic battle. Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto. Can Toronto go 0-3? Or is it Atlanta with another tough loss? Stay tuned and get in the groove with the Flow State bundle as well, complete with 2 weapon blueprints and accessories available right now. All the epic stuff in Warzone 2. Pick it up. Join in on the fun. Final thoughts on day 1 here of week 2. Let's talk about the strongest teams in the league. Name us, who you looking at?
I'm looking at Seattle, man. If Mack and Accuracy play like that, they're definitely in the mix. And things get really interesting because Thieves are playing great as well.
Allie, any new challengers for the Major IV title?
I don't know about challengers, but I think New York is definitely looking better than they have in the past 2 stages.
All right, I'm going to keep my eyes on all the challengers players. We saw Fame, we saw Cramp tomorrow. You get a whole bunch more. Stay tuned. This is the CDL. Pre-show kicks off at 2:45 Eastern. We'll see you then.
Closer than it appears, trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah. I ride the nation for my title, do what I must for survival. By any means, yeah, I know, I can't stop, I won't fold. Might bend the rules just to break the mold. Hella high water, calm and compose. Life will get messy, but I reach the goal. Climb the totem pole, be the protocol. Guess I had it in me after all. After penny falls and a lot of false things I can't control. My intentions come from years of rejections. Learn many a lesson, I'm progressing. Turning burdens to blessings, turning burdens to blessings. I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears, fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror. Closer than it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah, get a spotlight and it feels right. Never been scared to take it to new heights. I always dare to dream and dare to see the chance to be a better me and everything. The possibilities are endless. Odds against this tremendous. Check this, I just check fear off my checklist. You must have forgot, boy, I'm relentless.
Laying down deep. They're both there. Nice. One shot. Same spot. He's done. You stop the seal. Left or right side. Oh, he's there. Let's fucking go. Holy bro. That was getting scary. Oh my god. Let's get it.